A second commentary on the novel, Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Book 1, Part 2. A novel by Dr. A. Ahmed. The life story of Inaz has been narrated in 4 books. Book 1, Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Book 2, Inaz and the Wicked Pastor of the Church. Book 3, Inaz and the Malicious Imam of the Mosque. Book 4, Inaz and the Unjust Minister of Justice. Here is a detailed summary of the central theme of the novel, including the main characters and notable secondary characters. Central theme. The novel explores the harrowing journey of Inaz Ahmed Salah, a Sudanese Arab Muslim girl, as she struggles for autonomy, dignity, and love in the face of relentless oppression, violence, and persecution. The story is a powerful critique of patriarchal, tribal, and religious systems, particularly those governed by strict interpretations of Islam and entrenched racism that deny women and minorities their basic rights. Through Inaz's experiences, the novel addresses themes of racism and tribalism, the deep-seated prejudice within Sudanese and Arab societies, especially regarding marriage and social status, misogyny and patriarchy, the oppression of women through forced marriage, gender-based violence, and lack of autonomy, religious intolerance and apostasy, the dangers and consequences of leaving Islam and converting to Christianity, and the lack of freedom to choose or change faith. Love across boundaries, the personal and societal costs of forbidden love that crosses racial, religious, and cultural lines. Abuse of power and corruption, the corruption and abuse by authorities in Sudan, India, and Saudi Arabia. Exile, migration, and refugee experience, the struggles of refugees and migrants seeking safety and belonging. Solidarity and resistance, the importance of cross-cultural solidarity and resistance against oppression. Survival, resilience, and hope. Despite relentless persecution, the story is ultimately about survival, resilience, and hope for a better life. Main characters. 1. Inaz Ahmed Salah. The protagonist, a Sudanese Arab Muslim girl whose journey from obedience to resistance is central to the novel. Arc faces forced marriage, violence, religious persecution, and ultimately seeks freedom and dignity through love, conversion from Islam to Christianity, and migration. Symbolism represents countless women suffering under patriarchal, racist, and religiously intolerant systems. 2. Tariq Haroun Al-Ajabo. Her first lover, a Sudanese Muslim boy of African descent. Role: his relationship with Inaz is thwarted by racism and tribal prejudice. He is both a victim of social exclusion and, at times, an antagonist as his pain turns to resentment. Arc moves from hopeful lover to disillusioned outsider, and eventually to a reluctant antagonist. 3. Joseph Abraha. Her second lover and husband, an Ethiopian Christian medical student in India. Role: becomes Inaz's husband and a source of healing and hope. His steadfast support is crucial to her survival and eventual escape. Arc grows from a supportive partner to a protector and advocate, embodying hope and cross-cultural solidarity. Notable secondary characters. Osama Hashim Salah, Inaz's cousin and first arranged husband, later revealed to be gay and abusive. His marriage to Inaz is a source of trauma and further alienation. Ahmed Salah, Inaz's father, a lawyer and strict patriarch, embodies the oppressive forces of family honor, tribalism, and religious conformity, and is a central antagonist in Inaz's struggle for autonomy. Saham Salah, Inaz's mother, complicit in enforcing patriarchal and tribal norms, often out of fear or internalized beliefs. The Alexander family, an Indian Christian family, notably Vijay Alexander, Mary Alexander, and Teresa Alexander, who become close allies of Inaz and Joseph in India, risking their own safety to help them escape persecution. Sudanese student community, a collective character representing the Sudanese diaspora in India, acting as moral police and enforcing conformity through surveillance, violence, and ostracism. Ralph Wolf/Aslam Noor al-Haq, the corrupt and abusive head of the Bombay Criminal Investigation Department, who becomes a major antagonist by torturing and raping Inaz and fabricating charges against her. Grace, Inaz and Joseph's daughter, symbolizing hope and new beginnings. Victor, Inaz's son, whose paternity becomes a key plot point and whose birth in prison is central to the story's climax. Other secondary characters: Mary Akal, Sudanese Christian girl; Khalid Mamoun Alajabo, Tariq's cousin; Osama's Saudi friends, secondary antagonists; and various Indian and Sudanese police, embassy officials, and legal figures who play roles in Inaz's persecution, imprisonment, and attempted extraditions. Conclusion: the novel is both a deeply personal odyssey of survival and resistance and a broader social and religious critique. It urges empathy, justice, reform, and solidarity across boundaries, making it a compelling narrative about the fight for dignity and freedom in the face of overwhelming adversity. Here is a detailed summary of how the love between Inaz and Tariq begins, develops, faces persecution in Pune, India, and ultimately dies in Sudan. 1. The beginning of love in Sudan. The love story between Inaz and Tariq starts in Sudan, where Inaz Ahmed Salah is a 20-year-old Sudanese Arab Muslim girl from a prestigious Arab family, and Tariq Haroun Alajabo is a 16-year-old Sudanese Muslim boy of African descent. Despite their age difference and the fact that Inaz is already engaged to her cousin Osama, an arrangement made by her parents, she develops a secret, passionate, and platonic romance with Tariq. Their relationship is marked from the outset by the knowledge that, due to deep-seated racial and tribal prejudices in Sudanese society, marriage between an Arab girl and an African boy is considered impossible. Both families, especially Inaz's Arab parents, would never approve such a union, regardless of Tariq's wealth or character. 2. Development of the relationship in India. When Inaz is allowed by her progressive father to study medicine in India, she and Tariq are separated for a year. However, they reunite in India after Tariq manages to convince his family to let him join her for his studies. Their love deepens in the relative freedom of India, but it is also shadowed by the scrutiny and hostility of the Sudanese student community in Pune City, who act as moral police and enforce conformity through surveillance, violence, and ostracism. The Sudanese students, both secular and religious, are united in their condemnation of the relationship, seeing it as a disgrace to Sudan and Islam. The couple faces escalating persecution. They are physically attacked, subjected to rumors and social isolation, and ultimately forced by the local Sudanese Muslim Brotherhood students into a secret Islamic marriage under threat of violence. This marriage, however, is not recognized by Inaz's Arab family and becomes a source of further conflict and danger. The relationship, once a source of joy and hope, becomes fraught with insecurity, social stigma, and a sense of doom. Both lovers know that their union cannot survive the entrenched barriers of race, tribe, and family honor. 3. Persecution and crisis in Pune City. The persecution intensifies in India. The Sudanese student community acts as a collective antagonist, enforcing conformity through violence and ostracism. Tariq is physically attacked and exiled to another city, while Inaz is subjected to rumors, harassment, and isolation. The couple is forced to make painful choices, continue their relationship and face further violence, or separate for the sake of safety and social acceptance. For a time, Inaz tries to focus on her studies and distance herself from Tariq, but the emotional toll is severe, and she ultimately risks everything to reunite with him. Despite a brief period of happiness after their forced marriage, the couple remains under constant threat. The Sudanese community's relentless surveillance and the impossibility of gaining family approval make their love unsustainable. The relationship is further strained by the knowledge that, even if they survive the immediate dangers, they have no future together in the eyes of their families and society. 4. The end of the relationship in Sudan. Eventually, Inaz is forced to return to Khartoum City, where she is compelled by her family to marry her cousin Osama. This marriage is loveless and abusive, and Inaz is subjected to further violence and control. Her relationship with Tariq is effectively ended by the combined forces of family, community, and societal expectations. Tariq, wounded by rejection and the impossibility of their love, becomes a tragic figure, his pain turning to bitterness and, at times, antagonism. He eventually marries someone else, but the relationship lacks the emotional depth and hope he once had with Inaz. The love between Inaz and Tariq is ultimately destroyed by the destructive power of racism, tribalism, and social exclusion. Their story is one of unfulfilled longing, internalized oppression, and the personal costs of social injustice. While Inaz eventually finds agency and hope elsewhere, Tariq is left with loss and bitterness, symbolizing the tragedy of love thwarted by societal barriers. Key points: origins, secret, passionate, but platonic love in Sudan, doomed by racial and tribal prejudice. Development, deepens in India, but faces intense persecution from the Sudanese student community. Persecution, forced into a secret marriage, attacked, exiled, and ostracized in Pune, India. End. Relationship is destroyed by family and societal pressure in Sudan. Inaz is forced into an abusive marriage, and Tariq is left wounded and embittered. This narrative is a powerful critique of the intersection of racism, patriarchy, and social conformity, showing how even the most genuine love can be crushed by systemic oppression. More details on the persecution faced by Inaz and Tariq in Pune City, in India, providing a focused, detailed account based on the content of the novel. The persecution of Inaz and Tariq in Pune. 1. Social context and arrival in India. When Inaz arrives in Pune to study medicine, she is one of the very few Sudanese girls allowed by her family to study abroad. Tariq, her younger African Sudanese lover, later joins her in India. Their relationship, already taboo in Sudan due to racial and tribal prejudice, becomes even more precarious in the diaspora context, where the Sudanese student community is tightly knit and highly conservative. 2. The role of the Sudanese student community. The Sudanese student community in Pune acts as a moral police, enforcing conformity to religious and social norms through surveillance, intimidation, and violence. Both secular and religious students unite in their condemnation of Inaz and Tariq's relationship, seeing it as a disgrace to Sudanese and Islamic values. The community's hostility is not limited to verbal disapproval. It escalates to organized harassment and physical attacks. 3. Escalating persecution, surveillance, and ostracism. Inaz and Tariq are constantly watched, and their movements are reported to the community leaders. Rumors are spread about Inaz, including accusations of adultery and even prostitution. She is shunned by other Sudanese students, and her apartment is treated as a brothel by some, leading to harassment by male students. Physical attacks. Both are subjected to violence. Tariq is beaten and exiled to another city, Nagpur, by the self-appointed moral police. Inaz is threatened, insulted, and physically assaulted. The community's actions are justified as protecting the honor of Sudan and Islam. Forced marriage. Under threat of further violence, the couple is forced by the Sudanese Muslim Brotherhood students into a secret Islamic marriage. This marriage is not recognized by Inaz's family and becomes a source of further conflict and danger. 4. Gendered and racialized abuse. Gendered insults and isolation. Inaz is called a dirty prostitute, shameless girl, and Arab adulteress. Sudanese Muslim girls spit on her, throw shoes at her, and challenge her to fights. She is accused of being demon-possessed and is isolated from other Sudanese girls, who are warned not to associate with her. Racial abuse. Tariq is insulted with racial slurs such as black crow, slave, and zanji, which means Negro. His African heritage is used to justify the community's rejection of the relationship and the violence against him. 5. Psychological warfare and social control. Rumors and psychological pressure. The Sudanese community in Pune City spreads rumors that Inaz is pregnant with an illegitimate child and has had an abortion. She is accused of bringing shame to Sudan and Islam. The psychological warfare includes isolation, intimidation, and the threat of honor violence. Community enforcement. The Sudanese student leaders organize collective action, including fundraising to support legal defense for parents who commit honor violence. The community's collective power is used to enforce conformity and punish deviation. 6. The aftermath. The relentless persecution in Pune leads to the breakdown of Inaz and Tariq's relationship. The violence, isolation, and social pressure become unbearable. Inaz is eventually forced by her Arab father to return to Sudan, where her family compels her into a marriage with her cousin, and Tariq is left wounded and embittered. Key takeaways. The persecution in Pune is orchestrated by the Sudanese student community, acting as a collective enforcer of patriarchal, racial, and religious norms. Inaz and Tariq face surveillance, rumors, physical violence, forced marriage, gendered and racial abuse. The community's actions are justified as protecting honor and religious values, but they result in trauma, isolation, and the destruction of the couple's relationship. Details about the time Inaz and Tariq spent in Sudan after their relationship in India. Summarizing and analyze their experience in Sudan, drawing directly from the content of the novel. Inaz and Tariq's time in Sudan. Key events and themes. 1. Forced return and family control. After the traumatic events and persecution in Pune, India, Inaz is forced by her family to return to Sudan. Her father, a strict patriarch, and her mother, complicit in enforcing tradition, subject her to house arrest and violence. The family's main concern is to restore their honor, which they believe has been tarnished by Inaz's relationship with Tariq, who is considered unmarriageable due to his African background. Key details. Inaz is denied autonomy over her education, relationships, and body. Her engagement and marriage are arranged without her genuine consent. When rumors of her relationship with Tariq reach her family, her father attempts an honor killing, and she is subjected to house arrest, violence, and emotional abuse. 2. Legal and cultural oppression. Sudanese law and society reinforce patriarchal and tribal hierarchies, making it nearly impossible for women to choose their partners or escape abusive marriages. Inaz is forced into marriage with her cousin Osama, who is later revealed to be abusive and secretly gay. Her suffering is dismissed or justified by family and community in the name of honor and tradition. Key details. The legal system tolerates or even justifies honor-based violence. Fathers and husbands are rarely prosecuted for violence against daughters or wives if it is seen as defending family honor. Women have little to no legal recourse against domestic violence, forced marriage, or religious persecution. 3. The end of Inaz and Tariq's relationship. The relationship between Inaz and Tariq, already strained by the persecution and violence in India, is ultimately destroyed in Sudan by the combined forces of family, community, and institutional power. The deep-seated racism and tribalism of Sudanese society, along with the absolute authority of the patriarchal family, make any future together impossible. Key details. Inaz is compelled to marry Osama, which marks the formal end of her relationship with Tariq. Tariq, deeply wounded by rejection and violence, becomes a tragic figure, left with loss and bitterness. The family's actions are justified by religious and cultural norms, and Inaz's suffering is seen as necessary to restore honor. 4. Psychological and emotional impact. The time in Sudan is marked by profound trauma, isolation, and a sense of betrayal for Inaz. Her family's violence and the community's complicity deepen her sense of powerlessness. The experience in Sudan is a turning point, pushing her further toward resistance and, eventually, her journey toward autonomy and survival. Thematic analysis. Patriarchy and control. Inaz's family relationships are dominated by patriarchal authority, with her father as the central figure of control and her mother as an enforcer of tradition. Conditional love and honor. Love and acceptance are conditional on obedience and conformity. When Inaz asserts her independence, she is met with violence, rejection, and threats to her life. Betrayal and isolation. Inaz experiences profound betrayal by her family, especially when they prioritize honor over her well-being. This isolation is a driving force in her journey towards self-determination. Resistance and transformation. Despite relentless pressure, Inaz ultimately resists her family's control, seeking freedom, dignity, and love on her own terms. Her journey is one of transformation from victim to survivor and activist. Direct quotations. Here are some direct quotations from the novel that illustrate the experience of Inaz and Tariq in Sudan. Her father attempts honor killing, and she is subjected to house arrest, violence, and emotional abuse. Her suffering is dismissed or justified by family and community in the name of honor and tradition. The extended family's involvement reinforces the pressures on Inaz to conform, making her acts of resistance even more significant and costly. How the Indian media covered the honor-killing attempt on Inaz by her father in Pune city, as depicted in the novel. Here's a summary based directly on the novel's narrative. Indian media coverage of the honor-killing attempt on Inaz in Pune. When Inaz was violently attacked by her father in Pune city, the incident quickly became a sensational topic in the local Indian press. The media reported the event as an honor-killing attempt, with headlines such as, "A Sudanese father performs an honor killing on his daughter in the city of Pune." The coverage was dramatic and, as the novel notes, often exaggerated. Different newspapers offered conflicting accounts of the motives and the method of the attack. Sensationalism and contradictory details. Some journalists claimed the father used a sword to cut his daughter into pieces. Others said he shot her, strangled her, or even burned her. The motives were also variously described. Some said the father caught his daughter in the act of adultery. Others claimed she was living with her boyfriend, or even working as a prostitute. These conflicting stories reflected the tendency of the Indian press to add masala, spice, to their reports to attract readers. Public perception. The Sudanese student community in Pune was deeply affected by the media coverage. Many students, influenced by their own cultural attitudes, reportedly supported the father's actions, seeing them as justified by family honor. There was even a fundraising effort among Sudanese students to support the father's legal defense, with the aim of portraying him as a hero who cleansed the disgraced honor of his Arab tribe. Legal and social context. The novel points out that while honor killings might not be considered a serious crime in Sudan, in India such an act is treated as first-degree murder, potentially punishable by death. This contrast was highlighted in the media and became a point of discussion among both the Indian and Sudanese communities. Outcome. The media's exaggerated reports contributed to a climate of confusion and fear, but also brought attention to the issue of honor violence among foreign student communities in India. The coverage played a role in shaping public opinion and the response of both local authorities and the Sudanese diaspora. Key takeaway. The Indian media's coverage of the honor-killing attempt on Inaz in Pune was sensational, contradictory, and deeply influenced by both local journalistic practices and the cultural context of the Sudanese diaspora. The incident became a flashpoint for discussions about honor, gender, and the challenges faced by foreign students in India. How the Indian media coverage of the honor-killing attempt on Inaz by her father in Pune city influenced the plot of the novel Inaz and the two unmarriageable lovers. Here's a detailed analysis based on the novel's narrative. Influence of media coverage on the plot. 1. Escalation of public attention and pressure. The sensational and often exaggerated reporting by the Indian media turned the private family violence against Inaz into a public scandal. The incident was widely reported as an honor-killing attempt, with lurid and conflicting details about the attack. This public exposure increased scrutiny from local authorities. The police and legal system could not ignore the case, as it became a matter of public interest and debate. Amplified the stakes for all characters. Inaz's family, the Sudanese student community, and the Indian authorities all faced new pressures to respond, justify, or defend their actions. 2. Impact on the Sudanese student community. The media coverage galvanized the Sudanese student community in Pune. Collective response. Many Sudanese students, influenced by their own cultural attitudes and the media's framing, rallied in support of the father, seeing him as a defender of family honor. Fundraising and legal defense. The students organized a fundraising campaign to pay for the father's legal defense, treating him as a hero rather than a criminal. This collective action was directly motivated by the media's portrayal of the event and the fear that Indian law would treat the father harshly. 3. Deepening of cultural and legal contrasts. The media's reporting highlighted the stark differences between Indian law, which treats honor killing as murder, and Sudanese/Arab cultural norms, which may see it as justified. This contrast intensified the conflict. The plot uses the media coverage to dramatize the clash between cultures, laws, and values, making Inaz's struggle not just personal, but emblematic of broader societal issues. Drove the narrative forward. The public nature of the case forced characters to take sides, make decisions under pressure, and confront the consequences of their actions in a highly visible way. 4. catalyst for plot developments. The media attention served as a catalyst for several key plot developments. Legal intervention. The authorities intervened more forcefully, leading to the arrest and prosecution of the father who attempted to murder his daughter Inaz for marrying her African lover Tariq, which might not have happened without the media spotlight. Reconciliation and further conflict. The public nature of the case forced Inaz and her father into a mediated reconciliation, but also set the stage for further betrayals and violence later in the story. Isolation and vulnerability. The notoriety made Inaz even more isolated, as she became a symbol of shame and controversy within her own community, while also being a subject of public sympathy and debate in India. 5. Narrative device for social critique. The author uses the media coverage as a narrative device to critique sensationalism in journalism, the tendency of the press to exaggerate and distort for attention. Societal complicity, how communities can be swayed by public narratives to support or excuse violence. The plight of women, how women like Inaz become both victims and symbols in larger cultural battles. In summary, the Indian media's coverage of the honor-killing attempt on Inaz was not just background detail. It was a pivotal force that shaped the direction of the plot, intensified conflicts, exposed cultural divides, and propelled the characters into new crises and confrontations. The media's role amplified the personal tragedy into a public spectacle, making it a turning point in the novel's exploration of honor, gender, and justice. A detailed summary of the arranged marriage between Inaz and Osama, as well as their life together as husband and wife in Saudi Arabia, based on the content from the novel. The arranged marriage of Inaz and Osama. Background and arrangement. Inaz's marriage to Osama was arranged by her family, specifically her father, in accordance with Sudanese Arab Muslim customs. Inaz did not love Osama, but accepted the engagement and marriage out of obedience to her parents and societal expectations. The marriage was seen as ideal by her family due to tribal and religious compatibility, not personal affection. Lack of emotional connection. There was no genuine emotional or romantic bond between Inaz and Osama. The marriage was a product of family and societal pressure, not mutual choice or love. Sexual dysfunction and abuse. The marriage was never consummated due to Osama's hidden homosexuality and impotence. Inaz discovered Osama in a sexual relationship with a Saudi man. She was subjected to emotional neglect, physical abuse, and eventually, sexual violence by others as a result of Osama's actions, including being gambled away and raped by others. Imprisonment and isolation. Inaz was kept under house arrest, isolated from her family and friends, and denied autonomy. Her attempts to escape or seek help were met with further violence and threats. Religious and social pressure. The marriage was deeply embedded in patriarchal, tribal, and religious expectations. Inaz was denied agency, and her suffering was justified by her family and community as necessary for family honor and religious conformity. Life together in Saudi Arabia. Marital abuse and imprisonment. After her forced marriage, Inaz was sent to live with Osama in Saudi Arabia. She faced sexual dysfunction, emotional neglect, and eventually discovered Osama's homosexuality and abusive behavior. She was subjected to repeated physical abuse, locked in the apartment, starved, and denied contact with the outside world. Her attempts to escape were met with threats of violence and further imprisonment. Sexual violence and exploitation. Osama gambled her virtue away, resulting in her being raped by his Saudi friends. She was repeatedly assaulted sexually by those Arab gamblers, leading to trauma, pregnancy, and further isolation. When she attempted to escape, she was caught, accused of multiple offenses under Sharia law, and faced the threat of execution or severe corporal punishment for rebellion, adultery, and apostasy. Legal and religious persecution. Saudi law, rooted in strict Sharia, denies women autonomy and criminalizes escape from abusive husbands. Inaz was arrested, threatened with death, and only narrowly escaped execution through a forged divorce and international intervention. Ongoing trauma. Throughout her time in Saudi Arabia, Inaz was denied basic rights, subjected to violence, and treated as property. Her suffering was compounded by the complicity of both her family and the legal/religious systems that prioritized honor and conformity over her well-being. Thematic significance. Symbol of oppression. The marriage of Inaz and Osama represents the destructive power of patriarchal, tribal, and religious systems that deny women autonomy and perpetuate cycles of abuse. Inaz is treated as property, her suffering justified by honor, and her attempts at resistance met with violence. Contrast with chosen love. This marriage stands in stark contrast to Inaz's later relationship with Joseph, which is based on mutual love, respect, and healing. The trauma and loss of self experienced in her marriage to Osama highlight the importance of agency and the devastating effects of forced, loveless unions. In summary, the arranged marriage between Inaz and Osama was a union devoid of love or agency, enforced by family and societal expectations. Their life together in Saudi Arabia was marked by abuse, isolation, sexual violence, and legal persecution, making Inaz's experience a powerful critique of the systems that oppress women under the guise of honor and tradition. More details on the aftermath of the marriage between Inaz and Osama, specifically what happened following their time together as husband and wife in Saudi Arabia. Aftermath of the marriage of Inaz and Osama. 1. Discovery of abuse and Osama's sexual orientation. After being forced into marriage and sent to Saudi Arabia, Inaz discovered that Osama was not only emotionally distant and sexually dysfunctional, but also secretly gay. She caught Osama in a sexual relationship with a Saudi man. This revelation was deeply traumatic for Inaz, as it explained the lack of intimacy and affection in their marriage and exposed her to further humiliation and isolation. 2. Escalation of abuse and sexual violence. Osama's inability to fulfill the marital relationship led to further abuse. He began to physically abuse Inaz, kept her under house arrest, and denied her autonomy. The situation worsened when Osama gambled away her virtue to his Saudi friends, resulting in Inaz being raped by others. She was repeatedly assaulted, which led to trauma, pregnancy, and even more severe isolation. 3. Legal and religious persecution. When Inaz attempted to escape, she was caught and accused of multiple offenses under Saudi Sharia law, including rebellion, adultery, and apostasy. These charges carried the threat of execution or severe corporal punishment. Saudi law, rooted in strict Sharia, denied her any legal recourse or protection from abuse. She was arrested, threatened with death, and only narrowly escaped execution through a forged divorce. 4. Psychological and physical trauma. The cumulative effect of the abuse, sexual violence, and legal persecution left Inaz deeply traumatized. She suffered from physical injuries, psychological scars, and a profound sense of betrayal by both her husband and her family, who had justified her suffering in the name of honor and tradition. 5. Forced return and ongoing oppression. After her ordeal in Saudi Arabia, Inaz was eventually able to escape, but only after enduring months of imprisonment and abuse. Upon her return to Sudan, she was again subjected to violence and confinement by her family, who continued to prioritize family honor over her well-being. She was locked in a dark room, beaten, and denied any support or compassion. 6. Legal and social consequences. The aftermath of the marriage also included legal battles and ongoing threats. Inaz's attempts to seek justice or escape her situation were met with resistance from both her family and the authorities. Her suffering was dismissed or justified by those around her, and she was left with little hope for protection or redress. 7. Symbolic and thematic impact. The aftermath of Inaz's marriage to Osama serves as a powerful critique of patriarchal, tribal, and religious systems that deny women agency and perpetuate cycles of abuse. Her experience highlights the devastating consequences of forced marriage, the lack of legal protection for women, and the complicity of families and institutions in sustaining oppression. In summary, the aftermath of Inaz's marriage to Osama was marked by escalating abuse, sexual violence, legal persecution, and profound psychological trauma. Her attempts to escape were met with further violence and legal threats, both in Saudi Arabia and upon her return to Sudan. The experience left her deeply scarred, and served as a stark indictment of the systems that enabled and justified her suffering. Why Inaz leaves Tariq and falls in love with Joseph. Here's a detailed explanation based on the narrative of the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed. Why Inaz leaves Tariq. Societal barriers and racism. Inaz and Tariq's relationship is marked from the start as unmarriageable due to deep-seated racial and tribal prejudices in Sudanese society. Inaz is an Arab Sudanese girl from the Shajah tribe, while Tariq is an African Sudanese boy from the Fur tribe. Their love is passionate, but always shadowed by insecurity and the knowledge that marriage is impossible under these norms. The constant opposition from family, community, and religious authorities leads to violence, forced separation, and trauma. Emotional toll and betrayal. Over time, the relentless external pressures and betrayals, including forced marriage, community violence, and family rejection, erode the foundation of their relationship. Tariq's love becomes tinged with bitterness and resentment, especially after Inaz's conversion to Christianity and her eventual marriage to Joseph. He transitions from a hopeful lover to a wounded, sometimes vengeful outsider. Lack of future together. Both Inaz and Tariq know from the beginning that their love cannot lead to marriage because of entrenched social barriers. Their relationship, while emotionally intense, is ultimately doomed by forces beyond their control. Why Inaz falls in love with Joseph. Healing and solidarity. Joseph enters Inaz's life after her traumatic experiences with Tariq, Osama, and her family. Their relationship develops gradually, beginning with compassion and friendship and deepening into a partnership based on mutual respect and solidarity. Joseph is a source of hope and stability, helping Inaz recover from trauma and reclaim her agency. Shared suffering and growth. Their love grows stronger through adversity. Joseph stands by Inaz through her conversion, legal battles, and eventual resettlement as refugees. Their bond is built on shared suffering, resilience, and a commitment to justice and personal freedom. Mutual respect and choice. Unlike her relationship with Tariq, which is shaped by external constraints and doomed from the start, Inaz's relationship with Joseph is a conscious, mutual choice. It is characterized by healing, patience, and steadfast support. Joseph's unwavering loyalty and compassion are central to Inaz's survival and transformation. Emotional and symbolic meaning. Inaz and Tariq. Their love is a symbol of the destructive power of racism and exclusion. It is passionate, but ultimately tragic, marked by unfulfilled longing and the corrosive effects of internalized oppression. Inaz and Joseph. Their love represents the possibility of healing, hope, and solidarity across boundaries. It is transformative, redemptive, and enduring. Together, they overcome immense adversity, and their partnership becomes a model of resilience and the pursuit of justice. In summary, Inaz leaves Tariq because their relationship, though deeply felt, is destroyed by societal racism, family pressure, and trauma. She falls in love with Joseph because he offers her healing, respect, partnership, and hope, a love that grows through adversity and is chosen freely, not constrained by the prejudices and violence that doomed her first love. Direct quotes from the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers illustrate why Inaz leaves Tariq and falls in love with Joseph. Here are key passages from the text that directly address this transformation. On Inaz and Tariq, the doomed, forbidden love. Neither Inaz nor Tariq have ever dreamt of getting married to each other. They just want to be close to each other and enjoy their love until Inaz finishes her medical study and marries her cousin Osama. Their love is solid as iron, but their commitment as potential future husband and wife is zero. They knew and understood that her parents would never allow her to marry a boy like Tariq. They may permit her to marry a dog or a pig, but not a boy of Tariq's family background. Tariq's father is from Darfur, and his mother is from the Nuba Mountains. Even though his father is one of the 5 richest men in the capital city of Sudan, still her parents are not going to agree to such a marriage. Their problem has become insurmountable. Now it became a question of life and death. Those terrorist students threatened the life of the lover Tariq and banished him to a far city and turned the life of his girlfriend Inaz into a living hell. Tariq's pain and sense of loss eventually lead him to participate in schemes that further complicate Inaz's situation, including attempts to sabotage her happiness and reputation. He struggles with agency, often accepting the unmarriageable label and later acting out of wounded pride and resentment. On Inaz and Joseph, healing, partnership, and hope. Joseph is consistently portrayed as deeply empathetic, offering unwavering emotional and practical support to Inaz through her ordeals. He is one of the few people who believes her story, stands by her during persecution, and risks his own safety for her. Joseph's presence is healing for Inaz, offering her acceptance, understanding, and a sense of belonging that she is denied by her family and community. His love helps her survive trauma and reclaim her agency. Their bond is characterized by mutual respect, shared suffering, and deep emotional intimacy. He is her confidant, protector, and partner in resistance. Joseph grows from a supportive partner to a protector and advocate, sacrificing his own ambitions for Inaz's safety and well-being. His arc is defined by steadfast loyalty, patience, and the ability to forgive and heal, even when faced with betrayal or uncertainty. Their journey ends with the creation of a new family and life in a safer, more just environment, having helped Inaz reclaim her dignity and future. On the contrast between the two lovers. The love between Inaz and Tariq is passionate, but ultimately tragic, destroyed by external prejudice and internalized pain. The love between Inaz and Joseph is a journey of healing, partnership, and hope, overcoming adversity through solidarity and compassion. These contrasts are vividly illustrated in the novel's narrative, dialogue, and character arcs. How Inaz returns to India after escaping from her abusive marriage with Osama. Here's a detailed summary based on the novel's narrative. Escape from Osama and return to India. After enduring severe abuse in her marriage to Osama in Saudi Arabia, including sexual violence, imprisonment, and exploitation, Inaz manages to escape. She disguises herself as a boy, cuts her hair, and puts on male clothing to avoid detection. She travels alone to the Sudanese embassy in Riyadh, attempting to obtain travel documents, but is eventually caught and detained for violating strict Saudi laws regarding women's movement and identity. After a series of harrowing events, including imprisonment, threats of execution, and multiple attempts at forced repatriation, Inaz is eventually able to leave Saudi Arabia. She is helped by allies and, after a dramatic escape, finds her way to India, where she had previously studied medicine. The novel describes her journey as one marked by constant danger, betrayal, and the need to rely on disguises and forged documents to evade authorities. The role of allies and forged documents. Upon her return to India, Inaz is not alone. She receives crucial help from friends, particularly the Alexander family, notably Vijay Alexander and Teresa Alexander, who are Indian Christians. They orchestrate a complex plan to help her escape from a hotel in Doha, Qatar, where she is trapped and at risk of extradition to Sudan. The plan involves Teresa Alexander traveling from India to Doha with 2 passports, her own and a forged one with Inaz's photo but Teresa's name. Inaz disguising herself as a boy to leave the hotel undetected. At the airport, Inaz changes back into female clothing and uses the forged passport to board a flight to India. Upon arrival in India, she destroys the forged passport to avoid detection. Challenges upon return. Despite successfully returning to India, Inaz faces new challenges. Her name is blacklisted, and she is eventually arrested at the airport for illegal entry and forgery. She is subjected to harsh interrogations and imprisonment, but ultimately, her allies help prove her innocence and expose the corruption and abuse she suffered. Summary: Inaz returns to India after escaping her abusive marriage with Osama by relying on disguises, forged documents, and the courageous assistance of friends like Teresa Alexander and Vijay Alexander. Her journey is marked by danger, resilience, and the constant threat of being captured or deported, but ultimately, her determination and the support of her allies enable her to find refuge. How the Sudanese students twisted the past life of Inaz and told it to Joseph. Here's a detailed answer based on the content of the novel Inaz and the 2 Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed. When Joseph, the Ethiopian Christian student, became friendly with Inaz, he was quickly exposed to a barrage of rumors and twisted stories about her from the Sudanese students living in the same international hostel. These students, both male and female, were deeply hostile toward Inaz due to her defiance of social, religious, and racial norms. They collectively constructed and spread a narrative that painted her in the worst possible light. The nature of the rumors. Accusations of immorality and prostitution. The Sudanese students claimed that Inaz was not only involved in an illicit relationship with Tariq, her first lover, but also accused her of being a prostitute. They alleged that she sold her body to foreign students and Indian rich men, and that her apartment was a brothel where men came and fucked her as a high-profile Arab prostitute. They even said she danced naked for clients and sold alcohol and drugs from her apartment. Twisting her relationships. They told Joseph that Inaz had lived with Tariq in open adultery, and that when rumors reached her family, her father came to India and almost killed her in an honor attack. They claimed her marriage to Tariq was a sham, and that she later married her cousin Osama only to run away and cause more scandal. Blaming her for family and community shame. The students said Inaz had brought shame to her family and the Sudanese community, and that her actions were so disgraceful that her father had to intervene multiple times, including locking her up and beating her. Allegations of deception and manipulation. They accused her of manipulating men for personal gain, including her relationships with both Tariq and Joseph. Some even suggested she converted to Christianity and married Joseph only to escape her past and gain asylum. How did Joseph hear these stories? Direct confrontation and gossip. Whenever Joseph sat in the hostel cafeteria or common areas, Sudanese students would approach him and share these stories, sometimes as warnings and sometimes as gossip. They would tell him not to trust Inaz, painting her as a manipulative and immoral woman. Isolation and social pressure. The Sudanese students also isolated Joseph, making it clear that associating with Inaz would damage his reputation. They implied that his relationship with her would bring him the same shame and ostracism she faced. Continuous reinforcement. The rumors were not a one-time event. Joseph heard new and more elaborate versions of the same stories every day, especially in the hostel cafeteria and among groups of Sudanese students. The impact on Joseph. Confusion and curiosity. Initially, Joseph was confused and troubled by the stories, but he was also curious about the truth. This led him to approach Inaz directly and ask her about her past, seeking her version of events. Empathy and support. Despite the rumors, Joseph chose to believe in Inaz's innocence and resilience. He became her confidant and supporter, helping her to reclaim her narrative and stand up to the community's hostility. In summary, the Sudanese students twisted Inaz's past by spreading malicious rumors about her morality, relationships, and intentions. They told Joseph that she was a source of shame, a manipulator, and even a prostitute, hoping to isolate her and warn him away. These stories were a mix of exaggeration, fabrication, and social prejudice, reflecting the community's deep-seated racism, misogyny, and resistance to anyone who challenged their norms. Joseph's response to the rumors about Inaz. 1. Initial confusion and curiosity. When Joseph first heard the malicious rumors and twisted stories about Inaz from the Sudanese students, accusations of immorality, prostitution, and manipulation, he was understandably confused and troubled. The constant barrage of negative stories made him question what was true and what was fabricated. 2. Seeking the truth directly from Inaz. Instead of accepting the rumors at face value, Joseph chose to approach Inaz directly. He asked her about her past and gave her the opportunity to share her own version of events. This direct communication allowed Inaz to explain her experiences, the abuse she suffered, and the reality behind the rumors. 3. Empathy and support. After hearing Inaz's story, Joseph responded with empathy and compassion. He believed in her innocence and resilience, recognizing that she was a victim of social prejudice, misogyny, and racism. Rather than distancing himself, Joseph became her confidant and supporter, helping her to reclaim her narrative and stand up to the community's hostility. 4. Standing by Inaz publicly. Joseph's support for Inaz was not just private. He stood by her side publicly, even as the Sudanese students continued to ostracize and gossip about her. His loyalty and refusal to abandon her in the face of social pressure demonstrated his deep commitment and love. 5. Challenging the community's narrative. By choosing to believe Inaz and support her, Joseph implicitly challenged the narrative constructed by the Sudanese students. His actions showed that he valued personal truth and integrity over community gossip and prejudice. In summary, Joseph responded to the rumors about Inaz with confusion at first, but he chose to seek the truth directly from her. After hearing her story, he offered empathy, support, and public solidarity, rejecting the malicious gossip and standing by her side despite community pressure. A detailed account of how the love between Inaz and Joseph begins in Bombay, how it develops, and the persecutions they face from the Sudanese community in India and Sudan. How the love of Inaz and Joseph begins in Bombay. The relationship between Inaz and Joseph starts after Inaz has already endured significant trauma and persecution due to her earlier relationships and forced marriages. Joseph is an Ethiopian Christian medical student in Bombay, India. Their connection begins as a friendship rooted in compassion and mutual respect. Joseph notices that Inaz is the most hated and persecuted Sudanese girl among the Sudanese student community in Bombay. He is moved by her isolation and suffering, and their friendship develops as he seeks to understand her story and offer support. Their love grows gradually, starting from compassion and friendship after Inaz's traumatic experiences. Joseph offers unwavering support, and their bond deepens into a partnership based on mutual respect, solidarity, and shared suffering. Joseph's empathy and steadfastness are crucial to Inaz's survival and recovery from trauma. Development of their relationship. As their relationship develops, Joseph becomes a source of healing and hope for Inaz. He helps her reclaim her agency and find the strength to resist further oppression. Their love is characterized by patience, trust, and deep emotional intimacy. Joseph's support is not only romantic, but also rooted in shared values and a commitment to justice and resistance against oppression. Their partnership is tested by external threats, religious intolerance, violence, and persecution, but they face these challenges together. Joseph stands by Inaz through her conversion to Christianity, legal battles, and eventual resettlement as refugees. Their love grows stronger through adversity, culminating in marriage, parenthood, and a new life together in Canada. Persecutions faced from Sudanese in India. The Sudanese student community in India acts as a moral police, enforcing conformity through surveillance, violence, and ostracism. Inaz's relationship with Joseph, an Ethiopian Christian, is met with violent opposition from Sudanese students, including physical attacks, social ostracism, and threats of honor killing. The community's hostility is rooted in both religious and cultural prejudice. Her conversion to Christianity and marriage to a Christian man provoked severe backlash, including attempts at forced repatriation and threats of execution for apostasy. The Sudanese students spread rumors, physically attack Joseph, and attempt to separate the couple. Inaz is subjected to slander, isolation, and repeated attempts to undermine her relationship with Joseph. The Sudanese embassy in India becomes involved, plotting to have her deported to Sudan for trial and execution for apostasy. These plots involve bribery, false accusations, and collaboration with corrupt Indian police. Persecutions faced from Sudanese in Sudan. When news of Inaz's conversion to Christianity and marriage to Joseph, an Ethiopian Christian boy, reaches her family and the Sudanese community, the persecution intensifies. Her father, a strict patriarch, attempts to kill her in an honor attack. The legal and cultural systems in Sudan reinforce patriarchal and tribal hierarchies, making it nearly impossible for women to choose their partners or escape abusive marriages. Inaz is disowned, threatened with death, and faces legal prosecution for apostasy. Her family and community view her actions as a betrayal of family, tribe, and religion. The Sudanese legal system, based on Sharia law, criminalizes apostasy and interfaith marriage, exposing Inaz to the threat of execution. Even after escaping to Canada, the novel acknowledges that threats from extremist networks persist. Key insights. The love between Inaz and Joseph is transformative, rooted in solidarity and resistance. Their relationship faces relentless persecution from both the Sudanese diaspora in India and the Sudanese community at home, driven by racism, religious intolerance, and patriarchal control. Despite these challenges, their partnership endures, symbolizing hope, resilience, and the possibility of healing and new beginnings. How Inaz's family reacts to her conversion to Christianity and her marriage to an Ethiopian Christian student. Family reaction to Inaz's apostasy and marriage. Initial reaction: shock, outrage, and violence. When Inaz converts to Christianity and marries Joseph, her Ethiopian Christian classmate, her family's reaction is one of extreme outrage and violence. Her father, a strict patriarch, sees her actions as a betrayal of family, tribe, and religion. Upon learning of her apostasy and marriage, he attempts to kill her in an honor attack, physically assaulting her and nearly killing her in India. Social and legal repercussions. The family's reaction is not limited to personal violence. Inaz is disowned and subjected to isolation and emotional abuse. Her conversion to Christianity is seen as apostasy, a crime punishable by death under Sudanese law. The family leverages both social and legal systems to control and punish her, including attempts to have her extradited back to Sudan for trial and execution for apostasy. Ongoing persecution. Even after Inaz escapes immediate danger, her family continues to pursue her. Her father travels internationally to find and punish her, and the family collaborates with Sudanese authorities and embassy officials to orchestrate her forced return. The family's actions are driven by a sense of wounded honor, religious duty, and fear of social stigma. They view her marriage to a Christian, especially an Ethiopian, as a scandal and a threat to their reputation. Conditional love and final disownment. Throughout the ordeal, Inaz's father's love is conditional. He only accepts her when she is obedient and upholds the family's reputation. When she asserts her independence, he sees her as a source of shame. Ultimately, after repeated attempts to control or punish her fail, her father disowns her, curses her, and declares her dead to the family. He explicitly states that unless she returns to Islam and leaves her infidel husband Joseph, she is no longer his daughter. Key points. Violent outrage. Her father attempts honor killing. Her mother is complicit. Legal and social persecution. Family uses legal systems and social pressure to punish and control her. Ongoing threats. Family collaborates with authorities for her extradition and possible execution. Conditional love. Acceptance is based on obedience. Disobedience leads to disownment and curses. Irreconcilable rift. The family ultimately severs all ties with Inaz unless she recants her apostasy and Christian marriage. Summary. Inaz's family reacts to her conversion to Christianity and marriage to Joseph with violence, legal and social persecution, and ultimately, total rejection. Their response is shaped by patriarchal, tribal, and religious values, and they see her actions as an unforgivable betrayal. The family's reaction is a central source of trauma and conflict in her journey. The 3 attempts made by the Sudanese embassy in India to extradite Inaz to Sudan to face the death penalty for apostasy. Here is a clear summary based on the detailed narrative from the novel. First attempt: direct embassy plot with police raid and forced deportation. The Sudanese embassy in India plotted with corrupt Indian police officers to raid Inaz's apartment in Bombay. She and her husband Joseph were arrested on false charges, such as drug trafficking, and the plan was to forcibly put Inaz on a plane to Sudan. This attempt was foiled at the last minute by the intervention of a Christian Indian businessman, Mr. Alexander, who managed to stop the deportation at the Bombay International Airport. Second attempt: hired gangsters and false arrest in New Delhi. After the first attempt failed, the embassy hired Muslim gangsters, posing as police officers, in New Delhi. These men raided the apartment where Inaz was staying, arrested her and another Indian girl on false prostitution charges, and tried to put Inaz on a direct flight to Khartoum. Inaz managed to escape at the airport by disguising herself and fleeing. Third attempt: fabricated charges, imprisonment, and secret deportation. After Inaz was arrested in Bombay on fabricated charges, including hate speech and drug smuggling, the embassy provided emergency travel documents and an air ticket for her deportation. She was separated from her baby, handcuffed, and put on a plane to Sudan via Doha. During a layover in Doha, she managed to alert authorities and the UN, which stopped her extradition at the last minute. These three attempts show a pattern of escalating tactics, from direct police collusion to hiring criminals to using legal and bureaucratic means, all with the goal of returning Inaz to Sudan to face execution for apostasy. Each time, international intervention or quick thinking on Inaz's part prevented her forced return. What are the two gates of paradise and hell that Joseph enters while trying to find Inaz in New Delhi? Here is a direct answer based on the novel. The two gates, paradise and hell, in Joseph's search for Inaz. While searching for Inaz in New Delhi after her disappearance, Joseph metaphorically enters two gates in his desperate attempts to find her. 1. The Gate of Paradise. This refers to the United Nations UN office in New Delhi. Joseph goes there early in the morning, hoping the UN can help him locate and rescue Inaz, believing that as a refugee, she will be protected and assisted. The UN office represents hope, safety, and the possibility of salvation, hence, the Gate of Paradise. However, Joseph is ultimately turned away at the gate because he is not an asylum seeker himself and is told to submit a written inquiry instead of being allowed inside. 2. The Gate of Hell. This refers to the Sudanese embassy in New Delhi. After being turned away from the UN, Joseph goes to the Sudanese embassy, hoping they will help him find Inaz. Instead, he encounters indifference and even hostility. The embassy staff are unhelpful and dismissive, and Joseph realizes that the embassy is complicit in the attempts to extradite Inaz and is not interested in her welfare. This experience is described as entering the Gate of Hell, a place of despair, danger, and betrayal. Summary table. Gate. Real-world location. Symbolic meaning. Paradise. UN office, New Delhi. Hope, protection, help. Hell. Sudanese embassy, New Delhi. Danger, betrayal, despair. These metaphors highlight Joseph's emotional journey and the contrast between hope and despair as he tries to rescue Inaz from her perilous situation. A detailed summary of how Inaz Ahmed Salah manages to escape in each attempt by the Sudanese embassy to return her to Sudan to face trial for apostasy at the Sharia court in Khartoum, as depicted in the novel. First attempt, the Bombay embassy plot. After Inaz converts to Christianity and marries Joseph, the Sudanese embassy in India, with the help of corrupt Indian police and diplomats, orchestrates her arrest on false charges. The plan is to forcibly deport her to Sudan, where she would face execution for apostasy. Escape. Inaz and Joseph are arrested by the police. Joseph is thrown behind bars and Inaz is taken to the international airport for deportation. At the last moment, an Indian Christian businessman, Mr. Vijay Alexander, intervenes. He contacts the head of the Bombay Criminal Investigation Department, CID, who sends police to the airport. The intervention stops the deportation, and Inaz is released from police custody, foiling the embassy's first attempt. Second attempt, the New Delhi embassy plot. After the first failed attempt, the embassy hires Muslim gangsters, posing as police, in New Delhi. They raid the apartment where Inaz is hiding, arrest her and another Indian girl on false prostitution charges, and try to put Inaz on a direct flight to Khartoum. Escape. Inaz is taken to the international airport, but manages to escape by disguising herself and fleeing during the chaos at the airport. She avoids being put on the plane and goes into hiding, once again evading forced repatriation. Third attempt, the Bombay police and embassy plot. After Inaz is arrested in Bombay on fabricated charges, including hate speech and drug smuggling, the embassy provides emergency travel documents and an air ticket for her deportation. She is separated from her baby, handcuffed, and put on a plane to Sudan via Doha, Qatar. Escape. During a layover in Doha, Inaz manages to alert authorities and the United Nations, explaining her situation as a refugee and the danger she faces if returned to Sudan. The UN intervenes, and Qatari authorities halt her deportation at the last minute. She is removed from the flight, granted protection, and eventually allowed to stay in Qatar until her case is resolved, thus narrowly escaping extradition and likely execution. Key points across all attempts. Each escape is a combination of quick thinking, support from allies, notably Mr. Vijay Alexander and the Alexander family, and intervention by international organizations or local authorities. Inaz's status as a refugee and the publicity around her case play crucial roles in mobilizing support and halting illegal deportation efforts. The embassy's repeated use of both legal and illegal means, bribery, false charges, use of corrupt police, and fabricated documents, underscores the danger and complexity of her situation. Ultimately, her survival depends on a network of compassionate individuals, timely legal intervention, and her own resilience. Why the legal representative of the UN in New Delhi refused to grant Inaz refugee status in India. Here's a detailed answer based on the content of the novel. Reason for refusal of refugee status. The legal representative of the UN in New Delhi, Mrs. Salma Muhammad Ahmed, initially refused to grant Inaz refugee status in India despite her strong case. The main reason given was that Inaz was married to an Ethiopian Christian husband, Joseph, and the UN office considered that she could safely relocate to Ethiopia with him. Since Joseph was not in danger in his home country, and Ethiopia was considered a safe destination, the UN office argued that Inaz did not meet the criteria for refugee status in India. They suggested that she could either return to Ethiopia with her husband or live there until he finished his studies, rather than remain in India as a refugee. The legal representative also implied that if Inaz had been single or married to a Sudanese man, her case would have been approved immediately. However, because her husband was Ethiopian and there was no threat to his life in Ethiopia, the UN office saw no compelling reason to grant her refugee status in India. Additional context. Bias and personal motives. The novel also suggests that Mrs. Salma Muhammad Ahmed, being a devout Muslim, was personally offended by Inaz's apostasy and the content of her application, which included criticism of Islam. This bias may have influenced her decision to delay or complicate Inaz's case, although the official reason given was the possibility of safe relocation to Ethiopia. Eventual approval. It is later revealed that after international attention and intervention, Inaz's case was eventually approved, but only after she had already suffered significant hardship and danger due to the initial refusal. What hardships Inaz faced as a result of the UN legal representative in New Delhi refusing to grant her refugee status in India. Here's a detailed summary based on the novel's content. Hardships faced by Inaz due to the refusal. 1. Loss of legal protection and increased vulnerability. Because Inaz was not granted refugee status, she lost the legal protection that would have allowed her to remain safely in India. This left her vulnerable to deportation, arrest, and exploitation by both authorities and hostile individuals. 2. Financial hardship and destitution. Without refugee status, Inaz could not legally work or access support. Her father had already cut off financial support due to her apostasy, and she was expelled from her medical college for non-payment of tuition. She and her husband Joseph became destitute, forced to live in slum conditions, and often went hungry. 3. Loss of educational opportunity. The refusal led directly to Inaz losing her place at the prestigious medical college. She could not renew her student visa or remain enrolled, which ended her dream of becoming a doctor and left her future uncertain. 4. Homelessness and unsafe living conditions. Unable to afford safe housing, Inaz and Joseph were forced to live in overcrowded, unsanitary slums and, at times, in a free hotel for refugees and asylum seekers, where conditions were described as worse than a prison. 5. Exposure to violence and exploitation. The lack of legal status made Inaz a target for abuse. She was subjected to harassment, threats, and violence from hostile community members, and later, from corrupt police and embassy officials who attempted to kidnap and deport her. 6. Psychological trauma and isolation. The ongoing uncertainty, fear of deportation, and repeated betrayals by institutions led to severe psychological distress. Inaz experienced depression, anxiety, and a sense of abandonment, especially as she was repeatedly denied help by those who should have protected her. 7. Legal limbo and bureaucratic delays. Her case was left undecided for a long time, which meant she could not move forward with her life, apply for resettlement, or plan for the future. This bureaucratic limbo compounded all her other hardships. In summary, the refusal of refugee status by the UN legal representative in New Delhi left Inaz in a state of extreme vulnerability, poverty, and danger, stripping her of legal protection and exposing her to a series of escalating hardships, financial, psychological, and physical, while also denying her the ability to rebuild her life in safety. Hardships faced by Inaz and Joseph in the Free Sudanese Students' Hotel in New Delhi. 1. Overcrowding and lack of privacy. The so-called hotel is actually a small, overcrowded apartment rented by 4 southern Sudanese Christian students, but it regularly houses 15 to 20 people at a time, including many out-of-town visitors and asylum seekers. There are only 2 rooms and 1 filthy toilet for everyone. Most people sleep on the compound floor, with no beds, cots, mattresses, or pillows, just shoes or clothes as makeshift pillows. Inaz is the only young woman among a large group of men, which makes her and Joseph feel especially vulnerable and exposed. 2. Unsanitary and unhygienic conditions. The single toilet is described as being as filthy as an Indian public washroom, which is notorious for poor hygiene. There is no kitchen or dining room, and the lack of basic amenities makes daily living extremely uncomfortable. The environment is infested with mosquitoes, rats, lizards, and other pests, making sleep and daily life miserable. 3. Food insecurity. Only 1 meal is served per day, usually between 2 to 4 p.m. If you miss it, you go hungry until the next day. The meal is prepared collectively, with everyone contributing what they can. The food is basic, often buffalo meat boiled for hours, with cheap vegetables and bread. The meal is eaten communally from a single large tray, using hands, in a competitive rush to get enough food before it runs out. There are no utensils, and hygiene is poor. 4. Lack of comfort and safety. Nights are particularly difficult. Sleeping outside in the compound exposes them to the elements, insects, and the risk of theft or harassment. Joseph is especially worried about Inaz's safety, as she is the only woman among many men, and he fears she could be targeted by the companionship-starved, sexually frustrated male visitors. Both are frequently bitten by mosquitoes and other insects, and their sleep is interrupted by heat, humidity, and the presence of rats and lizards. 5. Social and emotional hardship. The couple feels isolated and out of place, surrounded by strangers, and unable to find privacy or comfort. The constant influx of new, desperate asylum seekers adds to the sense of instability and insecurity. The environment is noisy, chaotic, and emotionally draining, with little opportunity for rest or peace. In summary, while staying in the free-of-charge Sudanese Students' Hotel in New Delhi, Inaz and Joseph endure severe overcrowding, unsanitary conditions, food insecurity, lack of comfort and safety, and significant emotional stress. Their experience is marked by deprivation, vulnerability, and a constant struggle to maintain dignity and hope in a harsh and inhospitable environment. The problems Inaz and Joseph faced in Bombay after being thrown out of the church. Here's a detailed summary based on the narrative in the novel. Problems faced by Inaz and Joseph in Bombay after church excommunication. 1. Loss of community and support. After being excommunicated from their church, Inaz and Joseph lose their main source of social, emotional, and practical support. The church had provided them with a sense of belonging, spiritual guidance, and sometimes material help. Without it, they feel isolated and vulnerable. 2. Financial hardship. Inaz's father withdraws financial support for her medical studies, leading to her expulsion from the medical college. She cannot pay tuition or living expenses, and Joseph's family can only send a small amount of money each month. The couple is forced to leave their apartment in the relatively comfortable Bandra neighborhood and move to a distant, impoverished suburb, Virar, where they live in a chawl, which is a slum hut, with minimal amenities. 3. Poor living conditions. Their new home in Virar is described as a hut in a slum, lacking comfort, privacy, and security. The area is unsafe, and the living conditions are harsh compared to their previous accommodation. They struggle with basic needs such as food, clothing, and shelter, and must rely on the kindness of neighbors for essentials like refrigeration, cooking, and laundry. 4. Emotional and psychological stress. The couple experiences deep emotional distress due to their isolation, poverty, and the constant threat of further persecution. Inaz feels especially vulnerable as a woman and as someone who has been ostracized by both her family and her religious community. Joseph is burdened by the responsibility of supporting his wife and by the uncertainty of their future. 5. Uncertainty about the future. With Inaz unable to continue her studies and Joseph barely able to afford his own, their prospects for improving their situation seem bleak. Their legal status in India becomes precarious, as Inaz's student visa is tied to her enrollment, and without it, she risks deportation or being forced to seek refugee status under difficult circumstances. 6. Social stigma and harassment. The couple faces ongoing social stigma from the Sudanese student community and others who disapprove of their relationship, Inaz's conversion to Christianity, and their unacceptable haram or forbidden marriage. They are subject to rumors, gossip, and sometimes direct hostility, which adds to their sense of insecurity and alienation. In summary, after being thrown out of the church, Inaz and Joseph face severe financial hardship, loss of community, poor living conditions, emotional distress, social stigma, and an uncertain future in Bombay. Their journey becomes a daily struggle for survival, dignity, and hope. A comparison of the two heads of the Bombay CD who deal with the case of Inaz in India, as depicted in the novel. Here's a detailed, evidence-based comparison of their characters, approaches, and impact on Inaz's ordeal. 1. The first head of the Bombay CID, Sam Sheepdog. Character and approach. Ethical and compassionate. The first head of the Bombay Criminal Investigation Department is described as a Hindu man who is a close friend of Mr. Vijay Alexander, the Indian Christian businessman who helps Inaz and Joseph. This CD chief is portrayed as principled, fair, and genuinely concerned about justice and the safety of vulnerable individuals. Protective of the persecuted. He intervenes multiple times to protect Inaz from corrupt Indian police officers, Sudanese diplomats, and Muslim Brotherhood student networks who attempt to kidnap and extradite her. He is instrumental in foiling the first two major plots against Inaz, including the airport kidnapping and the fabricated drug charges. Professional integrity. He is depicted as someone who upholds the law and is not swayed by religious or political pressure. His actions are motivated by a sense of duty and empathy for the persecuted, especially women and minorities. Personal cost. His commitment to justice comes at a personal cost. He eventually becomes seriously ill, lung and bronchial cancer, and is hospitalized, which removes his protective influence from Inaz's life at a critical moment. Impact on Inaz. Positive. His presence is a source of hope and safety for Inaz. He ensures that her rights as a refugee are respected and that she is not unjustly deported or harmed while he is in charge. Limitation. Once he is incapacitated, the system quickly reverts to corruption and abuse, highlighting how much Inaz's safety depended on his personal integrity. 2. The second head of the Bombay CD, Ralph Wolf / Aslam Noor al-Haq. Character and approach. Corrupt and predatory. The second head, Aslam Noor al-Haq, nicknamed Ralph Wolf, is depicted as the antithesis of his predecessor. He is a Muslim man who abuses his power, is deeply corrupt, and is motivated by personal vendetta, religious bias, and misogyny. Manipulative and ruthless. He orchestrates a campaign of intimidation, blackmail, and violence against Inaz. He fabricates evidence, coerces false confessions, and even commits rape during interrogation, videotaping the act to further blackmail her. Religious and personal bias. His actions are driven by a desire to punish Inaz for her apostasy from Islam and her criticisms of the religion and its prophet. He collaborates with the Sudanese embassy and other corrupt officials to ensure her suffering and potential extradition. Abuse of authority. He uses his position to cover up his crimes, manipulate the legal process, and threaten anyone who might expose him. He is eventually exposed through a DNA test that proves he fathered Inaz's child through rape, leading to his arrest, and disgrace. Impact on Anas. Negative and traumatic. His tenure marks the darkest period in Anaz's ordeal. She is subjected to torture, sexual violence, false criminal charges, and the threat of life imprisonment or extradition. Systemic corruption. His actions exemplify the dangers of unchecked power and the vulnerability of women and minorities in corrupt systems. Anaz's suffering is compounded by his personal vendetta and the institutional support he receives until his crimes are exposed. Summary table. Comparison. Aspect. First head of CID, Hindu, ethical. Second head of CID, Muslim, corrupt. Ethics. High integrity, law-abiding. Deeply corrupt, abuses power. Motivation. Justice, empathy, protection. Revenge, religious bias, misogyny. Treatment of Anas. Protective, supportive. Abusive, violent, predatory. Impact. Ensures safety and justice. Causes trauma, injustice, and suffering. Fate. Falls ill, loses influence. Exposed, arrested, disgraced. Key insights. The contrast between the two CID heads is stark and central to the novel's critique of institutional power. One represents the possibility of justice and compassion within a flawed system, while the other embodies the dangers of corruption, misogyny, and religious intolerance. Anaz's fate is shown to hinge not on the system itself, but on the character and ethics of those in power, a theme that resonates throughout the novel's broader critique of patriarchal and authoritarian structures. Why the novel Anas and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers uses the metaphors of Sam Sheepdog and Ralph Wolf to compare the two heads of the Bombay CID department. Here's a detailed explanation based on the novel's content. The metaphor. Sam Sheepdog and Ralph Wolf are classic cartoon characters from Warner Brothers. In their cartoons, Ralph Wolf constantly tries to steal sheep, while Sam Sheepdog's job is to protect the flock. Every day, they clock in, do their jobs, one as predator, one as protector, and then clock out, sometimes even as friends. The dynamic is one of relentless opposition. Ralph is always scheming, Sam is always vigilant, and the sheep are always at the center of their conflict. Application in the novel. This metaphor is used to illustrate the stark contrast between two different heads of the Bombay Criminal Investigation Department, CID. 1. Sam Sheepdog. The protector, the first head of the Bombay CID, is likened to Sam Sheepdog. This character is depicted as a protector, someone who uses their authority to defend the vulnerable, uphold justice, and intervene on behalf of the persecuted, such as Anas Ahmed Salah. When Anas faces threats, wrongful arrest, or attempts at extradition, this Sam Sheepdog figure is the one who steps in, investigates, and ensures her safety. The metaphor emphasizes vigilance, reliability, and a sense of duty to protect those at risk. 2. Ralph Wolf. The predator, the second head of the Bombay CID, is compared to Ralph Wolf. This character is portrayed as a predator, someone who abuses power, schemes against the vulnerable, and is motivated by self-interest or malice. In the narrative, this Ralph Wolf figure is responsible for orchestrating or enabling the persecution of Anas, including her wrongful arrest, torture, rape, and attempts to extradite her to face execution due to her apostasy from Islam and conversion to Christianity. He does that because he is a Muslim man. The metaphor highlights cunning, ruthlessness, and a willingness to harm others for personal or ideological and religious reasons. Effectiveness of the metaphor. Distinct moral distinction. The cartoon dynamic is straightforward and widely recognized, wherein one character acts as the protector while the other assumes the role of aggressor. The metaphor instantly communicates the moral polarity between the two CID heads. Cycle of conflict. Just as Sam and Ralph clock in and out, the novel suggests that the struggle between good and evil, protector and predator, is ongoing and cyclical within institutions. Power and responsibility. The sheepdog and wolf are both powerful, but only one uses power for protection. The metaphor critiques how authority can be wielded for justice or for abuse, depending on who holds it. Direct reference in the narrative. The novel explicitly uses this metaphor in the context of Anas Ahmed Salah's repeated encounters with the law in Bombay. just like the cartoon series of Ralph Wolf and Sam Sheepdog. Ralph Wolf repeatedly tries extremely hard to abduct the helpless sheep and eat them, while Sam Sheepdog always brutally punishes Ralph for the attempt. Unfortunately, the good Sam Sheepdog is dying of the deadliest cancer in the world at the Breach Candy Hospital, and the bad Ralph Wolf is in charge of the helpless sheep all alone when the escaped stray sheep in Oz has attempted to exit out of hell and fly to paradise. This passage makes it clear that the Sam Sheepdog character, the good CID head, is no longer able to protect Oz, leaving her vulnerable to the Ralph Wolf, the predatory CID head. Summary table. Cartoon metaphors CID head role behavior and novel impact on Oz. Sam Sheepdog protector defends, investigates, intervenes for justice, safety, hope, temporary protection. Ralph Wolf predator schemes, abuses power, enables persecution, danger, torture, wrongful imprisonment. In summary, the novel uses the Sam Sheepdog and Ralph Wolf metaphor to sharply contrast two types of authority figures, one who protects the vulnerable, Sam, and one who preys on them, Ralph. This metaphor not only clarifies the moral landscape of the story, but also underscores the precariousness of justice when power changes hands. Whether there are other metaphors used in the novel Oz and the two unmarriageable lovers. Yes, the novel is rich in metaphorical language and symbolism, often using vivid metaphors to deepen its social critique and emotional impact. Here are some notable examples, with references to the text. 1. The bottomless pit and hell. The Indian women's jail where Oz is imprisoned is repeatedly described as a bottomless pit, hell, and place of torment. This metaphor emphasizes the dehumanizing, hopeless, and nightmarish conditions of incarceration, likening the experience to a descent into the underworld or eternal damnation. 2. The Valley of the Shadow of Death. In describing the first two unmarriageable lovers, Oz and Tariq's escape through Yemen, the narrative refers to their journey as traveling through the Valley of the Shadow of Death. This biblical metaphor highlights the extreme danger, suffering, and uncertainty they face as refugees. 3. Zombie, ghost, and vampire imagery. Oz is called a zombie, ghost, or vampire by her detractors, especially when she returns to the International Students' Hostel after being presumed dead. These metaphors are used to convey her social death, ostracism, and the fear she inspires in her former community. 4. The cage and dungeon. The police wagons and jail cells are described as cages, dungeons, and animal pens, reinforcing the sense of captivity, loss of agency, and animalistic treatment of prisoners. 5. The sheep and wolf, Sam Sheepdog and Ralph Wolf. As previously discussed, the metaphor of Sam Sheepdog and Ralph Wolf is used to contrast the two heads of the Bombay CD, representing the protector and the predator, respectively. 6. Citizen of the world. After being stripped of her Sudanese citizenship and denied belonging in any country, Oz refers to herself as a citizen of the world. This metaphor expresses both her statelessness and her transcendence of national, religious, and cultural boundaries. 7. The jaws of Islam. The phrase, snatched from the jaws of Islam, is used to describe Oz's repeated escapes from death or extradition, likening the oppressive system to a predatory beast. 8. The angel of death. In several scenes, characters, such as Oz's father or the police, are described as the angel of death, symbolizing the ever-present threat of violence, honor-killing, or execution. 9. The Promised Land and Paradise. Canada and the West are metaphorically called the Promised Land and Paradise, contrasting with the hell of Oz's experiences in Sudan, Saudi Arabia, and India. This metaphor underscores the hope for freedom, dignity, and a new beginning. 10. The Black Coffin, burqa. The Islamic burqa, which is used by Muslim women for bodily covering, is described as a black coffin, curtain, or prison, symbolizing the oppression, invisibility, and social death imposed on women by patriarchal and religious norms. These metaphors are woven throughout the novel to create a powerful critique of oppression, violence, and the struggle for agency and dignity. A detailed summary of the 3 speeches delivered by Inaz in a small gathering in a school classroom in Bombay, as described in the novel Inaz and the 2 Unmarriageable Lovers. Book 1, a novel by Dr. A. Ahmed. Below is a comprehensive summary of each speech, based strictly on the content from the novel. 1. First speech, Women in Islam. Theme. This speech is a critical examination of the status, treatment, and rights of women in Islam, as derived from the Quran, the hadiths, sayings and traditions of the Prophet Muhammad, and the lived realities in Muslim societies. Key points. Misogynistic teachings. Inaz argues that the Quran and especially the hadiths contain deeply misogynistic teachings. She cites the works of influential Islamic scholars like Al-Ghazali, who describe women as inherently inferior, sources of temptation, and primarily created for the sexual satisfaction of men. Legal and social restrictions. She details the many restrictions placed on women, including the requirement to stay at home, limitations on education, the necessity of male guardianship, and the inability to initiate divorce. She highlights the legal inequality in testimony, inheritance, and leadership. Polygamy and marriage. The speech critiques polygamy, temporary marriages, nikah al-mut'ah, and other forms of marriage in Islam that disadvantage women. She notes that a woman's consent is often not required for marriage, and there is no minimum age for marriage, referencing the Prophet Muhammad's marriage to Aisha at the age of 6 and consummated his marriage to her when she was 9. Female genital mutilation, FGM. Inaz discusses the prevalence of FGM in Muslim societies, its justification in certain hadiths, and the lifelong physical and psychological harm it causes. Violence and obedience. She cites Quranic verses and hadiths that permit wife-beating and demand absolute obedience from women to their husbands, including sexual availability at all times. Paradise and punishment. The speech notes that Islamic teachings promise men 72 virgins in paradise, while women are told that most of them will go to hell, reinforcing their inferior status. Conclusion. Inaz concludes that the only way for Muslim women to achieve equality and dignity is to leave Islam, which she characterizes as inherently misogynistic and unreformable. 2. Second speech. The life of the Prophet Muhammad. Theme. This speech is a critical historical and theological analysis of the Prophet Muhammad's life, character, and the origins of the Quran, aiming to challenge the idealized image of Muhammad in Islamic tradition. Key points. Early life and claims to prophethood. Inaz discusses Muhammad's childhood, his epileptic fits, and the influence of his first wife Khadija and her cousin Waraka ibn Nawfal in shaping his prophetic claims. Revelation and doubt. She highlights Muhammad's initial doubts about his revelations, his fear of being possessed, and his suicide attempts, as recorded in authentic Islamic sources. Violence and intolerance. The speech details Muhammad's transition from a peaceful preacher in Mecca to a violent leader in Medina, who ordered assassinations of critics, including women poets, sanctioned torture, and led military campaigns. Sexual conduct. Inaz accuses Muhammad of being a womanizer, referencing his marriage to Aisha at a young age when she was 6, his many wives and concubines, and his sexual relations with slaves and captives. Miracles and supernatural claims. She argues that Muhammad performed no miracles except for the Quran, which she claims is full of contradictions, historical errors, and plagiarized stories from Jewish and Christian traditions. Abrogation and contradiction. The speech discusses the doctrine of abrogation, later verses superseding earlier ones, leading to contradictions within the Quran, especially regarding violence and tolerance. Hatred toward Jews and Christians. Inaz points out Muhammad's eventual hostility toward Jews and Christians, the expulsion and massacre of Jewish tribes, and the Quran's condemnation of Christian doctrines. Conclusion. She concludes that Muhammad's life and teachings are the root of violence, misogyny, and intolerance in Islam, and that his example cannot be a model for moral conduct. 3. Third speech. The atrocities of Islam. Theme. This speech is a sweeping historical indictment of Islam's spread by violence, its legacy of conquest, and its impact on non-Muslim societies, especially women and minorities. Key points. Jihad and conquest. Inaz asserts that Islam was spread primarily by the sword, citing Quranic verses and hadiths that command Muslims to fight, kill, and subjugate non-Muslims. She provides detailed historical accounts of Islamic invasions across the Middle East, North Africa, Persia, India, and Europe. Massacres and enslavement. She describes the mass killings, enslavement, and rape of non-Muslim girls and women during Islamic conquests, referencing specific events such as the massacre of the Jewish tribe of Banu Qurayza, the invasion of India, and the destruction of Christian and Jewish communities. Destruction of cultures. The speech covers the destruction of religious sites, libraries, and cultural heritage, such as the burning of the Alexandrian Library and the conversion of churches into mosques. Legalized discrimination. Inaz discusses the dhimmi system, jizya tax, and the systematic humiliation and subjugation of Jews and Christians under Islamic rule. Modern terrorism. She draws a direct line from early Islamic violence to contemporary jihadist movements like ISIS, arguing that they are faithfully following the example of Muhammad and the early caliphs. Suppression of dissent. The speech highlights the death penalty for apostasy and blasphemy, and the persecution of those who criticize Islam or leave the faith. Critique of Islamic apologetic. Inaz rebuts common apologetic arguments that Islam is a religion of peace, citing the doctrine of abrogation and the overwhelming historical evidence of violence. Conclusion. She concludes that Islam is inherently violent and unreformable, and that its teachings have caused immense suffering throughout history, especially for women, religious minorities, and non-Muslims. Significance and impact. These speeches, delivered by Inaz to a small group of secular Sudanese students, were secretly recorded and widely distributed, causing a major stir among the Sudanese student community and beyond. The speeches led to violent backlash, debates, and even apostasy among some listeners, highlighting the deep divisions and the risks faced by those who openly criticize Islam in such contexts. The reactions to the 3 speeches delivered by Inaz in a small classroom gathering in Bombay. Here is a detailed summary of the responses and consequences, based strictly on the content of the novel. Immediate reactions among the audience. Shock and outrage. The speeches were described as mighty storms that hit the Sudanese student community in Bombay, causing huge damage to the reputation of Islam and the Prophet Muhammad among the listeners. Many Muslim students were shocked, angered, and deeply offended by the content, which they considered blasphemous and defamatory. Demand for refutation. The Muslim students felt that if Inaz's speeches were not refuted point by point, Islam itself might collapse in the eyes of the community. There was an urgent demand for a public debate between Inaz and a highly qualified Muslim scholar, to be held in a large auditorium and recorded for wide distribution. Calls for violence. If Inaz refused to participate in such a debate, some students called for her to be silenced forever by the lions and lionesses of jihad, implying threats of violence or even death for her perceived blasphemy. Broader consequences. Apostasy out of Islam and conversion to Christianity. The speeches had a profound impact on some listeners. 3 Sudanese students became apostates and openly renounced Islam. 2 converted to Christianity and were baptized, while a 3rd began attending church with his Christian girlfriend. Violent backlash. There was a violent reaction from the Muslim student community. 2 secularist students who supported Inaz were attacked and seriously wounded. One was left handicapped for life. A secular Sudanese girl distributing the speeches was beaten by 3 lionesses of jihad and had to be rescued and hospitalized. Distribution and counter-propaganda. The speeches were secretly recorded and widely distributed, causing further uproar. In response, Muslim students began distributing religious tracts denouncing the speeches as a conspiracy by the enemies of Islam, the USA, and Israel, to destroy the religion. Requests for scholarly refutation. Copies of the speeches were sent to prominent Muslim scholars and imams in Sudan and Egypt, with requests for written or recorded refutations. Some scholars said it would take years to address all the criticisms and advised students to avoid listening to her speeches because Inaz, in their opinions, is a dangerous Muslim apostate woman. Personal and social fallout. Isolation and threats. Inaz became the target of intense hatred, threats, and social ostracism. She was labeled a blasphemer, apostate, and traitor by the majority of the Sudanese Muslim students. Escalation to institutional and legal persecution. The controversy over her speeches contributed to subsequent attempts to silence, deport, or prosecute her, both by Muslim student groups and by Indian authorities, as detailed in later parts of the novel. Summary table. Reaction type. Description. Outrage and demands for debate. Calls for public refutation. Threats of violence if Inaz refused debate. Violent backlash. Physical attacks on secularists and supporters. Hospitalization. Threats to Inaz. Apostasy and conversion. Several students left Islam. Some converted to Christianity. Counterpropaganda. Distribution of tracts denouncing the speeches as foreign conspiracy. Scholarly response. Requests for refutation sent to religious authorities. Warnings to avoid Inaz. Social isolation. Inaz faced hatred, threats, and ostracism. In summary, the reactions to Inaz's speeches were overwhelmingly hostile among the Muslim student community, leading to demands for public debate, violent reprisals, and widespread condemnation. At the same time, her speeches inspired a few to leave Islam and sparked intense debate and division within the community. A detailed summary of the debate featuring Inaz on Al Jazeera TV in Doha City, at the State of Qatar. Here's a comprehensive overview based on the content from the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Book 1. A novel by Dr. A. Ahmed. Context and setup. Debate topic. Is Islam the religion of terror? Participants. Inaz Ahmed Salah, a Sudanese apostate girl from Islam who converted to Christianity. Sheikh Muhammad Abu Jihad al-Barkusi, a professor from Al-Azhar al-Sharif University in Egypt. Moderator. Hassan Ismail al-Husseini, Al Jazeera TV producer. Format. Each speaker was given 10-minute segments for opening statements and rebuttals, with the debate broadcast live to millions of viewers across the Arab world. Opening statements. Inaz's position. Central claim. Islam, as taught in the Holy Quran and Hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad, is inherently violent and promotes terrorism. Evidence presented. She quoted multiple Quranic verses and hadiths that command fighting, killing, and terrorizing non-believers, such as Surah Al-Tawbah 9, verse 5, verse 29, Al-Anfal 8, verse 12, verse 60, and Al-Ma'idah 5, verse 33. She cited the Prophet Muhammad's sayings about being sent with the sword between his hands and commanded to fight all people until they bear witness that there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is the messenger of God. Mentioned in Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. Highlighted the historical spread of Islam by the sword, the treatment of Jews and Christians as second-class citizens, dhimmis, and the practice of jizya on non-Muslims. Discussed the abrogation doctrine, arguing that peaceful verses are superseded by later, more violent ones. Provided historical examples of Islamic invasions, mass killings, and enslavement. Asserted that apostasy is punishable by death in Islam, referencing both scripture and historical practice. Approach. Methodical, referencing specific sources, Quran, Hadith, classical commentators, and focused on the doctrinal and historical record. Sheikh Abu Jihad's position. Central claim. Islam is a religion of mercy, peace, and moral perfection. Accusations of terrorism are misinterpretations or taken out of context. Counterarguments. Accused Inaz of quoting verses and hadiths out of context and without proper scholarly interpretation. Emphasized the need for understanding the reasons for revelation, Asbab al-Nuzul, and classical commentaries, Ibn Kathir, al-Tabari, al-Qurtubi. Asserted that the Quran also contains verses about mercy, peace, and kindness. There is no compulsion in religion. We have not sent you except as a mercy to mankind. Highlighted stories of the Prophet's kindness, generosity, and forgiveness. Deflected by raising questions about Western violence, crusades, Hiroshima, colonialism, and asked why Inaz did not address these. Approach. Defensive, focusing on the positive aspects of Islamic tradition and challenging the legitimacy of Inaz's interpretations. Key exchanges and rebuttals. On Quranic verses and hadiths. Inaz insisted that the violent verses are clear, widely cited by classical scholars, and have historically shaped Islamic law and practice. She cited the doctrine of abrogation, showing that later sword verses override earlier peaceful ones, referencing classical sources, Al-Nisaburi, Ibn Kathir. Sheikh Abu Jihad argued that only scholars can interpret scripture, and that Inaz lacks the credentials to do so. He accused her of cherry-picking and ignoring context. On historical violence, Inaz detailed the history of Islamic invasions, the treatment of non-Muslims, rape of the defeated infidels' women, and the use of terror as a tool of expansion, referencing both Islamic and non-Muslim historians. Sheikh Abu Jihad countered by pointing to violence in Christian history and Western colonialism, suggesting that violence is not unique to Islam. On apostasy and freedom of religion, Inaz highlighted the death penalty for apostasy in Islamic law, citing both scripture and the consensus of scholars. Sheikh Abu Jihad did not directly refute this, instead emphasizing Islam's mercy and the Prophet's forgiveness. On women's rights and social justice, Inaz did not focus on this in the debate, but her broader narrative, from the novel, includes criticism of misogyny and gender-based violence in Islamic law. Debate dynamics and outcome. The debate was heated, with Sheikh Abu Jihad becoming visibly angry and at times resorting to personal attacks, questioning Inaz's motives and credentials. The moderator pressed both sides to answer each other's points, but the discussion often returned to the legitimacy of Inaz's interpretations versus the authority of traditional scholars. Inaz remained calm, methodical, and cited authentic Islamic sources for every claim, while Sheikh Abu Jihad relied on appeals to authority, tradition, and the positive image of the Prophet. The debate was abruptly cut off by Al Jazeera TV, replaced by a Quran recitation after protests and riots broke out in Doha in response to the broadcast. Aftermath. The debate caused a major uproar in Doha and across the Arab world, with protests against Al Jazeera for allowing a blasphemous apostate to speak against Islam on air. Inaz became a target for threats and was besieged in her hotel, requiring international intervention for her safety. The debate was widely discussed and shared, with millions viewing the broadcast and subsequent clips online. Significance. The debate is portrayed as a rare and dramatic confrontation between a former Muslim woman-turned-Christian critic and a leading representative of Islamic orthodoxy, broadcast to a massive audience. It highlights the deep divisions over the interpretation of Islamic texts, the role of violence in religious history, and the challenges faced by apostates and reformers in the Muslim world. How the Al Jazeera TV debate featuring Inaz Ahmed Salah in Doha, Qatar impacted public opinion. Here's a detailed summary of the debate's aftermath and its effects on audiences, both immediate and broader. Immediate public reaction. Massive uproar. The debate caused a major uproar in Doha and across the Arab world. As soon as the broadcast aired, thousands of Muslim protesters and rioters stormed the Al Jazeera TV studios in Doha, throwing stones and bricks, and shouting slogans against the producers for allowing a blasphemous apostate girl to speak against Islam and the Prophet Muhammad on air. Broadcast interrupted. Due to the intensity of the protests and the risk to staff and property, Al Jazeera TV abruptly cut the debate and replaced it with a Quran recitation. This was a direct response to the escalating unrest and the inability of the on-air scholar to refute Inaz's arguments to the satisfaction of the audience. Social media and international attention. Viral spread. Clips and summaries of the debate, especially Inaz's arguments and the scholar's inability to provide convincing rebuttals, spread rapidly on social media. The video of her being detained and nearly extradited went viral, with millions of views and widespread discussion. Sympathy and support. Many viewers, especially women's rights activists and secularists, expressed sympathy for Inaz and outrage at the threats and violence she faced. Her case became a rallying point for debates about apostasy, freedom of speech, and women's rights in the Muslim world. International media. The debate and its aftermath were covered by international outlets such as BBC Arabic, Al Jazeera, and France 24, further amplifying its impact and drawing global attention to the issues raised. Polarization and backlash. Muslim majority reaction. Among conservative and mainstream Muslim audiences, the debate was seen as a grave insult to Islam. Many called for Inaz to be prosecuted or even executed for blasphemy and apostasy. The scholars perceive failure to defend Islam led to anger and disappointment, with some blaming Al Jazeera for giving a platform to enemies of Islam. Reformist and secular response. Conversely, reformists, secularists, and women's rights advocates saw the debate as a breakthrough moment. Inaz's calm, evidence-based arguments and her personal story of persecution resonated with many, inspiring calls for greater freedom of expression and religious reform. Broader societal impact. Debate on Islam and reform. The debate intensified ongoing discussions about the role of violence in the main Islamic texts, Quran and Hadiths, and the treatment of Muslim apostates, and the need for reform. It exposed deep divisions within Muslim societies over interpretation, authority, and the limits of dissent. Personal consequences. Inaz became a symbol of resistance for some and a target for others. She faced increased threats to her safety, requiring international intervention and support from human rights organizations. Institutional response. Al Jazeera faced criticism and pressure from both sides, accused by conservatives of blasphemy and by reformists of censorship when the debate was cut short. Summary table. Group/audience. Reaction/impact. Conservative Muslims. Outrage, protests, calls for prosecution, disappointment, and scholars' defense. Reformists/secularists. Sympathy, support, calls for reform, viral sharing of debate. International media. Amplified coverage, focus on apostasy, women's rights, and freedom of speech. Al Jazeera TV faced riots, criticism, and was forced to cut the broadcast. Inaz herself became a symbol of both resistance and controversy, faced increased threats. In summary, the debate had a polarizing effect, sharply dividing public opinion. It sparked widespread protest and condemnation among conservative Muslims, but also galvanized reformist and secular voices, leading to international attention and debate about freedom of expression, apostasy, and women's rights in the Muslim world. The event highlighted the risks faced by dissenters and the challenges of open debate on sensitive religious issues in the region. The response of the Muslim women's rights activists to the ordeals of Inaz when she is rescued at Doha International Airport. Here's a detailed summary based on the novel's content. The response of Muslim women's rights activists. When Inaz is miraculously rescued at Doha International Airport from being extradited to Sudan, her case draws significant attention from Arab and Muslim women's rights activists. These activists, who are themselves Arab and Muslim women, conduct a deep interview with Inaz to understand the full scope of her suffering and persecution. Their investigation leads to a shocking discovery that resonates throughout the Arab world and provokes both admiration and outrage. Key points of their response. Root cause analysis. The activists conclude that the real culprit behind all the abuses and ordeals suffered by Inaz is not just her family or the Sudanese embassy, but the religious and legal system itself, specifically, the teachings and laws of Islam as practiced in her context. They trace her suffering to the absolute authority given to fathers and husbands over women, forced marriage, honor violence, guardianship. The lack of freedom for women to choose their religion or spouse. The legal and social structures that punish apostasy and rebellion, especially for women. Systemic critique. The activists argue that the abuses Inaz endured, forced marriage, honor violence, imprisonment, rape, legal persecution, and repeated attempts at forced repatriation, are not isolated incidents, but are enabled and justified by religious texts and the Sharia law. They point to authentic hadiths and Quranic verses that empower male guardianship, restrict women's autonomy, and prescribe harsh punishments for apostasy. Paradigm shift. Their findings are described as a Copernican revolution for the Muslim world. Instead of blaming only individuals or corrupt officials, they place the responsibility on the religious system itself. They call for a shift from blaming bad scholars or misinterpretations to recognizing that the core texts and laws themselves perpetuate women's oppression. They argue that true reform and women's liberation require confronting and changing these foundational doctrines, not just their implementation. International and regional impact. The activists' conclusions spark outrage among conservative religious leaders and institutions across the Middle East and North Africa, who denounced the women's rights activists as man-haters, lesbians, or even apostates. However, their message also resonates with many women and young people, fueling debates about women's rights, religious reform, and secularism in the Arab world. Solidarity and hope. The activists expressed solidarity with Inaz and other women like her, seeing her ordeal as emblematic of the struggles faced by millions of women in patriarchal and theocratic societies. They highlight the importance of international human rights, the right to change one's religion, and the need for global support for women fleeing religious and gender-based persecution. In summary, the Muslim women's rights activists respond to Inaz's ordeal by identifying the root cause of her suffering as the intersection of patriarchal culture and religious law. They call for a fundamental rethinking of women's rights in Muslim societies, arguing that true liberation requires challenging the religious and legal structures that enable such abuses. Their response is both a critique of the status quo and a call to action for reform and solidarity. Direct quotes from the activists' interview regarding Inaz's ordeal after her rescue at Doha International Airport. Here are key direct quotes and representative passages from the activists' interview and analysis, as presented in the novel. Direct quotes from the Muslim women's rights activists' interview. They collectively reached the unavoidable conclusion that the real culprit behind all the evils that befell Inaz is none other than the religion that she had boldly and courageously forsaken. Their conclusion resonate with resilience and courage for them, but counted as blasphemy by all Muslims of the Middle East and North Africa. Therefore, their findings created so much anger, resentment, and protest across the Muslim world. The Arab women's rights activists traced the root of the abuses and persecutions of the apostate girl, which went beyond those Sudanese diplomats and students in India who hate her and made several attempts to destroy her life, starting from her Muslim father who made 3 attempts to slay her. Firstly, her father almost killed her in Pune City when he heard a mere rumor that his Arab daughter married an African Sudanese boy by the name of Tariq Harun al-Ajabo, without his knowledge and consent. The women's rights activists found out there are authentic hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad, which said a marriage of a girl without the permission of her wali, father, or another guardian is invalid. Therefore, the Muslim father empowered and supported by such a hadith, he could not be condemned alone without pointing a finger at the founder of Islam, who gave him this absolute right on the life of his daughter to control her and decide who to marry. In conclusion, the underlying cause of her abuses and persecutions is the religion of Islam. Their findings are described as a Copernican revolution for the Muslim world. Instead of blaming only individuals or corrupt officials, they place the responsibility on the religious system itself. Accordingly, those Arab Muslim women's rights activists want to change the universally accepted theory which put the Muslim scholars, leaders, clerics, imams, terrorist groups, and terrorists in the center of criticism, and that by putting all the blame on them and falsely accusing them of misinterpreting the peaceful Islamic texts, the Quran, and hadiths which, as they say, put the woman in the best status. Nevertheless, according to their new theory, the religion of Islam and its founder are supposed to be the center of all attacks and refutations. The teachings of the Quran and the hadiths inspired the Muslim scholars to come up with all those terrorizing doctrines and misogynistic teachings. Therefore, the teachings of the Quran and the hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad inevitably produce abusers and terrorists. Their conclusion proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Islam is an inherently violent and evil religion. As such, it can neither be reformed nor improved. The apostasy of the Sudanese girl Inaz and the conversion of those 3 Saudi young girls are like hidden tsunami beneath a frozen sea of snow or mountain of a glacier or molten lava of a volcano waiting for a small crack to erupt. In Egypt alone, 2 million youth left Islam and became atheists. By their conversions and demands, those 4 young Muslim girls had rebelled against all their religious restrictions and their draconian social system that embodied in the Sharia law, which showed favor to the Muslim males and allowed them to oppress their women as daughters, sisters, and wives. Therefore, if the conclusion of those Arab Muslim women's rights activists is accepted, then the Middle East will change overnight into a secular society, same as the secular Western countries and other free societies, which gave the woman equal rights with the man. These quotes capture the core message of the activists. They see Inaz's ordeal as a direct result of systemic religious and legal oppression, not just individual or cultural failings. Their response is both a critique of the religious system and a call for a paradigm shift in how women's rights are understood and fought for in the Muslim world. A comparison of the looks of Tariq's Egyptian wife and his Sudanese girlfriend in the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed. Here's a direct, evidence-based comparison based on the novel's descriptions. Tariq's Egyptian wife. Physical appearance. She is described as an unbelievably ugly and skinny girl who has no breasts and flesh on her bones. She also has a flat backside and no buttocks at all. If she is walking on the street, the person will not know whether she is coming forward towards him or going backward from him. She is like a walking skeleton or a zombie that came out of her grave. Her teeth are visible even though her mouth is closed up most of the time. When she speaks, she snores and her voice sounds like an ogre. Complexion and hair. Despite her lack of conventional beauty, she is reddish in her complexion, and for the Black African Sudanese, she appeared as Miss World. She has straight hair, which is highly valued in the context of Sudanese beauty standards. Tariq's Sudanese girlfriend, Inaz. Physical appearance. Inaz is repeatedly described as exceptionally beautiful, with a very charming personality. She is noted for her beautiful face and sexy body, and her physical attractiveness is a recurring theme throughout the novel. Her beauty is so striking that it is a source of both admiration and envy among other characters. Complexion and hair. She is an Arab Sudanese girl, which in the context of the novel means she has lighter skin compared to African Sudanese characters. Her hair is described as long and straight, which is also considered a mark of beauty in her society. Comparative summary. Tariq's Egyptian wife is depicted as physically unattractive by both Sudanese and broader standards in the novel, extremely thin, lacking curves, and with features that are described in almost grotesque terms. However, her light skin and straight hair are considered valuable traits in Sudanese society. Tariq's Sudanese girlfriend, Inaz, is portrayed as the epitome of beauty, attractive, curvaceous, with a charming personality, and possessing the light skin and straight hair that are highly prized in her cultural context. The contrast is stark. While Tariq's Egyptian wife is chosen for her skin color and hair, despite her lack of other attractive features, Inaz is described as beautiful in every sense, both by her own community and by outsiders. How the appearances of Tariq's Egyptian wife and his Sudanese girlfriend affect their relationships in the novel. Here's a detailed, evidence-based analysis. 1. Tariq's Egyptian wife. Appearance and relationship impact. Appearance. She is described as extremely unattractive, unbelievably ugly and skinny, with no breasts and flesh on her bones, a flat backside, and a skeleton or zombie look. Her teeth are visible even when her mouth is closed, and her voice is described as like an ogre. However, she has reddish, light skin and straight hair, which are highly valued in Sudanese society. Impact on relationship. Motivation for marriage. Tariq marries her not out of love or attraction, but because her skin color and hair meet the social ideals prized by his family and community. The marriage is transactional. Her family is poor, and his is wealthy, so her family is eager for the match despite her lack of beauty. Emotional distance. There is no emotional or physical attraction between them. The relationship is described as a marriage of convenience, with neither partner feeling genuine affection. Tariq's parents value her for her appearance, skin, and hair, not her personality or beauty, and Tariq himself is not emotionally invested. Social status. Her appearance, light skin, straight hair, elevates Tariq's status in the eyes of his family and community, even though he does not love her. This reflects the deep-seated colorism and social hierarchy in Sudanese society. 2. Tariq's Sudanese girlfriend, Inaz. Appearance and relationship impact. In her appearance, Inaz is described as exceptionally beautiful, with a very charming personality, a beautiful face and sexy body, and long and straight hair. She is an Arab Sudanese girl, which means she has lighter skin compared to African Sudanese characters. Impact on relationship. Passionate but doomed love. Tariq is deeply attracted to Anaz, and their relationship is passionate and emotionally intense. However, their love is doomed from the start because of entrenched social, racial, and tribal prejudices. Despite her beauty, Inaz is considered unmarriageable for Tariq because of her Arab background and the color-based hierarchy in Sudanese society. Social barriers, the very features that make Inaz attractive to Tariq, her beauty, her Arab identity, are the same ones that make their relationship impossible in the eyes of their families and community. Her beauty becomes a source of pain for both, as it highlights the impossibility of their union. Emotional consequences, the impossibility of marrying Inaz, despite their mutual attraction, leads to frustration, bitterness, and eventual emotional distance. Tariq's sense of inadequacy and social rejection is heightened by the contrast between Inaz's beauty and his own marginalized status. 3. Comparative analysis. How appearance shapes each relationship. Tariq's Egyptian wife. Her lack of beauty means there is no real emotional or physical connection, but her light skin and straight hair fulfill a social function. The marriage is loveless and transactional, serving to satisfy family and societal expectations rather than personal happiness. Tariq's Sudanese girlfriend, Inaz, her beauty and charm create a strong emotional bond and passionate love, but these same qualities, combined with her Arab identity, make the relationship socially forbidden. Their love is intense, but ultimately tragic, as societal barriers based on appearance and identity prevent them from being together. Key insight. In both cases, appearance is not just a matter of personal attraction, but is deeply intertwined with social status, racial and tribal hierarchies, and the expectations of family and community. For Tariq, his Egyptian wife's appearance brings social acceptance, but no love, while his Sudanese girlfriend's beauty brings love, but also insurmountable barriers and heartbreak. A comparison of the looks of Inaz's Sudanese boyfriend, Tariq, and her Ethiopian boyfriend, Joseph, as described in the novel. Here's a detailed comparison based on the novel's content. Tariq, Sudanese boyfriend. Physical appearance. Tariq is repeatedly described by Sudanese society as a black crow, a term loaded with racial prejudice. He is of African, Fur, descent, and despite his wealth and good character, his dark skin and tribal background make him unmarriageable in the eyes of Inaz's Arab family and community. Social perception. The Black Crow label is not just a private insult, but a public barrier, making any future together impossible in their society's eyes. Tariq's appearance is a source of stigma and social violence, and he is constantly reminded of his unmarriageable status due to his looks and background. Impact on relationship. The constant reminders of his status create deep insecurity in Tariq. He is aware that, no matter his virtues, he will never be accepted as a legitimate suitor for Inaz. This insecurity shapes his behavior, making him sometimes passive and later, as the relationship deteriorates, resentful and wounded. Joseph, Ethiopian boyfriend. Physical appearance. Joseph is described as a white peacock, symbolizing exceptional beauty, rarity, and a kind of exotic allure. He is an Ethiopian Christian, and his striking appearance is noted by both men and women in the novel. Sudanese students in India call him Sayyidina Yusuf al-Jamil, our beautiful Joseph, and he is admired, even lusted after, by many. Social perception. Joseph's looks initially draw attention and curiosity, including from Inaz. His beauty is a source of fascination, but unlike with Tariq, it does not carry the same stigma or social penalty for Inaz, at least not in the same way. Instead, it is his religious difference, being Christian, that becomes the main social barrier, not his appearance. Impact on relationship. Joseph's beauty is associated with healing, hope, and new beginnings. His looks are not a source of shame or exclusion for Inaz, but rather become part of the attraction and the sense of possibility in their relationship. Their love is transformative and redemptive, and Joseph's beauty is part of the new life and hope that Inaz finds with him, contrasting sharply with the pain and exclusion associated with Tariq. Direct quotes from the novel. On Tariq's appearance and social stigma. She knew and understood that her parents would never allow her to marry a boy like Tariq. They may permit her to marry a dog or a pig, but not a boy of Tariq's family background. Tariq's father is from Darfur, and his mother is from the Nuba Mountains. Even though his father is one of the 5 richest men in the capital city of Sudan, still her parents are not going to agree to such a marriage. Inaz is facing heavy persecution because she fell in love with a black Sudanese boy who is having a fur father and a Nobawiya mother. Moreover, his father is called by everybody in Khartoum the Karabi man. Such a union between a pure Arab girl as Inaz and a black Karabi boy like Tariq, it is impossible to happen, and if it happens, it is a rarity. On Joseph's appearance and social perception. In India, in the city of Bombay, some Sudanese students saw a handsome Ethiopian boy, and they are struck by his marvelous beauty and therefore began to call him Sayyidina Yusuf, which means our beautiful Master Yusuf. Some of them are lusting after his remarkable beauty, and some tried to go ahead and entice him into sexual deals. Nevertheless, the handsome Ethiopian boy is not gay, and hence he frustrated all their efforts. Her new lover Joseph is called by her country people the beautiful white Indian peacock. Her new lover is also called Sayyidina Yusuf al-Jamil, or our lovely prophet Joseph. Her former African lover Tariq was called by everyone the ugly black Sudanese crow. Summary table. Aspect. Tariq, black crow. Joseph, white peacock. Social perception. Racially stigmatized, unmarriageable. Admired, exoticized, ideal beauty. Barrier. Race/tribe/skin color. Religion/culture. Impact on Inaz. Shame, insecurity, social violence, impossible future. Admiration, hope, healing, possibility of new life. Relationship outcome. Tragic, marked by loss and bitterness. Transformative, marked by healing and partnership. Symbolism, pain of exclusion, tragedy of racism. Hope, resilience, cross-cultural solidarity. In summary, the looks of Tariq are a source of stigma and social exclusion, deeply affecting his relationship with Inaz and leading to tragedy. In contrast, Joseph's beauty is admired and becomes a symbol of hope and transformation in Inaz's life, though his relationship with her faces different, religious barriers. The novel uses these contrasting perceptions to highlight the destructive power of racism and the possibility of healing and new beginnings across boundaries. A comparison of the personalities of Tariq, Inaz's Sudanese boyfriend, and Joseph, her Ethiopian boyfriend, as depicted in the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed. Here's a detailed, evidence-based comparison. Tariq, Sudanese boyfriend. Key personality traits. Loving but insecure. Tariq's love for Inaz is genuine and intense, but he is constantly aware of the social and familial barriers between them. He is both devoted and, at times, passive in the face of overwhelming opposition. Resilient but wounded. He endures repeated rejection and violence due to his race and background, which leaves him emotionally scarred and sometimes resentful. Proud, yet vulnerable. Tariq is proud of his heritage and family, but the constant denigration by Inaz's family and community makes him feel inferior and unmarriageable, fueling both longing and bitterness. Reactive and vengeful. As the story progresses, Tariq's pain and sense of betrayal, especially after Inaz's conversion to Christianity and marriage to Joseph, lead him to actions motivated by revenge, including attempts to sabotage her happiness and reputation. Struggles with agency. He is often passive, accepting the unmarriageable label and not fighting for Inaz as assertively as he might. Later, his actions become more assertive but also more destructive, reflecting his internal conflict and wounded pride. Motivations. Desire for love and acceptance. Tariq's primary motivation is his love for Inaz and his longing to be accepted by her and her family. The constant rejection he faces makes him oscillate between hope and despair. Need for justice and revenge after feeling betrayed by Inaz. Tariq's motivations shift towards seeking justice as he sees it, which sometimes manifests as vengeful actions. Character arc. From hopeful lover to disillusioned outsider, Tariq begins as a hopeful, loving young man, but repeated rejection and violence from Inaz's family and community erode his optimism. Victim to reluctant antagonist. Initially a victim of racism and prejudice, Tariq's pain and sense of loss eventually lead him to become an antagonist in Inaz's life, participating in schemes that further complicate her situation. Joseph, Ethiopian boyfriend. Key personality traits. Compassionate and supportive. Joseph is consistently portrayed as deeply empathetic, offering unwavering emotional and practical support to Inaz through her ordeals. He is one of the few people who believes her story, stands by her during persecution, and risks his own safety for her. Resilient and loyal. Despite facing racism, violence, and social ostracism for his relationship with Inaz, Joseph remains steadfastly loyal. He endures physical attacks, separation, and the threat of death without abandoning Inaz. Principled and courageous. Joseph's actions are guided by a strong moral compass. He refuses to leave Inaz even when she is imprisoned, falsely accused, or at her lowest. He postpones his own studies and ambitions to care for her and their child, demonstrating self-sacrifice and courage. Patient and forgiving. Joseph is patient in the face of repeated setbacks and betrayals by institutions and individuals. Even when he suspects Inaz may have been forced into compromising situations, he chooses understanding and forgiveness over judgment. Motivations. Love and devotion. Joseph's primary motivation is his deep love for Inaz. He is willing to endure hardship, risk his life, and make personal sacrifices to protect and support her. Justice and solidarity. He is motivated by a sense of justice, standing up against racism, religious intolerance, and abuse of power. His solidarity with Inaz is not just romantic, but also rooted in shared values and a commitment to resisting oppression. Hope for a better life. Joseph dreams of a future where he and Inaz can live freely, safely, and with dignity, away from the violence and prejudice they face. Character arc. From outsider to protector, Joseph begins as an outsider, both racially and religiously, in the Sudanese and Indian student communities. Over time, he becomes a protector and anchor for Inaz, taking on increasing responsibility for her safety and well-being. Growth through adversity. The challenges Joseph faces, racism, violence, separation, and the threat of losing Inaz, force him to grow in resilience, resourcefulness, and emotional strength. He becomes a model of steadfast love and moral integrity. Agent of healing. Joseph's presence is healing for Inaz, offering her acceptance, understanding, and a sense of belonging that she is denied by her family and community. His love helps her survive trauma and reclaim her agency. Summary table. Aspect. Tariq, Sudanese boyfriend. Joseph, Ethiopian boyfriend. Core traits. Loving, insecure, proud, wounded, reactive, sometimes vengeful. Compassionate, supportive, principled, patient, forgiving. Response to adversity. Becomes passive, then reactive and vengeful, struggles with agency. Grows more resilient, becomes a protector and healer. Motivation. Love, acceptance, dignity, justice, sometimes revenge. Love, justice, solidarity, hope for a better life. Arc. Hopeful lover, wounded outsider, reluctant antagonist. Outsider, steadfast partner, agent of healing. Impact on Inaz. Source of early love and pain, ultimately a tragic figure. Source of healing, hope, and partnership. Symbolism. Pain of exclusion, tragedy of racism. Hope, resilience, cross-cultural solidarity. In summary, Tariq is a complex, tragic figure whose personality is shaped by love, insecurity, pride, and the wounds of racism and rejection. His journey is marked by hope, pain, and ultimately bitterness and passivity, sometimes turning to vengeful actions. In contrast, Joseph is defined by compassion, resilience, and unwavering support. He grows through adversity into a protector and healer, embodying hope and the possibility of love and solidarity across boundaries. Their contrasting personalities are central to the novel's exploration of trauma, resilience, and the search for dignity and belonging. The role of the head of the Bombay CID department in the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed. Here's a detailed summary based on the content of the novel. Role of the head of Bombay CID. The head of the Bombay Criminal Investigation Department, CD, also referred to as Ralph Wolf or Aslam Noor al-Haq in the novel, is a central antagonist in the latter part of the story. This character is depicted as a corrupt, abusive, and powerful high-ranking police official who exploits his authority for personal gain and to perpetuate systemic injustice, especially against vulnerable individuals like Inaz. Key functions and actions. Instrument of state and institutional abuse. The head of CID is portrayed as the embodiment of institutional corruption and abuse of power in India. He uses his position to manipulate legal processes, fabricate evidence, and orchestrate false charges against Inaz, particularly after her return to India under a forged identity. Fabrication of charges. When Inaz is arrested at the airport for re-entering India despite being blacklisted, the head of CID personally oversees her interrogation. He and his subordinates subject her to brutal torture, coercing her into false confessions about drug smuggling and sexual misconduct. These fabricated charges are designed to ensure her prolonged imprisonment and to discredit her character. Sexual abuse and blackmail. The novel describes in detail how the head of CID abuses his authority to sexually assault Inaz during her detention. He blackmails her with threats of harsher charges and fabricates evidence, including a coerced video, to ensure her silence and compliance. This abuse is both physical and psychological, and it is used as a tool to further victimize Inaz and cover up the corruption within the police force. Manipulation of the legal system. The head of CID collaborates with other corrupt officials to ensure that Inaz is charged with the most serious crimes possible, including drug trafficking and forgery. He also arranges for the release and repatriation of other criminals, such as Inaz's father, in exchange for religious favors, demonstrating the deep entanglement of law enforcement with political and diplomatic interests. Ultimate downfall. Despite his power, the head of CID is eventually exposed when a DNA test proves that he fathered a child with Inaz as a result of rape during her interrogation. This revelation leads to his arrest, public disgrace, and the collapse of his career, serving as a turning point in the narrative and a moment of partial justice for Inaz. Significance in the novel. The head of Bombay CID is not just a personal antagonist to Inaz, but a symbol of the broader themes of the novel, the intersection of gender, power, corruption, and the vulnerability of refugees and minorities within oppressive systems. His actions drive much of the conflict in the latter part of the story and highlight the dangers faced by women who challenge patriarchal and authoritarian structures. A comparison of the sufferings experienced by Inaz in the Saudi jail versus the Indian prison, based on the narrative, using detailed evidence from the novel to provide a structured, nuanced comparison. Suffering in the Saudi jail. Physical and psychological abuse. Inaz was subjected to repeated physical abuse, including beatings, starvation, and being locked in her apartment for extended periods. Her husband, Osama, and his Saudi friends were complicit in this abuse. She was denied autonomy, kept under house arrest, and isolated from family and friends. Her attempts to escape were met with further violence and threats. Inaz was raped by Osama's Saudi friends after being gambled away by her husband. This led to severe trauma, pregnancy, and further isolation. When she attempted to escape, she was caught and accused of multiple offenses under Sharia law, facing threats of execution or severe corporal punishment for rebellion, adultery, and apostasy. The legal system in Saudi Arabia, rooted in strict Sharia, denied her any legal recourse. She was arrested, threatened with death, and only narrowly escaped execution through a forged divorce and international intervention. Legal and religious oppression. The guardianship system in Saudi Arabia gave her husband absolute control over her, treating her as a minor or incapacitated person. Disobedience to her husband or guardian was criminalized, and escape from abuse was itself a crime. Reporting abuse was not an option, as the law did not recognize marital rape or domestic violence as crimes. Women who reported abuse were often punished themselves through rape by the policemen who took them in for questioning. Suffering in the Indian prison. Physical and psychological abuse. Inaz was subjected to extremely harsh conditions in the Indian prison system. She was detained in overcrowded, filthy cells with other female inmates, many of whom were violent offenders. She experienced severe physical abuse and torture during police interrogations, including beatings, suffocation, burning, and other forms of inhumane treatment. She was also raped by a senior police official during her detention, resulting in pregnancy. The prison environment was described as squalid, with unbearable bad odors, lack of basic hygiene, and infestations of insects and rodents. Inmates were often starved, denied medical care, and forced to sleep on the floor without bedding. Inaz was isolated, unable to communicate with other female inmates due to language barriers, and was often targeted for additional abuse because she was a foreigner and a girl accused of serious crimes. Legal and institutional betrayal. She was denied access to legal representation for much of her detention, and her confessions were extracted under torture and used against her in court. The legal system was complicit in her suffering, with fabricated evidence and malicious prosecution by corrupt officials. She was falsely accused of drug trafficking and other crimes, leading to a lengthy prison sentence. Even after her rape was proven by DNA evidence, the process of justice was slow and fraught with additional dangers, including threats to her life and the safety of her children. Comparative analysis. Similarities. Both environments were characterized by extreme physical and psychological abuse, sexual violence, and total lack of autonomy. Legal systems in both countries were complicit in her suffering, either by direct action, Saudi Arabia, or by enabling and covering up abuse, India. In both cases, Inaz was isolated, denied support, and faced threats to her life. Differences. Nature of abuse. In Saudi Arabia, the abuse was primarily domestic and religiously sanctioned, with the legal system reinforcing the power of the husband and criminalizing escape. In India, the abuse was institutional, with police and prison officials as the primary perpetrators, and the legal system used as a tool for further victimization. Sexual violence. In Saudi Arabia, rape was perpetrated by her husband's associates as part of her marital abuse. In India, rape occurred during police custody, as part of a pattern of torture and blackmail. Conditions of imprisonment. The Indian prison was described as more physically squalid and dangerous, with overcrowding, starvation, and violence from other female inmates, whereas in Saudi Arabia, the focus was on isolation, starvation, and legal threats. Pathways to survival. In Saudi Arabia, Inaz narrowly escaped execution through international intervention. In India, her eventual vindication came through a combination of DNA evidence, advocacy, and the intervention of allies, but only after prolonged suffering. Conclusion. The sufferings of Inaz in both the Saudi jail and Indian prison were extreme, but they differed in their sources and forms. In Saudi Arabia, her suffering was rooted in patriarchal and religious control, enforced by family and the state. In India, her suffering was the result of institutional corruption, legal betrayal, and the brutality of the prison system. Both experiences highlight the vulnerability of women in oppressive systems and the compounded dangers faced by those who challenge social, religious, or legal norms. A focused comparison of the legal aspects of Inaz's suffering in the Saudi jail versus the Indian prison, as depicted in the novel, analyzing how the law and legal systems in each country shaped, enabled, or intensified her ordeal, using direct evidence from the novel. Legal aspects of suffering in the Saudi jail. 1. Guardianship and legal status of women. In Saudi Arabia, the legal system is based on strict Sharia law, which enforces the guardianship system, Nizam al-Walaya. This system treats women as legal minors, requiring the permission of a male guardian, father, husband, brother, or even son, for almost all aspects of life, travel, marriage, obtaining documents, and even leaving the house. Inaz was imprisoned and isolated by her husband, with the law fully supporting his right to do so. Her attempts to escape were criminalized, and she was denied legal recourse or protection from abuse. 2. Criminalization of disobedience and escape. Disobedience to a husband or guardian is a criminal offense. When Inaz tried to escape her abusive marriage, she was arrested and charged with multiple offenses, disobedience, adultery, and apostasy, all of which can carry the death penalty under Saudi law. The law does not recognize marital rape or domestic violence as crimes. Women who report abuse are often punished themselves, and the law is used to enforce obedience rather than protect victims. 3. Apostasy and religious law. Conversion from Islam to another religion, apostasy, is a capital crime under Saudi law. Inaz's conversion to Christianity exposed her to the threat of execution, legal persecution, and forced repatriation. The legal system is explicitly complicit in enforcing these punishments, and women have little to no legal recourse against religious or domestic persecution. 4. International intervention. Inaz's only escape from the Saudi legal system came through international intervention, forged divorce, UN and human rights activists, not through any legal protection or due process within Saudi Arabia. Legal aspects of suffering in the Indian prison. 1. Criminal justice system and due process. In India, Inaz was subjected to the criminal justice system as a foreigner and a refugee. She was arrested, detained, and charged with serious crimes, drug trafficking, forgery, and illegal entry. Her confessions were extracted under torture, and she was denied access to legal representation for much of her detention. The legal process was marked by fabricated evidence, malicious prosecution, and institutional corruption. 2. Abuse of legal authority. Police and prison officials used their authority to torture, rape, and blackmail Inaz. The law was weaponized against her, with officials fabricating evidence and using her vulnerable status as a foreigner and refugee to justify prolonged detention and abuse. Even after DNA evidence proved she was raped by a senior police official, the process of justice was slow and fraught with additional dangers, including threats to her life and the safety of her children. 3. Refugee status and international law. Inaz's status as a refugee was repeatedly ignored or violated by Indian authorities. She was extradited to Sudan in violation of international law and her recognized refugee status, only to be rescued at the last moment through international intervention, to justify prolonged detention and abuse. The legal system failed to protect her rights as a refugee, and she was only vindicated after extensive advocacy, media attention, and the intervention of the United Nations and human rights organizations. 4. Legal recourse and vindication. Unlike in Saudi Arabia, the Indian legal system eventually allowed for some recourse. DNA evidence, advocacy, and media pressure led to the prosecution of her rapist and her eventual release and compensation. However, this came only after prolonged suffering, and the system itself was complicit in her abuse for most of her ordeal. Key comparative insights. Aspect. Saudi jail. Indian prison. Legal system. Sharia law. Absolute guardianship. No separation of religion and state. Secular law, but marked by corruption, abuse of authority, and xenophobia. Status of women/refugees. Women are legal minors. No legal recourse. Apostasy punishable by death. Refugee status ignored. Foreign women vulnerable to abuse and legal manipulation. Criminalization. Disobedience, escape, apostasy, and conversion are criminal offenses. Illegal entry, drug trafficking, and forgery charges, often fabricated. Access to justice. No due process. Law enforces obedience and punishment. Due process exists in theory, but is undermined by torture, corruption, and delay. Recourse/resolution. Only possible through international intervention. Vindication possible, but only after prolonged suffering and external advocacy. Role of international law. Ignored. International intervention required for rescue. Eventually recognized, but only after media and UN involvement. Conclusion. In both Saudi Arabia and India, the law was not a shield but a weapon used against Inaz. In Saudi Arabia, the legal system was explicitly designed to control, punish, and silence women, especially those who defied religious and patriarchal norms. In India, the legal system was theoretically secular and protective, but in practice, it enabled and covered up abuse, especially against vulnerable foreigners and refugees. In both cases, her only hope for justice came from outside the system, through international intervention, advocacy, and, ultimately, the exposure of her ordeal to the world. A comparison of the two marriages of Inaz to Tariq and why neither was consummated. Here's a focused summary based on the novel's content. Comparison of Inaz's two marriages to Tariq. 1. First marriage, secret/forced Islamic marriage in India. Context: Inaz and Tariq are Sudanese students in India. Their relationship is forbidden due to racial and tribal prejudice. Inaz is Arab, from the Shajia tribe. Tariq is African, from the Fur tribe. The Sudanese student community, acting as moral police, violently opposes their relationship. Under threat of violence from the Sudanese Muslim Brotherhood students, they are forced into a secret Islamic marriage in a mosque, with the emir, leader, acting as wali, guardian, for Inaz. Nature of marriage: the marriage is not recognized by Inaz's family. It is conducted under duress, not out of free will or mutual intent. Both Inaz and Tariq view it as a sham or pseudo-marriage, done only to appease the community and avoid further violence. Their bond remains platonic, and they agree not to consummate the marriage. Inaz tells Tariq her virginity belongs to her fiancé Osama, and Tariq respects this boundary. Why not consummate it? Mutual understanding. Both agree from the start that their relationship cannot lead to marriage due to societal barriers. Commitment to Osama. Inaz is already engaged to her cousin Osama and is determined to remain faithful to that commitment. Platonic love. Their relationship, though passionate and emotionally intense, remains physically unconsummated by mutual decision. Social pressure. The marriage is a response to external threats, not a genuine union. 2. Second marriage, arranged by Inaz's father in Egypt. Context: after Inaz's conversion to Christianity and marriage to Joseph, her father, desperate to save her from apostasy, arranges another marriage to Tariq in Egypt. This marriage is conducted without Inaz's knowledge, consent, or presence, with her father acting as wali and an Egyptian imam officiating. The intent is to force her back into Islam and separate her from Joseph. Nature of marriage: it is a legal and religious formality, not a real relationship. Tariq is already married to another girl at this point. Inaz is not present and does not recognize the marriage as valid. The marriage is used as a tool by her father to try to control her religious and personal choices. Why not consummate it? No consent or presence. Inaz is not present at the ceremony and does not acknowledge the marriage. No relationship. There is no emotional or physical relationship between Inaz and Tariq at this point. Already married elsewhere. Both parties are involved in other relationships. Tariq is married with Egyptian girl, and Inaz is married with her Ethiopian lover Joseph. Rejection of the marriage. Inaz openly rejects the legitimacy of this Islamic marriage with Tariq and refuses to recognize it. Summary table. Aspect: first marriage, India. Second marriage, Egypt. Initiation: forced by community, under threat of violence. Arranged by father, without Inaz's consent. Consent: both coerced, but present. No consent, Inaz absent. Recognition: not recognized by family, seen as sham. Not recognized by Inaz, only by her father. Nature: platonic, emotionally intense, not physical. Legal/religious formality, no relationship. Consummation: not consummated by mutual agreement. Not consummated, no relationship/contact. Reason not consummated: commitment to Osama, mutual understanding, social pressure. No consent, no presence, rejection by Inaz. Key reasons neither marriage was consummated: lack of genuine consent and emotional readiness. External coercion and social/religious pressure. Inaz's commitment to another, Osama, then Joseph. Platonic nature of the relationship. Rejection of the legitimacy of the marriages by Inaz. Cultural implications of Inaz's marriages. 1. Racism and tribalism. Marriage as a marker of social boundaries. In Sudanese and broader Arab societies, marriage is not just a personal union, but a reflection of family honor, tribal hierarchy, and racial boundaries. Inaz's relationship with Tariq, an African Sudanese Muslim from the Fur tribe, was considered unmarriageable by her Arab family, despite both being Muslims. This reflects deep-seated racism and tribalism, where Arab identity is privileged and African heritage is stigmatized, even within the same religion. Social policing and ostracism. The Sudanese student community in India acts as moral police, enforcing conformity through surveillance, violence, and ostracism. Their opposition to Inaz and Tariq's relationship is not just about personal morality, but about maintaining the purity of tribal and racial lines. This collective enforcement demonstrates how cultural norms are policed not only by families, but by the broader community. 2. Patriarchy and gender oppression. Marriage as a tool of control. Inaz's marriages are arranged and controlled by male authority figures, her father, the community leaders, and religious authorities. Her consent is secondary to the wishes of her family and tribe. The forced and sham marriages, to both Tariq and Osama, are mechanisms to control her sexuality, autonomy, and social mobility. Female agency suppressed. The lack of consummation in both marriages to Tariq is a result of external pressure and internalized norms. In the first marriage, Inaz insists on preserving her virginity for her fiancé Osama, reflecting the cultural premium placed on female chastity and the expectation that a woman's sexuality is a family asset to be guarded and traded for social advantage. 3. Religious orthodoxy and apostasy. Marriage as a religious boundary. Interfaith marriage is strictly forbidden for Muslim women in conservative interpretations of Islam. Inaz's later marriage to Joseph, an Ethiopian Christian, is seen as an act of apostasy and betrayal, triggering severe backlash and legal persecution. Her marriages become battlegrounds for religious identity and community boundaries. Marriage as a means of religious control. The second marriage to Tariq in Egypt is orchestrated by her father as a last-ditch effort to save her from apostasy and bring her back under Islamic and patriarchal authority. This marriage, conducted without her consent or presence, is a cultural and religious tool to erase her agency and reassert control. 4. Honor, shame, and social reputation. Marriage as a site of honor. The honor of the family is tied to the marriage choices of daughters. Inaz's defiance, whether in loving Tariq or marrying Joseph, is seen as a direct attack on her family's reputation. This leads to repeated attempts at honor violence, including attempted honor killings by her father. Sham marriages and social facades. The forced, unconsummated marriages serve as social facades to maintain the appearance of conformity while suppressing the reality of Inaz's desires and autonomy. These marriages are not about partnership, but about preserving social order and avoiding scandal. 5. Female sexuality and virginity. Virginity as social capital. Inaz's insistence on preserving her virginity for her fiancé Osama, even after being forced into marriage with Tariq, reflects the cultural obsession with female purity. Virginity is treated as a commodity that determines a woman's value and her family's honor. Non-consummation as resistance and compliance. The non-consummation of both marriages to Tariq is both an act of resistance, preserving her agency in a context where she is little, and compliance, upholding the social expectation that her virginity is reserved for the right marriage. It highlights the tension between personal desire and cultural expectation. 6. Marriage as a site of cultural conflict and change. Intersectionality. Inaz's marriages are at the intersection of race, religion, gender, and migration. Each marriage exposes a different facet of how these forces operate in her life and in society. Her journey from forced, unconsummated marriages to a chosen, loving partnership with Joseph mirrors her journey from victimhood to agency, and from oppression to resistance and hope. Critique of institutions. The novel uses Inaz's marital experiences to critique not only individuals, but also the legal, religious, and social institutions that perpetuate injustice, showing how they often collude to suppress autonomy and punish dissent. Conclusion. The cultural implications of Inaz's marriages are profound. They reveal how marriage is used as a tool for enforcing racial, tribal, religious, and patriarchal norms. They expose the ways in which female agency is suppressed in the name of honor, purity, and social order. They highlight the intersectional nature of oppression, where gender, race, and religion combine to limit women's choices. Ultimately, Inaz's resistance, her refusal to consummate forced marriages, her eventual conversion from Islam to Christianity, and her pursuit of love on her own terms, serves as both a personal and political act of defiance against these cultural constraints. A comparison between the love of Mary Akal and Khalid with the love of Inaz and Tariq. Using the detailed narrative and character analysis from the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed to provide a nuanced, evidence-based comparison. 1. Nature and foundation of each relationship. Mary Akal and Khalid. Transactional and exploitative. The relationship between Mary Akal and Khalid is depicted as deeply transactional and exploitative. Mary is a Sudanese Christian girl, while Khalid is a Sudanese Muslim boy. Their connection is not rooted in mutual respect or genuine affection, but rather in convenience and manipulation. Khalid treats Mary as a sex partner and often refers to her in derogatory terms, calling her a black, ugly bitch and a sex slave. He uses her for sex, sometimes liquoring her up and allowing his friends to have sex with her as well, charging them money but never sharing it with her. Mary is emotionally and physically exploited, and their relationship lacks emotional intimacy or partnership. Lack of emotional depth. There is no evidence of deep emotional connection, loyalty, or growth. Khalid openly states he would never marry Mary and only uses her when he cannot afford to visit Indian prostitutes. The relationship is marked by power imbalance, disrespect, and even violence. Inaz and Tariq. Passionate but tragic. The love between Inaz and Tariq is passionate, emotionally intense, and rooted in shared experiences of marginalization. Inaz is an Arab Sudanese girl, and Tariq is an African Sudanese boy from the Fur tribe. Their relationship is marked as unmarriageable due to deep-seated racial and tribal prejudices in Sudanese society. Despite their strong emotional bond, both know from the start that their love cannot lead to marriage because of societal barriers. Conflict and growth. Their relationship is constantly under threat from external forces, family, community, and religious authorities. They are forced into a secret marriage under duress, and their love is repeatedly tested by violence, separation, and betrayal. Over time, Tariq's love becomes tinged with bitterness and resentment, especially after Inaz's conversion to Christianity and her eventual marriage to Joseph. Tariq transitions from hopeful lover to a wounded, sometimes vengeful outsider. 2. Emotional and symbolic meaning. Mary Akal and Khalid. Symbol of exploitation. Their relationship symbolizes the exploitation and objectification of women, especially those who are marginalized by race, religion, or social status. Mary is not seen as an equal partner, but as a commodity. Khalid's treatment of Mary reflects broader issues of misogyny, racism, and the abuse of power within the diaspora community. Absence of love. There is no real love, loyalty, or hope in their relationship. It is a cautionary tale about the dangers of relationships built on exploitation, self-interest, and social prejudice. Inaz and Tariq. Symbol of forbidden love and social injustice. The love between Inaz and Tariq is a symbol of the destructive power of racism and exclusion. It is passionate, but ultimately tragic, marked by unfulfilled longing and the corrosive effects of internalized oppression. Their relationship is a casualty of societal prejudice, and both are left with scars. Inaz finds agency and hope elsewhere, while Tariq is left with loss and bitterness. Growth and tragedy. While their love is genuine, it is doomed by external forces. Tariq's journey from hopeful lover to antagonist highlights the personal costs of social injustice and the tragedy of love thwarted by societal barriers. 3. Key contrasts. Aspect. Mary Akal and Khalid. Inaz and Tariq. Foundation. Transactional, exploitative, no real love. Passionate, genuine, but forbidden and tragic. Emotional climate. Abuse, neglect, objectification. Insecurity, longing, growth, eventual bitterness. Agency. Mary has little to none, Khalid holds all power. Both have limited agency due to societal barriers. Symbolism. Exploitation, misogyny, racism. Pain of social injustice, tragedy of exclusion. Outcome. Ongoing exploitation, no hope or fulfillment. Tragic loss, unresolved pain, personal growth. 4. Summary. Mary Akal and Khalid. Their relationship is a stark example of exploitation, misogyny, and the abuse of power. It lacks emotional depth, mutual respect, or hope for transformation. Mary is used and discarded, while Khalid embodies the worst aspects of patriarchal and racist attitudes within the diaspora. Inaz and Tariq. Their love is genuine and deeply felt, but ultimately destroyed by external forces of racism, tribalism, and social exclusion. It is a story of passion, pain, and the tragedy of love that cannot survive in a hostile environment. Both are changed by the experience. Inaz finds agency and hope elsewhere, while Tariq is left with loss and bitterness. In essence, while Mary Akal and Khalid represent a relationship built on exploitation and power imbalance, Inaz and Tariq embody the tragedy of forbidden love and the personal costs of social injustice. A comparison of the relationships of Mary Akal and Khalid and Inaz and Tariq with their relationships with other characters in the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed. Using the detailed narrative and character analysis from the novel to provide a structured, evidence-based comparison. 1. Mary Akal and Khalid. Relationships with other characters. With each other. Their relationship is transactional, exploitative, and lacks genuine emotional connection. Khalid uses Mary for sex, sometimes allowing others to exploit her as well. There is no mutual respect or partnership. With others. Mary Akal. Her interactions with others are shaped by her vulnerability. She is marginalized within the Sudanese diaspora, and her relationship with Khalid further isolates her. She is not respected by Khalid's peers, and is often treated as an object rather than a person. Khalid. He is depicted as manipulative and self-serving, using Mary and boasting about it to his friends. He is not emotionally invested in her, and his social circle reflects and reinforces his exploitative behavior. He is also involved in spreading rumors and participating in the social policing of others, such as Inaz. Comparison with other relationships. Contrast with Inaz and Joseph. Unlike Joseph, who is supportive and loving towards Inaz, Khalid is exploitative and emotionally distant from Mary. Contrast with Inaz and Osama. While Osama is abusive and neglectful, his relationship with Inaz is at least framed by family and social expectations, whereas Khalid and Mary's relationship is purely opportunistic and lacks even the pretense of social legitimacy. 2. Inaz and Tariq. Relationships with other characters. With each other. Their relationship is passionate but tragic, marked by deep affection and repeated separation due to societal and familial pressures. Both are victims of racism and tribalism, and their love is ultimately doomed by external forces. With others. Inaz. With Osama. First husband arranged, loveless, and abusive. Osama is emotionally distant, sexually dysfunctional, and later revealed to be gay and abusive. Inaz is denied agency and subjected to violence and isolation. With Joseph, second husband. Chosen, loving, and healing. Joseph is supportive, compassionate, and a source of hope. Their relationship is built on mutual respect and solidarity, and they face adversity together as partners. With family, her father is authoritarian and violent, enforcing patriarchal and tribal norms. Her mother is complicit and emotionally distant. Extended family members reinforce social conformity and pressure. With the Alexander family, supportive allies who help her and Joseph escape persecution. They symbolize cross-cultural solidarity. With the Sudanese student community, hostile and judgmental, acting as moral police and enforcing conformity through violence and ostracism. Tariq. With family, supportive but unable to shield him from racism. His parents' own experiences with prejudice inform his worldview. With community, faces constant rejection and violence due to his race and background. He is both a victim and, at times, becomes an antagonist in Inaz's life. With rivals, in conflict with Inaz's family and the broader Sudanese/Arab community, who see him as inferior. Comparison with other relationships. Contrast with Inaz and Joseph. Joseph offers healing, partnership, and hope, while Tariq's relationship with Inaz is marked by tragedy, insecurity, and social exclusion. Contrast with Inaz and Osama. Osama is an abuser and a product of patriarchal systems, while Tariq is a victim of racism and exclusion. Both relationships are tragic, but for different reasons, one due to abuse and the other due to social barriers. 3. Thematic summary table. Character pair. Relationship type. Key dynamics with others. Symbolism/outcome. Mary Akal and Khalid. Exploitative, transactional. Mary is marginalized, Khalid is manipulative and abusive to both Mary and others. No mutual respect. Exploitation, misogyny, racism, ongoing abuse. Inaz and Tariq. Passionate, tragic. Inaz faces abuse from Osama, support from Joseph and Alexander family, hostility from family/community. Tariq faces racism and exclusion. Tragedy of forbidden love, pain of social injustice. Inaz and Joseph. Healing, chosen, supportive. Mutual respect, solidarity, partnership, face adversity together, supported by Alexander family. Hope, resilience, cross-cultural solidarity. Inaz and Osama. Arranged, abusive. Osama is abusive, family-enforced, community complicit, Inaz denied agency. Trauma, isolation, ongoing danger. 4 key insights. Mary Akal and Khalid are isolated from positive, supportive relationships. Their dynamic is a microcosm of exploitation and misogyny, with Khalid reinforcing negative social patterns and Mary left without allies or respect. Inaz and Tariq are both deeply affected by their relationships with others. Inaz is shaped by her family's control, her community's hostility, and the support she eventually finds in Joseph and the Alexander family. Tariq is shaped by his family's support, but ultimately defeated by societal racism and exclusion. Contrast. While Mary Akal and Khalid are locked in a cycle of exploitation, Inaz and Tariq are locked in a cycle of longing and loss, both ultimately shaped by the broader systems of oppression, racism, and patriarchy that define their world. In summary, Mary Akal and Khalid's relationship is defined by exploitation and isolation, with little positive connection to others. Inaz and Tariq's relationship is defined by passion and tragedy, but both are deeply influenced by their relationships with family, community, and supportive allies, highlighting the broader social forces at play in their lives. A comparison between the relationship of Mary Akal and Khalid with that of Inaz and Joseph. Using the detailed narrative and character analysis from the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed to provide a structured, evidence-based comparison. 1. Nature and foundation of each relationship. Mary Akal and Khalid. Transactional and exploitative. The relationship between Mary Akal and Khalid is fundamentally transactional and exploitative. Khalid uses Mary for sex, sometimes allowing his friends to exploit her as well, charging them money but never sharing it with her. He refers to her in derogatory terms, such as black ugly bitch and sex slave, and boasts about never marrying her. Mary is emotionally and physically exploited, and their relationship lacks emotional intimacy, respect, or partnership. Absence of love. There is no evidence of genuine affection, loyalty, or growth. Khalid is emotionally distant and manipulative, while Mary is left isolated and marginalized within the diaspora community. Inaz and Joseph. Chosen, healing, and supportive. The relationship between Inaz and Joseph is built on mutual respect, love, and emotional support. Joseph is an Ethiopian Christian medical student who becomes Inaz's second lover and husband and a source of healing and hope. Their relationship develops gradually, beginning with compassion and friendship and deepening into a partnership based on solidarity and shared suffering. Growth and partnership. Joseph stands by Inaz through persecution, legal battles, and migration. Their love grows stronger through adversity, culminating in marriage, parenthood, and a new life together in Canada. Joseph's unwavering loyalty and compassion are central to Inaz's survival and transformation. 2. Emotional and symbolic meaning. Mary Akal and Khalid. Symbol of exploitation. Their relationship symbolizes the exploitation and objectification of women, especially those marginalized by race, religion, or social status. Mary is not seen as an equal partner, but as a commodity. Khalid's treatment of Mary reflects broader issues of misogyny, racism, and the abuse of power within the diaspora community. Isolation. Mary is further isolated by her relationship with Khalid, as she is not respected by his peers and is often treated as an object rather than a person. Inaz and Joseph. Symbol of hope and healing. The love between Inaz and Joseph represents the possibility of healing, hope, and solidarity across boundaries. It is transformative, redemptive, and enduring. Together, they overcome immense adversity, and their partnership becomes a model of resilience and the pursuit of justice. Empowerment. Inaz finds agency, resilience, and a sense of purpose, becoming a symbol of resistance and hope for others. Joseph's support is crucial to her survival and growth. 3. Key contrasts. Aspect. Mary Akal and Khalid. Inaz and Joseph. Foundation. Transactional, exploitative, no real love. Chosen, mutual love, respect, and partnership. Emotional climate. Abuse, neglect, objectification. Healing, support, partnership, growth. Agency. Mary has little to none, Khalid holds all power. Both have agency, Joseph empowers Inaz. Symbolism. Exploitation, misogyny, racism. Hope, resilience, cross-cultural solidarity. Outcome. Ongoing exploitation, no hope or fulfillment. Growth, hope, new beginnings, family. 4. Relationships with others. Mary Akal and Khalid. Mary, marginalized, isolated, and exploited. Lacks supportive relationships and is not respected by Khalid's peers. Khalid, manipulative, self-serving, and involved in spreading rumors and social policing. Reinforces negative social patterns and is emotionally distant from Mary. Inaz and Joseph. Inaz, supported by Joseph, the Alexander family, and a few allies. Faces hostility from her family and community, but finds empowerment and healing in her chosen relationships. Joseph, compassionate, loyal, and supportive. Forms close alliances with the Alexander family and is devoted to Inaz and their children. 5. Thematic summary. Mary Akal and Khalid. Their relationship is a stark example of exploitation, misogyny, and the abuse of power. It lacks emotional depth, mutual respect, or hope for transformation. Mary is used and discarded, while Khalid embodies the worst aspects of patriarchal and racist attitudes within the diaspora. Inaz and Joseph. Their love is genuine, supportive, and transformative. It is a partnership that transcends boundaries of race, religion, and culture, and is built on mutual respect, solidarity, and the pursuit of justice. Their union is a counterpoint to the trauma of Inaz's earlier relationships and a testament to the power of chosen love and resilience. In summary, Mary Akal and Khalid's relationship is defined by exploitation, power imbalance, and isolation, with little positive connection to others. Inaz and Joseph's relationship is defined by love, partnership, and healing, deeply influenced by supportive relationships and the pursuit of dignity and hope. Why do the Sudanese students in India object to the love between the Muslim girl Inaz and the Christian boy Joseph, but do not protest against the love between the Muslim boy Khalid and the Christian girl Mary Akal? Breaking down the answer using the content from the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed. 1. Religious double standards and gender roles. The Sudanese student community in India enforces strict religious and cultural norms, especially regarding relationships that cross religious boundaries. However, these norms are applied differently based on gender. Muslim women. The community is extremely strict about Muslim women, like Inaz, having relationships with non-Muslim men, like Joseph. According to the interpretations of Islamic texts, the Holy Quran and Hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad, a Muslim woman is forbidden to marry a non-Muslim man. This is seen as a direct threat to family honor, religious purity, and social order. The fear is that a Muslim woman marrying a Christian man will result in children who are not raised as Muslims, and the woman is seen as leaving the faith and community. In contrast, Muslim men, like Khalid, are allowed by traditional interpretations to marry Christian or Jewish women, people of the book. This is seen as less threatening because the children are expected to be raised as Muslims, and the man is seen as maintaining religious and social control. Therefore, the relationship between Khalid and Mary Akal, a Christian girl, is tolerated or ignored, even if it is technically outside the bounds of strict religious law, because it does not challenge the patriarchal or religious hierarchy in the same way. 2. Community surveillance and hypocrisy. The Sudanese student community acts as a kind of moral police, especially targeting women who are seen as transgressing boundaries. The novel describes how Inaz is constantly watched, judged, and even physically attacked for her relationship with Joseph. She is labeled as an apostate and a traitor to her religion and community. However, the same community turns a blind eye to the relationship between Khalid and Mary Akal. This is partly due to the gendered double standard, but also because of hypocrisy and selective enforcement. Men's transgressions are often overlooked, while women are harshly punished. 3. Social and religious control. The novel explicitly states that the main concern of the community is to control women's sexuality and choices, as these are seen as directly tied to family and community honor. When a woman like Inaz chooses a partner outside her faith, it is seen as a public scandal and a threat to the entire social order. When a man like Khalid does the same, it is seen as a private matter or even a conquest. 4. Summary table from the novel. Relationship. Community reaction. Reason: Inaz, Muslim woman, plus Joseph, Christian man. Violent opposition, ostracism, threats. Seen as apostasy, loss of family honor, religious betrayal. Khalid, Muslim man, plus Mary Akal, Christian woman. Tolerated or ignored. Seen as permissible, maintains patriarchal/religious control. 5. Direct quote from the novel. No Muslim girl can do such an abomination as Inaz has done by being a girlfriend to a Christian boy. The Quran says, "O ye who believe, take not the Jews and the Christians for friends." However, a Muslim man can marry a Christian woman, but a Muslim woman cannot marry a Christian man. This restriction is imposed by the Holy Scripture of Muslims. In summary, the Sudanese students in India object to Inaz and Joseph's relationship because it violates deeply held religious and patriarchal norms about Muslim women's roles, honor, and religious boundaries. In contrast, they do not protest against Khalid and Mary Akal's relationship because traditional interpretations allow Muslim men to marry Christian women, and because the community is more concerned with controlling women's choices than men's. This double standard is rooted in both religious doctrine and social practice, and is depicted in the novel as a form of hypocrisy and gendered oppression. More examples from the novel that illustrate why the Sudanese students in India object so harshly to the relationship between the Muslim girl Inaz and the Christian boy Joseph, but do not protest against the relationship between the Muslim boy Khalid and the Christian girl Mary Akal. Providing direct examples and narrative moments from the novel that highlight this double standard, with citations to the relevant sections. Explicit gendered double standard. The novel repeatedly emphasizes that Muslim women are forbidden from marrying non-Muslim men, while Muslim men are permitted to marry Christian or Jewish women. This is not just a religious rule, but a deeply internalized social norm. Direct narrative contrast. The novel directly contrasts the two relationships. On Inaz and Joseph. Her love for her Christian boyfriend Joseph in the eyes of her Muslim family and her Sudanese community is more socially abhorrent and religiously abominable than her love for her former African boyfriend Tariq. Therefore, the forbidden love of the exceedingly beautiful Muslim girl Inaz with the extremely handsome Christian Joseph boy would be blanketed with tapestry of hate, persecution, danger, and constant series of life threats. A detailed summary of the roles of Mary Akal and Khalid Mamoun al-Ajabo in spying against Inaz and Joseph, and how their actions affected the two lovers' married life. Her love for her Christian boyfriend Joseph in the eyes of her Muslim family and her Sudanese community is more socially abhorrent and religiously abominable than her love for her former African boyfriend Tariq. Therefore, the forbidden love of the exceedingly beautiful Muslim girl Inaz with the extremely handsome Christian boy Joseph would be blanketed with tapestry of hate, persecution, danger, and constant series of life threats. A detailed summary of the roles of Mary Akal and Khalid Mamoun al-Ajabo in spying against Inaz and Joseph, and how their actions affected the two lovers' married life. Roles of Mary and Khalid in spying. 1. Mary Akal, the double agent. Mary Akal is a Sudanese Christian girl who is involved in the church and becomes a close acquaintance of Inaz and Joseph during their time in India. Despite her outward appearance as a friend and fellow Christian, Mary acts as a double agent. She is in a romantic and sexual relationship with Khalid Mamoun al-Ajabo, a Sudanese Muslim student and cousin of Tariq, Inaz's former lover. Mary uses her proximity to Inaz and Joseph to gather information about their activities, especially after Inaz's conversion to Christianity and her marriage to Joseph. She is the first to spot Inaz and Joseph attending church together after Inaz's conversion from Islam to Christianity. Mary immediately informs Khalid about this, setting off a chain of events that leads to increased surveillance and persecution of the couple by the Sudanese student community. 2. Khalid Mamoun Al-Ajabo, the instigator and informant. Khalid is a Sudanese Muslim student, cousin to Tariq, and a key figure among the Sudanese student moral police in India. He is deeply involved in enforcing conformity and punishing those who deviate from accepted norms, especially regarding religion and relationships. After being tipped off by Mary, Khalid becomes the main instigator of plots against Inaz and Joseph. He spreads rumors, provides information to the Sudanese embassy, and collaborates with other students to orchestrate attacks and attempts to have Inaz deported for apostasy. Khalid also plays a direct role in bringing Tariq back into Inaz's life, presenting evidence of her previous marriage to Tariq in an attempt to undermine her Christian marriage to Joseph and create legal and social complications for the couple. Impact on Inaz and Joseph's married life. 1. Breach of trust and social isolation. The spying and betrayal by Mary, someone Inaz considered a friend and fellow Christian, deeply wounds Inaz and contributes to her sense of isolation. She realizes that even within her new religious community, she is not safe from surveillance and betrayal. Khalid's actions intensify the couple's alienation from the Sudanese student community, making them targets for both social ostracism and physical danger. 2. Escalation of persecution. The information provided by Mary and Khalid leads to a series of escalating attacks on Inaz and Joseph. Joseph is physically attacked by Sudanese students and hospitalized after his relationship with Inaz becomes public. The Sudanese embassy, using intelligence from Khalid and others, orchestrates multiple attempts to have Inaz deported to Sudan, where she would face execution for apostasy. Inaz and Joseph are forced to go into hiding, move frequently, and live in constant fear for their safety. 3. Legal and religious complications. Khalid's efforts to produce evidence of Inaz's previous marriage to Tariq create legal ambiguity about the validity of her marriage to Joseph. This is used to challenge their union both in the church and in the eyes of the law, leading to their temporary excommunication from their church and further destabilizing their married life. The couple faces not only external threats, but also internal stress, as Joseph is forced to defend his wife against accusations of bigamy and adultery, and Inaz must continually justify her choices and her faith. 4. Psychological and emotional toll. The constant surveillance, betrayal, and attacks orchestrated by Mary and Khalid contribute to severe psychological distress for both Inaz and Joseph. They experience anxiety, depression, and a sense of hopelessness as they are repeatedly targeted and let down by those they once trusted. Their marriage is tested by these external pressures, but ultimately, their solidarity and mutual support help them survive the ordeal, though not without lasting scars. Conclusion. In summary, Mary Akal and Khalid Mamoun Al-Ajabo play pivotal roles as spies and informants against Inaz and Joseph. Their actions directly lead to increased persecution, legal and religious challenges, and profound emotional suffering for the couple. The betrayal by Mary and the relentless scheming of Khalid are central to the narrative's exploration of trust, community, and the costs of defiance in the face of oppressive social and religious norms. Why Inaz and Joseph were thrown out of their church in India. Here is a detailed answer based on the novel. 1. Allegations of bigamy and invalid marriage. After Inaz converted to Christianity and married Joseph, their union was challenged by members of the Sudanese student community, particularly Khalid Mamoun Al-Ajabo and Mary Akal. Khalid produced evidence, a marriage certificate, showing that Inaz had previously been married to Tariq in an Islamic ceremony in India. This marriage, though forced and not recognized by Inaz as valid, was used to claim that her Christian marriage to Joseph was bigamous and therefore invalid under both Indian law and church doctrine. 2. Church investigation and confrontation. The church leadership, upon being presented with the Islamic marriage certificate and hearing the accusations, called a meeting with Inaz, Joseph, Tariq, Khalid, and Mary. During this meeting, Inaz tried to explain that her marriage to Tariq was forced and not consummated, and that she considered it invalid. However, the church leaders and some members were unconvinced, especially since there was a legal document and testimony from Tariq. 3. Legal and religious complications. The church leaders argued that, according to Indian law, Inaz was still legally married to Tariq at the time she married Joseph. This meant her Christian marriage was not legally valid and could be considered adulterous or bigamous. The church could not recognize a marriage that was not legally valid, and they were concerned about the implications for their congregation and their own legal standing. 4. Excommunication and social fallout. As a result, the church leadership decided that Inaz and Joseph could no longer be recognized as husband and wife within the church. They were told they could attend services, but only as individuals, not as a married couple. When Inaz and Joseph refused to accept this decision and insisted on remaining together as husband and wife, the church leadership formally excommunicated them, barring them from participating in church activities and threatening to report them to the authorities if they continued to defy the decision. Impact on their married life. The excommunication was a devastating blow to Inaz and Joseph. It isolated them from their faith community and support network at a time when they were already facing persecution and danger from the Sudanese student community and the Sudanese embassy. Despite this, the couple remained committed to each other, choosing to face the challenges together rather than be separated by external pressures. In summary, Inaz and Joseph were thrown out of their church in India because the church leadership, under pressure from evidence and accusations provided by Khalid and Mary, determined that Inaz's previous Islamic marriage to Tariq made her Christian marriage to Joseph invalid and possibly bigamous under Indian law. Their refusal to separate led to their excommunication and further isolation. Underlying motivations and social pressures. The church's decision was influenced by a combination of legal, religious, and social pressures. Legal, the risk of being seen as condoning bigamy or an invalid marriage under Indian law. Religious, the desire to uphold church doctrine regarding the sanctity and legality of marriage. Social, pressure from the Sudanese student community and the fear of scandal or controversy within the church. Why Inaz falls in trouble with the Saudi police. After being forced into a loveless and abusive marriage with her cousin Osama, Inaz is sent to live with him in Saudi Arabia. There, she faces severe marital abuse, including emotional neglect, physical violence, and sexual exploitation. Osama is revealed to be gay and unable to consummate the marriage, and he eventually gambles away Inaz's virtue to his Saudi friends, resulting in her being raped by others. She is kept under house arrest, starved, and denied contact with the outside world. When she attempts to escape, she is caught and accused of multiple offenses under Saudi Sharia law, including rebellion, adultery, and apostasy, since she later converts to Christianity. These are capital crimes in Saudi Arabia, punishable by flogging, imprisonment, or even execution. The legal and religious system in Saudi Arabia is extremely strict, especially regarding women's autonomy, religious conversion, and marital obedience. Inaz's attempt to escape her abusive husband without his permission, her appearance in public without a male guardian, and her later conversion to Christianity all put her at grave risk of severe punishment. How Tariq saves Inaz's life. When Inaz is arrested and faces the threat of execution or severe corporal punishment, her situation becomes desperate. The novel describes that international intervention and the actions of key allies are crucial to her survival. Specifically, Tariq, her former lover, plays a pivotal role in saving her life at a critical moment. After Inaz is detained and faces the possibility of being stoned or beheaded for apostasy and other alleged crimes, her father and Tariq are contacted. Tariq is asked to provide a written statement and later to appear in person to the Saudi Sharia court, declaring that he had divorced Inaz before she married her cousin Osama. This testimony is crucial because, under Sharia law, being married to two men at the same time, polyandry, is a capital offense. Tariq's statement and willingness to testify that he had divorced Inaz before her second marriage provide the legal technicality needed to spare her from the death penalty for polyandry. Additionally, international organizations such as the UN and human rights activists intervene, and with Tariq's cooperation, Inaz is ultimately acquitted of the most serious charges. She is granted refugee status and is able to escape Saudi Arabia, eventually resettling in Canada with her new husband and children. Key points. Inaz's trouble with Saudi police stems from her attempt to escape an abusive marriage, her lack of autonomy as a woman, and her conversion to Christianity, all of which are criminalized under Saudi law. Tariq saves her life by providing a divorce statement and testifying in court, which prevents her from being convicted of polyandry, a capital crime. His intervention, combined with international pressure, leads to her release and eventual resettlement. Life of Inaz after her release from jail in India. After her release from prison, Inaz experiences a dramatic transformation and a new beginning. 1. Exoneration and compensation. Inaz is acquitted of the false charges of drug smuggling and adultery in the Bombay Criminal Court. The real story behind her return to India and the fabricated evidence against her is revealed in court, thanks to the confessions of her friends Mr. Vijay Alexander and Miss Teresa Alexander. This leads to her honorable release and a significant compensation from the government of Maharashtra, 1 crore Indian rupees, about $143,000. 2. Reunion and farewell. After her release, Inaz is reunited with her husband Joseph and their children, Grace and Victor. The Alexander family, who played a crucial role in her rescue and legal defense, hosts a large farewell party for the family before their departure from India. 3. Immigration to Canada. Inaz, Joseph, and their children emigrate to Canada as resettled refugees. They are welcomed in Calgary, Alberta, where they receive support for accommodation, legal aid, and financial assistance for 1 year as part of their resettlement package. They are also promised the opportunity to pursue further education and rebuild their lives in a safe environment. 4. A new beginning. The family's arrival in Canada marks a stark contrast to the suffering and persecution Inaz endured. She is deeply moved by the freedom, safety, and prosperity she witnesses in her new country. The narrative emphasizes her sense of liberation from the abuses and restrictions of her past, and her hope for a better future for herself and her family. 5. Ongoing challenges. The novel also hints at ongoing challenges, such as the threat of being targeted by extremists even in the West and the complexities of adapting to a new society. However, the overall tone is one of hope, resilience, and the pursuit of dignity and justice. In summary, after her release, Inaz is vindicated, compensated, and able to start a new life in Canada with her family, supported by friends who helped her overcome immense adversity. Her journey is portrayed as a triumph of resilience and hope over oppression and injustice. Why Tariq fails to protect Inaz from her father during the 2 key moments when her father attempts to kill her, first in Pune, India, and later in Khartoum, Sudan. Here's a detailed analysis based on the narrative in the novel. 1. Pune, India. The first attempt. When Inaz's father discovers her relationship with Tariq and their forced secret marriage, he travels to India in a rage. Upon finding Inaz and Tariq together after their return from Goa, he violently attacks Inaz in her apartment, nearly killing her in an attempted honor killing. Tariq flees the scene, leaving Inaz to face her father alone. Why does Tariq fail to protect her? Fear and powerlessness. Tariq is depicted as deeply affected by social prejudice and internalized insecurity. He is younger than Inaz and, despite his love, is often passive in the face of overwhelming opposition. When confronted with the violent rage of Inaz's father, a figure of patriarchal authority and physical danger, Tariq is paralyzed by fear and flees rather than intervening. Social conditioning. Both Inaz and Tariq are aware from the start that their relationship is unmarriageable and doomed by societal norms. Tariq has internalized the belief that he is not entitled to fight for Inaz against her family, especially in the face of such violence. Guilt and regret. After the incident, Tariq is haunted by guilt for abandoning Inaz in her moment of need. He is depicted as emotionally scarred by his inability to protect her, which becomes a recurring theme in his character arc. 2. Khartoum, Sudan. The second attempt. Later, After Inaz and Tariq escape from Saudi Arabia and Yemen and return to Sudan, Inaz is again subjected to violence by her parents. Her father and mother physically assault her for her relationship with Tariq and her refusal to conform. Once again, Tariq is present but does not intervene. Instead, he leaves with his own father, ignoring Inaz's pleas for help. Why does Tariq fail again? Cultural boundaries. Tariq feels he has no right to interfere between a daughter and her family, especially in a society where patriarchal authority is absolute. He is reminded by his own parents that Inaz is still a married woman and that their relationship is not legitimate in the eyes of her family or society. Resignation and internalized oppression. By this point, Tariq has become resigned to the impossibility of their relationship. He accepts his family's and society's judgment that he and Inaz are unmarriageable lovers, and that their paths must be part. His passivity is reinforced by his family's insistence that he choose between them and Inaz. Emotional paralysis. The trauma of repeated rejection and violence has left Tariq emotionally paralyzed. He is unable to act decisively, and his inaction is a reflection of his own wounded pride and sense of powerlessness. Summary table. Incident. Tariq's response. Underlying reasons. Pune, India. Flees, leaves Inaz to face her father alone. Fear, powerlessness, internalized social norms, guilt. Khartoum, Sudan. Leaves with his father, ignores Inaz's pleas. Cultural boundaries, resignation, emotional paralysis, family pressure. Thematic significance. Tariq's inability to protect Inaz is not simply a personal failing but a reflection of the broader themes of the novel, the destructive power of racism, patriarchy, and social exclusion. His passivity and eventual withdrawal highlight how deeply internalized oppression and societal norms can undermine even the most passionate love. The repeated pattern of abandonment and non-intervention underscores the tragedy of their relationship and the personal costs of social injustice. How Joseph protects Inaz from her father when her father tries to kill her for her apostasy from Islam, her conversion to Christianity, and her marriage to a Christian man. Here's a detailed answer based on the events in the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed. The confrontation at Marine Drive, Bombay. The most dramatic and direct act of protection occurs during the attempted honor killing at the Queen Necklace Seashore, Marine Drive, in Bombay. After Inaz publicly confronts her father and refuses to renounce her new faith and marriage, her father, enraged and armed with a rod and dagger, attacks the couple in a public place. Sequence of events. Ambush. Inaz and Joseph are sitting together at their favorite spot by the seashore when her father, having tracked them down with the help of others, approaches them, brandishing weapons and shouting religious slogans. The crowd of bystanders and even the police flee in fear, leaving the couple isolated. Physical defense. As Inaz's father attacks, Joseph stands between Inaz and her father, physically shielding her from harm. He engages in a direct fight with the attacker, using his bare hands to defend both himself and Inaz. Despite being struck multiple times with a stick and eventually stabbed in the stomach, Joseph does not retreat. Sacrifice. When Inaz's father attempts to stab her, Joseph throws himself in front of her, taking the blow meant for her. His willingness to risk and nearly lose his life is the ultimate act of protection. Outcome. The commotion and Joseph's resistance buy enough time for the police to intervene. The attacker is subdued, and both Joseph and Inaz survive the ordeal, though Joseph is seriously wounded and requires hospitalization. Thematic significance. Contrast with Tariq. Unlike Tariq, who flees or is paralyzed by fear during similar attacks, Joseph actively intervenes, putting his own life at risk to save Inaz. This act is a turning point in the narrative, highlighting the depth of his love, courage, and commitment. Empowerment and solidarity. Joseph's protection is not only physical, but also emotional and moral. He stands by Inaz throughout her ordeal, supports her choices, and helps her reclaim agency in the face of patriarchal and religious violence. Key points. Joseph physically shields Inaz from her father's attack, directly confronting the attacker and sustaining serious injuries in the process. His actions are motivated by love, solidarity, and a refusal to let Inaz face violence alone. This episode is a powerful illustration of the novel's themes, resistance, sacrifice, and the transformative power of partnership. A detailed comparison of Joseph's and Tariq's actions, especially in the context of protecting Inaz from violence and supporting her through her ordeals. Here's a structured, evidence-based comparison drawn from the novel. Joseph versus Tariq. Detailed comparison of actions. 1. Response to physical danger. Tariq. Pune, India. When Inaz's father attacks her in a rage, Tariq flees the scene, leaving Inaz to face her father's violence alone. He is paralyzed by fear and social conditioning, feeling powerless to intervene against patriarchal authority. This results in deep guilt and regret. Khartoum, Sudan. During a second violent episode, Tariq again does not intervene. He leaves with his own father, ignoring Inaz's pleas for help. He feels he has no right to interfere between a daughter and her family, especially in a society where patriarchal authority is absolute. Joseph, Bombay, India. When Inaz's father attempts to kill her for her apostasy and marriage to a Christian, Joseph physically stands between Inaz and her father. He directly confronts the attacker, engaging in a fight and sustaining serious injuries, including being stabbed, to protect her. He does not retreat, and his actions buy enough time for the police to intervene and subdue the attacker. 2. Emotional and moral support. Tariq. Internal conflict. Tariq is emotionally scarred by repeated rejection and violence. He is often passive, internalizing the belief that he is unmarriageable and not entitled to fight for Inaz. His support is limited by his own insecurity and wounded pride. Resignation. Over time, Tariq becomes resigned to the impossibility of their relationship, accepting societal and familial judgment. He ultimately withdraws, leaving Inaz to face her struggles alone. Joseph. Solidarity and empowerment. Joseph not only provides physical protection but also stands by Inaz emotionally and morally. He supports her choices, helps her reclaim agency, and encourages her to speak out against injustice. His unwavering support is crucial to her survival and growth. Sacrifice. Joseph is willing to risk, and nearly lose, his life for Inaz. His actions are motivated by love, solidarity, and a refusal to let her face violence alone. 3. Agency and growth. Tariq. Passivity and internalized oppression. Tariq's arc is marked by passivity and resignation. He is unable to act decisively, and his inaction is a reflection of his own wounded pride and sense of powerlessness. He ultimately becomes a tragic figure, left with loss and bitterness. Occasional antagonism. At times, Tariq's pain and sense of betrayal lead him to actions motivated by resentment, including attempts to sabotage Inaz's happiness. Joseph. Active protector and healer. Joseph grows from a supportive partner to a protector and advocate, sacrificing his own ambitions for Inaz's safety and well-being. He becomes a model of steadfast love and moral integrity. Catalyst for change. Through his actions and support, Joseph helps Inaz transform from a victim to a survivor and activist, reclaiming her voice and agency. 4. Symbolic meaning. Aspect. Tariq. Joseph. Initial status. Hopeful, loving, but insecure and marginalized. Outsider, compassionate, seeking belonging. Main struggle. Against racism, social exclusion, and loss. Against racism, injustice, and loss. Turning point. Loss of Inaz, sense of betrayal. Taking on protector role, sacrificing for love. Growth. From hopeful lover to wounded, sometimes vengeful. From supporter to protector and healer. Resolution. Bitterness, resignation, tragic loss. Family, fulfillment, solidarity, new life in Canada. Symbolism. Pain of racial/social injustice, tragedy of exclusion. Love, loyalty, cross-cultural solidarity. Key insights. Tariq's actions are shaped by fear, internalized oppression, and resignation. He is unable to protect Inaz in moments of crisis, and his passivity ultimately leads to tragic outcomes. Joseph's actions are defined by courage, sacrifice, and unwavering support. He actively intervenes to protect Inaz, both physically and emotionally, and his partnership is transformative for both of them. Conclusion. Joseph and Tariq represent two contrasting models of love and support in the face of oppression. Tariq is a tragic figure, paralyzed by societal barriers and personal insecurity, whose inaction and resignation leave Inaz vulnerable. Joseph is a symbol of hope, resilience, and cross-cultural solidarity, whose active protection and emotional support enable Inaz to survive, heal, and reclaim her agency. A detailed summary of how Joseph helps Inaz with her conversion from Islam to Christianity and the backlashes she faces from her community and family, based on the novel. How Joseph helps Inaz convert. Emotional support and compassion. Joseph, an Ethiopian Christian medical student, becomes a source of healing and hope for Inaz after her traumatic experiences with her family, her first lover Tariq, and her abusive marriage to Osama. His unwavering support and compassion help her recover from trauma and reclaim her agency. Intellectual and spiritual guidance. Joseph introduces Inaz to Christian teachings, especially the loving and peaceful messages of Jesus Christ. He contrasts these with the misogynistic and patriarchal teachings she experienced in her upbringing. Through patient conversations, he helps her see the possibility of a faith that values her dignity and autonomy. Encouraging critical reflection. Joseph encourages Inaz to critically examine the religious and social systems that have oppressed her. He supports her as she studies comparative religion and philosophy, helping her articulate her doubts about Islam and her growing attraction to Christianity. Facilitating her conversion. When Inaz is ready, Joseph accompanies her to church, supports her through her baptism, and stands by her side as she openly declares her new faith. Their relationship, built on mutual respect and shared suffering, becomes a partnership in resistance and hope. Providing a safe haven. Joseph and his allies, including the Alexander family, help protect Inaz from physical harm and provide her with shelter and community as she faces backlash for her conversion. Backlashes faced by Inaz from community and family. 1. Family rejection and violence. Inaz's father, a strict patriarch, reacts with rage and violence upon learning of her conversion. He attempts to honor killings multiple times, physically assaults her, and ultimately disowns her, declaring her dead to the family. Her mother is complicit, enforcing patriarchal norms and emotionally abandoning her. The extended family supports her father's actions, reinforcing her isolation. 2. Community ostracism and threats. The Sudanese student community in India acts as moral police, surveilling, attacking, and ostracizing Inaz for her relationships and, later, her conversion to Christianity. She is subjected to rumors, public shaming, and threats of honor killing. After her conversion to Christianity, the backlash intensifies. She is declared an apostate, faces threats of execution, and is targeted for kidnapping and forced repatriation by Sudanese diplomats and corrupt police. 3. Legal and institutional persecution. Inaz is falsely accused of crimes, such as drug trafficking, by corrupt authorities in India and Saudi Arabia, leading to imprisonment, torture, and rape. Her conversion to Christianity is used as justification for legal persecution and attempts to extradite her to Sudan, where apostasy is punishable by death. 4. Religious and social stigma. Her conversion to Christianity is seen as a betrayal of family, tribe, and nation. She is labeled a traitor, infidel, and source of shame. The community's response includes collective condemnation, social exclusion, and incitement to violence. 5. International and diaspora pressure. Sudanese embassies and diaspora networks collaborate to surveil, harass, and attempt to forcibly return Inaz to Sudan for punishment. Multiple plots are hatched to kidnap her, and she narrowly escapes extradition and death through international intervention. Key moments illustrating backlash. Physical assault by father. After her relationship with Tariq is exposed, her father travels to India and nearly kills her in an honor attack. Later, after her conversion to Christianity, he attempts to murder her again. Community violence. The Sudanese student community in India attacks and ostracizes her, acting as enforcers of religious and social conformity. Legal persecution. She is imprisoned, tortured, and raped by authorities in India and Saudi Arabia, with her apostasy cited as a reason for her mistreatment. International plots. Sudanese diplomats and police repeatedly attempt to kidnap and extradite her for apostasy, leading to dramatic escapes and interventions by the UN and human rights activists. Conclusion: Joseph's role in Inaz's conversion to Christianity is central. He provides emotional, intellectual, and spiritual support, helps her critically examine her beliefs, and stands by her through the process of conversion to Christianity and the severe backlash that follows. The consequences for Inaz are extreme. She faces violence, ostracism, legal persecution, and threats to her life from her family, community, and state institutions. Her journey is one of resilience and hope, but also a stark portrayal of the dangers faced by women who challenge patriarchal and religious norms in conservative societies. How Inaz discovers that Islam is the main reason for her abuse and suffering in Sudan, India, and Saudi Arabia. Here's a detailed, evidence-based answer drawn directly from the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers, a novel by Dr. A. Ahmed. How Inaz discovers Islam as the root of her suffering. 1. Personal experience of oppression. Throughout her life, Inaz faces severe oppression, violence, and control, first from her father in Sudan, then from her husband and the legal system in Saudi Arabia, and finally from her own community and authorities in India. Each time she is abused, the justification is rooted in religious doctrine or Sharia law. Her father attempts honor killings and forces her into marriage, citing Islamic law and the authority of the male guardian, wali. In Saudi Arabia, she is imprisoned, beaten, and denied autonomy under the guardianship system, which is explicitly justified by hadiths and Quranic verses. In India, the Sudanese student community acts as moral police, enforcing conformity and punishing her for relationships and choices that violate religious norms. 2. Critical reflection and study. After escaping immediate danger, Inaz begins to study religion deeply, especially the role of women in Islam. She spends months reading religious texts and feminist critiques, comparing Islam with other religions. Through this research, she realizes that many of the abuses she suffered are not just cultural, but are directly supported by Islamic scripture and tradition. 3. Conversations with allies. Her Christian husband Joseph and secular friends encourage her to question the roots of her suffering. They point out that the misogynistic treatment she endured is not just the fault of individuals, but is embedded in the religious and legal systems that govern her society. These conversations help her connect her personal experiences to broader patterns of institutionalized oppression. 4. Testimony of women's rights activists. Later in the novel, Inaz is interviewed by Arab Muslim women's rights activists. They trace the root of her abuse not just to her family or community, but to the religious doctrines themselves. They point out that the hadiths and Quranic verses give men absolute authority over women, justify violence, and prescribe harsh punishments for disobedience or apostasy. Their conclusion is that Islam, as interpreted and practiced in her context, is the central cause of her suffering. 5. Key realization. The pivotal realization for Inaz is that her suffering is not an accident or the result of a few bad individuals, but is systematically enabled and justified by religious law and tradition. She comes to see that forced marriage, honor violence, female genital mutilation, lack of legal recourse, and punishment for apostasy are all sanctioned by religious texts and authorities. Attempts to reform or reinterpret these doctrines are met with fierce resistance from religious leaders and communities. The only way for her to achieve freedom and dignity is to reject the system that perpetuates her oppression. Summary: Inaz's journey from victimhood to agency is marked by her growing awareness that Islam, as practiced in her societies, is the root cause of her abuse and suffering. This realization comes through personal experience, critical study, supportive conversations, and the testimony of women's rights activists, culminating in her decision to leave Islam and advocate for the rights of women and minorities. Direct quotes from the novel that show how Inaz discovers Islam is the main reason for her abuse and suffering in Sudan, India, and Saudi Arabia. Here are several key passages, with context, drawn directly from the text. 1. Women's rights activist conclusion. The Arab women's rights activists traced the root of the abuses and persecutions of the apostate girl which went beyond those Sudanese diplomats and students in India who hate her and made several attempts to destroy her life, starting from her Muslim father who made 3 attempts to slay her. Firstly, her father almost killed her in Pune City when he heard a mere rumor that his Arab daughter married an African Sudanese boy by the name of Tariq Harun al-Ajabo, without his knowledge and consent. The women's rights activists found out there are authentic hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad which said a marriage of a girl without the permission of her wali, father, or another guardian is invalid. Therefore, the Muslim father, empowered and supported by such a hadith, he could not be condemned alone without pointing a finger at the founder of Islam, who gave him this absolute right on the life of his daughter to control her and decide who to marry. 2. On the role of Sharia and hadith. Her father and mother punished her and locked her up inside a dark room because she ran away from her first Arab husband Osama Hashim Saleh, whom she accused of being a gay, pimp, and abusive husband who sold his wife through gambling to 7 Saudis who all of them had raped her in his apartment. Moreover, Inaz was condemned by the Muslim society and the Islamic Sharia law in Saudi Arabia because she left her evil husband's apartment in Jeddah City without his knowledge and without a male muharram and ran away from him. Again, there is an authentic hadith of the Prophet of Islam which forbids the woman to go out of her house without the company of her husband or male muharram, such as her father or brother. Instead of trying to find out whether Inaz was truly being abused by her first Sudanese husband and his Saudi friends, the Islamic law and the Muslim society put the blame on her and condemned her as a rebellious wife who deserved to be given 200 lashes. Her bold action was counted as rebellion. The Quran gives her father the right to beat his rebellious daughter and her husband to hammer his rebellious wife. See Surah Al-Nisa 4, verse 34. 3. On apostasy and punishment. Her father became extremely furious when he came to know his daughter had forsaken Islam and become a Christian. He decided to go to India and punish her for the abominable apostasy she had done. Islam strictly forbids conversion to another religion and prescribes capital punishment to an apostate. This severe punishment is based on authentic hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad which are mentioned in Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. Also, the first rightly guided caliph, Abu Bakr al-Siddiq, fought against the Muslim apostates and killed many of them. Accordingly, her outraged Muslim father traveled all the way to Pakistan and smuggled himself across the Indian border. He then purchased a dagger and a big stick and attacked his daughter and her Christian husband. If her Ethiopian husband did not courageously defend his Sudanese wife, her dangerous Muslim father would have beheaded her in broad daylight. The criminal's father was arrested, tried, condemned, and sentenced to 10 years prison term under hard labor. At present, he is serving his sentence in a maximum security prison in Bombay City. By condemning her imprisoned father, the Indian secular court was also indirectly condemned Islam, which gave him the right to kill his apostate Muslim daughter. This is in one of the authentic hadiths in which the Prophet Muhammad said, "Whoever changes his religion, kill him." 4. Inaz's own realization and mission. Inaz truthfully and sincerely answered all their questions. She told them in plain language, she wants to master some topics in Islam with the hope of assisting other Muslim women escaping from that abusive religion, which is the main cause of their suffering and misery in life. 5. Summary by the women's rights activists. In conclusion, the underlying cause of her abuses and persecutions is the religion of Islam. These passages show, in Inaz's own words and through the analysis of other characters, that her journey of discovery is both personal and intellectual. She connects her suffering, forced marriage, violence, legal vulnerability, and persecution for apostasy directly to the teachings and laws of Islam as practiced in her societies. A comparison of the legal responses to the abuse suffered by Inaz in Saudi Arabia and Mary Akal in India, as depicted in the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed. Here's a detailed, evidence-based comparison based on the novel's content. Abuse of Inaz in Saudi Arabia, legal response. Nature of abuse. Inaz was subjected to severe abuse by her husband Osama's friends in Saudi Arabia, including marital rape, sexual exploitation, imprisonment, and being gambled away and raped by others. She was also kept under house arrest, starved, and denied autonomy. Legal context. Saudi Arabia's legal system is based on strict Sharia law, with the guardianship system, Nizam al-Walaya, giving men absolute control over women. Women cannot travel, marry, or access many services without male permission. Marital rape and domestic violence are not recognized as crimes, and women who report abuse are often punished themselves. The law is used to enforce obedience rather than protect victims. Legal response. When Inaz attempted to escape, she was arrested and charged with multiple offenses, including disobedience, adultery, and apostasy, all of which can carry the death penalty. There was no legal protection for her as a victim. Instead, the legal system was complicit in her abuse, and her suffering was justified by family and community as necessary for family honor and religious conformity. Abuse of Mary Akal in India. Legal response. Nature of abuse. Mary Akal, a Sudanese Christian girl, was involved with Khalid in India. She was subjected to repeated sexual exploitation and abuse by Khalid and his friends. Khalid treated Mary as a sex slave, allowed his friends to rape her, sometimes while she was intoxicated, and profited from her exploitation. Legal context. India's legal system is officially secular, and in principle, offers legal recourse for victims of sexual violence. However, the novel depicts a context where foreign women, especially those without strong social support, are extremely vulnerable. Mary's abuse is not reported to the authorities, and she does not receive legal protection or justice. The system is portrayed as slow, corrupt, and often biased against outsiders, making it difficult for victims like Mary to seek help. Legal response. There is no formal legal response to Mary's abuse in the narrative. Her suffering is largely invisible to the authorities, and she remains trapped in a cycle of exploitation. The lack of intervention is attributed to her marginalized status as a foreign student and the broader context of corruption and indifference in the Indian system. Comparative analysis. Aspect. Inaz in Saudi Arabia. Mary Akal in India. Type of abuse. Marital rape, sexual exploitation, imprisonment, rape by others. Sexual exploitation, repeated rape by boyfriend's friends. Legal system. Sharia law, guardianship system, no recognition of marital rape or domestic violence. Secular law, but with practical barriers for foreign women. Legal response. Victim criminalized, no protection, risk of death penalty. No legal intervention, abuse remains unaddressed. Victim status. Criminalized for seeking help, punished for disobedience. Marginalized, invisible to authorities, no justice. Systemic issues. Law enforces obedience, protects abusers, punishes victims. Corruption, indifference, lack of support for foreign victims. Key insights. In both cases, the legal systems failed to protect the victims. In Inaz's case, the law actively enabled and justified her abuse, criminalizing her for seeking autonomy. In Mary Akal's case, the law was absent or indifferent, leaving her without recourse or protection. The novel uses these parallel stories to critique both the overt legal oppression of women in Saudi Arabia and the practical failures of justice for marginalized women in India. A comparison of the agency of Inaz and Mary Akal, two characters whose stories unfold in very different cultural and personal contexts in the novel Inaz, and the two unmarriageable lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed. Inaz, agency under siege, resistance, and transformation. Early life and constraints. Inaz is raised in a strict Sudanese Arab Muslim family, where her choices are heavily constrained by patriarchal, tribal, and religious norms. Her agency is initially very limited. Her father and mother arrange her marriage, control her education, and respond to her attempts at autonomy with violence and confinement. Even when she is allowed to study medicine in India, it is only under her father's conditional approval, and her movements and relationships are closely monitored by both her family and the Sudanese student community abroad. Escalating abuse and loss of control. Throughout her journey, Inaz faces forced marriage, marital rape, imprisonment, and repeated attempts at honor killing. Her agency is repeatedly stripped away by family, community, and legal systems in Sudan, Saudi Arabia, and India. She is subjected to violence, betrayal, and legal persecution, often with little recourse or protection. Turning points and growth. Despite these overwhelming constraints, Inaz's story is also one of growing agency. Key turning points include her decision to convert to Christianity, which is both a spiritual and political act of defiance. Her refusal to betray her allies, even under torture. Her eventual escape from multiple attempts at forced repatriation and execution, often with the help of international organizations and allies. Her public speeches and debates, where she critiques the systems that oppress her and inspires others to question tradition. Limits and costs. Inaz's agency is hard-won and comes at great personal cost. She is often forced to choose between survival and autonomy, and her acts of resistance frequently lead to further violence and isolation. Yet, by the end of the novel, she emerges as a survivor and activist, reclaiming her voice and inspiring others, even as threats persist. Mary Akal, agency in the shadow of exploitation. Background and social position. Mary Akal is a Sudanese Christian girl, involved in the church and the Sudanese student community in India. Her relationship with Khalid Unmarriageable is characterized by exploitation and abuse. Khalid treats Mary as a sex partner and, at times, as a commodity. She is subjected to humiliation, objectification, and even being shared with his friends. Mary's agency is severely limited by her social and economic vulnerability, her outsider status, and the power dynamics in her relationship. Constraints and survival. Mary's ability to make choices is constrained by her dependence on Khalid and her marginalization within both the Sudanese and Indian contexts. She is often manipulated, coerced, and subjected to violence, with little support or protection. Her attempts to assert herself are met with further abuse or dismissal, and she is frequently betrayed by those around her. Acts of agency. Despite these constraints, Mary does exercise some agency. She forms alliances with other marginalized individuals, such as Inaz. She sometimes acts as an informant or intermediary, navigating the complex social networks of the Sudanese diaspora. However, these acts are often reactive or survival-oriented, rather than transformative or emancipatory. Limits and outcomes. Mary's agency is largely circumscribed by her circumstances. Unlike Inaz, she does not experience a significant arc of empowerment or transformation. Her story highlights the ways in which intersecting oppressions, gender, race, religion, and class, can severely limit agency, especially for those without supportive networks or institutional protection. Comparative insights. Structural constraints. Both Inaz and Mary face severe structural constraints, but Inaz's journey is marked by a gradual reclamation of agency, while Mary's journey is characterized by ongoing exploitation and limited opportunities for resistance. Support networks. Inaz, despite her isolation, eventually finds allies, Joseph, the Alexander family, international organizations, who help her assert her agency. Mary, by contrast, is more isolated and lacks sustained support. Transformation versus survival. Inaz's story is one of transformation, from victim to survivor to activist. Mary's story is more about survival within an exploitative system, with few opportunities for meaningful change. Agency and cost. Both pay a high price for any assertion of agency, but Inaz's acts of resistance have broader social and political impact, while Mary's are more circumscribed and personal. In summary, Inaz's agency is forged through relentless struggle, resistance, and the eventual support of allies, allowing her to transform her circumstances and inspire others. Mary Akal's agency, in contrast, is severely limited by her social position and the exploitative dynamics of her relationship with Khalid, leaving her with few avenues for empowerment or escape. Their stories together illustrate the spectrum of agency available to women in oppressive contexts, and the profound impact of both structural barriers and supportive networks on the ability to assert one's will. A comparison between the two marriages of Inaz with Tariq and the two marriages of Inaz with Joseph, as depicted in the novel Inaz, and the two unmarriageable lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed. 1. The two marriages of Inaz with Tariq. A. The forced/secret Islamic marriage in India. Nature. Inaz and Tariq's first marriage is a forced, secret Islamic marriage conducted under duress by the Sudanese Muslim Brotherhood students in India. This marriage is not recognized by her family and is a source of further conflict and danger. Foundation. The marriage is not based on mutual choice or love as a foundation for a life together, but rather as a coerced response to community pressure and threats of violence. Both Inaz and Tariq know from the start that their relationship is unmarriageable due to deep-seated racial and tribal prejudice in Sudanese society. Development. Their relationship is passionate but fraught with insecurity, social stigma, and a sense of doom. The marriage is never fully consummated or accepted and is marked by violence, betrayal, and eventual separation. Tariq's love becomes tinged with bitterness and resentment, especially after Inaz's conversion to Christianity and her eventual marriage to Joseph. Outcome. The marriage ends in tragedy and unresolved pain. Tariq transitions from hopeful lover to a wounded, sometimes vengeful outsider. Their relationship is ultimately destroyed by societal racism, tribalism, and the inability to overcome these barriers. B. The later marriage arranged by Inaz's father. Nature. After Inaz's apostasy and her father's desperation to save her from Christianity, he arranges another marriage between Inaz and Tariq, this time in Egypt, without her knowledge or consent. This is a legal and religious maneuver, not a relationship based on love or partnership. Foundation. The marriage is a product of patriarchal and religious control, intended to restore family honor and bring Inaz back to Islam. It is not recognized by Inaz as legitimate, and she rejects it outright when confronted. Development. Tariq's role is largely passive, and his motivations are mixed, partly love, partly a sense of wounded pride, and partly pressure from Inaz's father. The marriage is never consummated or lived as a real partnership. Outcome. The marriage is ultimately nullified by Inaz through legal means in India, and she refuses to acknowledge it as valid. It serves as a plot device to highlight the lack of agency women have under patriarchal systems and the use of marriage as a tool of control. 2. The two marriages of Inaz with Joseph. A. The first marriage, civil and Christian union in India. Nature. Inaz and Joseph's first marriage is a civil and Christian union, founded on mutual love, respect, and emotional support. It is a partnership of equals, celebrated with the support of friends and allies. Foundation. Their relationship develops gradually, beginning with compassion and friendship after Inaz's traumatic experiences. It is built on mutual respect, healing, and solidarity, with Joseph offering unwavering support and a sense of safety. Development. Their love grows through shared adversity, persecution, violence, and legal threats. Joseph stands by Inaz through her conversion to Christianity, legal battles, and eventual resettlement as refugees. Their partnership allows both to grow, Inaz from victim to survivor and activist, and Joseph from supporter to protector and healer. Outcome. Their marriage leads to hope, new beginnings, and eventual resettlement in Canada. It is a source of healing, resilience, and the possibility of a new life built on love and solidarity. B. The second marriage, legal and religious reaffirmation. Nature. After legal challenges and the nullification of her forced marriage to Tariq, Inaz and Joseph remarry, both civilly and in the church, to reaffirm their union and resolve any legal or religious ambiguities. Foundation. This second marriage is a reaffirmation of their chosen partnership, now fully recognized by both civil and religious authorities. It is a conscious, mutual decision, free from coercion or external pressure. Development. The second marriage is marked by public acceptance within their community and church, and it symbolizes the triumph of agency, love, and personal choice over patriarchal and religious constraints. Outcome. The reaffirmed marriage allows Inaz and Joseph to move forward as a family, secure in their relationship and their legal status. It is a testament to their resilience and the power of chosen love. Comparative table. Aspect. Inaz and Tariq, first and second. Inaz and Joseph, first and second. Nature. Forced, secret, or arranged, not based on mutual choice, never fully recognized or lived. Chosen, loving, healing, and reaffirmed, partnership of equals. Foundation. Coercion, social/religious pressure, family honor, mutual respect, solidarity, emotional support, agency. Development, marked by insecurity, stigma, violence, and eventual rejection. Grows through adversity, partnership, and shared struggle. Outcome, ends in tragedy, nullification, and rejection. It leads to hope, healing, family, and new beginnings. Key insights. Agency. Inaz's marriages to Tariq are characterized by a lack of agency. She is coerced, manipulated, and denied choice. Her marriages to Joseph, by contrast, are acts of agency and self-determination, chosen freely and reaffirmed in the face of adversity. Social context. The marriages to Tariq reflect the oppressive power of patriarchal and tribal systems, while the marriages to Joseph symbolize the possibility of love, healing, and partnership across boundaries. Resolution. The contrast between these marriages underscores the novel's central themes: the struggle for autonomy, the destructiveness of forced unions, and the redemptive power of chosen love. In summary, the two marriages of Inaz with Tariq are defined by coercion, social control, and tragedy, while her two marriages with Joseph are defined by agency, mutual love, and the hope of a new life. This contrast is central to the novel's critique of patriarchal and religious systems and its affirmation of personal freedom and dignity. Why Inaz's father, despite being a staunchly racist Arab man, ultimately agrees to give his daughter in marriage to her African boyfriend Tariq, even though Tariq is already a married man. Summary of the situation. Throughout the novel, Inaz's father, Ahmed Salah, is portrayed as a proud Sudanese Arab who is deeply invested in tribal and racial hierarchies. He initially considers Tariq, who is of African, Fur, descent, utterly unmarriageable for his Arab daughter, and his racism is a driving force behind much of Inaz's suffering. However, by the end of the story, he reverses his position and offers Inaz's hand to Tariq, even though Tariq is already married. Reasons for the change. Religious prioritization over race. The father's ultimate decision is driven by his perception of religious hierarchy. While he is deeply racist, he is even more concerned about his daughter's conversion to Christianity and her marriage to Joseph, an Ethiopian Christian. In his worldview, it is less shameful for his daughter to be married to a black African Muslim, Tariq, than to a Christian, whom he sees as an infidel. The idea of his daughter leaving Islam is, for him, a greater dishonor than crossing racial boundaries within Islam. Desperation to restore family honor. After Inaz's conversion to Christianity and public defiance, her father is desperate to restore the family's honor in the eyes of their community. By arranging a marriage to Tariq, he hopes to erase the scandal of apostasy and interfaith marriage. Even though Tariq is already married, polygamy is permissible in Islamic law, so this is not an insurmountable obstacle for the father. The priority is to bring Inaz back into the Muslim fold, even if it means accepting a union he previously abhorred. Instrumental use of Tariq. The father's offer is not a genuine acceptance of Tariq as a son-in-law, but rather a pragmatic move. He sees Tariq as a tool to save his daughter from Christianity and to reassert patriarchal and religious control. The marriage is less about love or reconciliation and more about damage control and reasserting authority. Polygamy as a cultural solution. The fact that Tariq is already married is not a barrier in this context. In Sudanese and broader Islamic law, a man may have up to 4 wives. The father is willing to overlook his previous objections to polygamy and racial mixing because the alternative, his daughter remaining a Christian and married to Joseph, is, in his view, far worse. Conclusion. In summary, Inaz's father's decision is a reluctant, pragmatic concession. It is motivated by a hierarchy of values in which religious conformity and family honor outweigh racial prejudice and even the complications of polygamy. The marriage to Tariq, though previously unthinkable, becomes the lesser evil compared to the perceived catastrophe of apostasy and interfaith marriage. Direct textual examples from the novel that show why Inaz's father, despite being a staunch racist Arab, ultimately agrees to give his daughter in marriage to her African boyfriend Tariq, even though Tariq is already married. Below are direct textual excerpts from the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Book 1. A novel by Dr. A. Ahmed that illustrate this decision and the reasoning behind it. 1. The father's reluctant offer. The proud Sudanese lawyer preferred his Arab daughter to wed the so-called Karabi boy who looks like an ugly black crow, which more tolerable for him than leaving her to remain an apostate from Islam and dies as a filthy infidel Christian woman and goes to hell. His pride and arrogance cannot tolerate an apostate girl in his Arab tribe. His Shajia tribe will tell you in pride, "We are Shajia and Arabs. We memorize the Quran by heart and teach others the hadiths of our great-grandfather, the Prophet Muhammad." Mr. Ahmed Saleh convinced Tariq that as a Muslim man, the Quran gives him the right to have up to 4 wives at the same time. Although the African boy is already a married man, the tempting offer of the cunning father of his former Arab girlfriend Inaz made him agree to have a second wife according to the blessed sunnah of his Prophet Muhammad. Especially now his unfulfilled life dream can be at last realized. Then, the Sudanese lawyer took the Karabi boy to a mosque and requested an Egyptian imam to conduct the marriage of his Arab daughter Inaz Ahmed Saleh with the good Muslim boy Tariq Harun al-Ajabo. 2. The lesser evil logic. Even so, at first, the African boyfriend Tariq thanked the proud Arab man for his kind offer, but he said he had already found a suitable Arab girl and married her. The proud Muslim father preferred his Arab daughter to wed the so-called Karabi boy who looks like an ugly black crow, which more tolerable for him than leaving her to remain an apostate from Islam and dies as a filthy infidel Christian woman and goes to hell. 3. Religious motivation overriding racism. It was the good man, Mr. Vijay Alexander, who came up with the plan to help the trapped Sudanese apostate girl to escape from her helpless situation in the hotel in Doha. The proud Sudanese lawyer, Mr. Ahmed Saleh, has eventually become the Minister of Justice in the Democratic Republic of Sudan. We may or may not meet him again down the road of the life of his terribly abused and unjustly persecuted and prosecuted daughter. He did that because he was extremely outraged and because she was in love with the black African boy. Accordingly, he traveled to Egypt and met with the Karabi boy Tariq Harun al-Ajabo and took him to a mosque and conducted his halal Islamic marriage with his daughter Inaz Ahmed Saleh according to the Holy Book of Allah and the blessed sunnah of his infallible messenger Muhammad. 4. Polygamy as a solution. The fact that Tariq is already married is not a barrier in this context. In Sudanese and broader Islamic law, a man may have up to 4 wives. The father is willing to overlook his previous objections to polygamy and racial mixing because the alternative, his daughter remaining a Christian and married to Joseph, is, in his view, far worse. 5. The father's own words. My brother, Mr. Ahmed Saleh spoke in a faint voice begging for mercy rather than challenge. My brother Hashim, the Sudanese lawyer repeated his request. We must go to the good man Mr. Harun al-Ajabo and beg him and convince him to tell his beloved son Tariq to save the life of my only daughter Inaz. Tariq has to give a statement under oath that he had divorced his wife Inaz Ahmed Saleh before she had married her cousin Osama Hashim Saleh. That is the only way my daughter's life can be saved from those Saudi thugs who want to behead her or stone her to death. In summary, the father's decision is explicitly described as a pragmatic, desperate attempt to save his daughter from the greater shame and danger, in his eyes, of apostasy and interfaith marriage. He is willing to accept a marriage he previously abhorred, even if it means his daughter becomes a second wife to a man of a race he once despised, because religious conformity and family honor take precedence over racial prejudice in this moment of crisis. A detailed comparative summary of Inaz's 5 marriages, with Tariq, Osama, and Joseph, based on the content of the novel Inaz and the 2 Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed. Overview of Inaz's marital relationships. 1. Marriage to Tariq, first and second. Nature. Both marriages to Tariq are marked by external coercion and societal pressure. The first is a forced, secret Islamic marriage in India, conducted under threat by Sudanese Muslim Brotherhood students. The second is orchestrated by Inaz's father in Egypt, after her apostasy, as a desperate attempt to save family honor and bring her back to Islam. Agency. In both cases, Inaz has little to no agency. The first marriage is a survival tactic under threat of violence. The second is arranged without her knowledge or consent and is essentially a legal maneuver by her father. Emotional climate. The relationship is passionate but fraught with insecurity, social stigma, and a sense of doom. Both Anaz and Tariq know their union is unmarriageable due to entrenched racism and tribalism. Outcome: neither marriage is consummated. The relationship ends in separation, bitterness, and unresolved pain. Tariq's role shifts from hopeful lover to a wounded, sometimes antagonistic figure. 2. Marriage to Osama. Nature. This is an arranged, forced marriage, orchestrated by Anaz's family for tribal and religious reasons. There is no emotional or romantic bond between Anaz and Osama. Agency. Anaz has no agency. She complies out of obedience to her parents and societal expectations. Emotional climate. The marriage is loveless, dysfunctional, and abusive. Osama is later revealed to be gay and sexually dysfunctional. Anaz is subjected to emotional neglect, physical abuse, and, through Osama's actions, sexual violence by others. Outcome: the marriage is never consummated by Osama. Anaz is isolated, traumatized, and eventually escapes, but not before enduring significant suffering. 3. Marriage to Joseph, first and second. Nature. Both marriages to Joseph are based on mutual love, respect, and emotional support. The first is a civil marriage in India, followed by a Christian wedding. The second occurs after Anaz divorces Tariq in court, resolving legal ambiguities and allowing her and Joseph to remarry and be accepted by their church. Agency. Anaz exercises full agency in choosing Joseph as her partner. Their union is a product of her own will, spiritual journey, and search for dignity. Emotional climate. The relationship is healing, supportive, and transformative. Joseph is a source of hope and resilience for Anaz, helping her recover from trauma and reclaim her agency. Outcome: the marriage is fully consummated and leads to a new life, parenthood, and eventual resettlement in Canada. Their partnership is a model of solidarity and hope. Comparative table. Aspect: Anaz and Tariq, 2. Anaz and Osama, 1. Anaz and Joseph, 2. Foundation: forced, secret, coerced. Arranged, forced. Chosen, mutual love. Agency: none. None. Full agency. Emotional: passionate, doomed. Loveless, abusive. Healing, supportive. Consummation: no. No by Osama. Yes. Social context: racial/tribal/religious. Patriarchal, tribal. Cross-cultural, solidarity. Outcome: tragic, unresolved pain. Trauma, isolation. Growth, hope, new beginnings. Symbolism: tragedy of exclusion. Oppression, loss of self. Resilience, hope, voice for oppressed. Key insights: agency. Only with Joseph does Anaz exercise true agency and choice. Her marriages to Tariq and Osama are dictated by external forces, family, community, and religious authorities. Consummation: the only marriage that is emotionally and physically consummated is with Joseph. This underscores the difference between relationships founded on coercion versus those based on mutual respect and love. Transformation: the arc of Anaz's marital experiences moves from victimhood and coercion, Tariq, Osama, to agency and partnership, Joseph, reflecting her journey from oppression to self-determination. Summary: Anaz's 5 marriages, 2 with Tariq, 1 with Osama, and 2 with Joseph, trace a journey from forced, loveless, and abusive unions to a chosen, loving, and healing partnership. Only with Joseph does Anaz find both agency and fulfillment, marking a profound transformation in her personal narrative and symbolizing hope and resilience in the face of systemic oppression. A comparative analysis of the cultural context in the stories of Anaz and Mary Akal. Comparative summary: cultural contexts of Anaz and Mary Akal. 1. Anaz, Sudanese Arab-Muslim patriarchy, racism, and diaspora surveillance. Patriarchal and tribal authority. Anaz is raised in a conservative Sudanese Arab-Muslim family, where patriarchal and tribal norms are strictly enforced. Her father is a strict patriarch, and her mother is complicit in upholding these norms. Family honor, tribal identity, and religious conformity are paramount, and women's autonomy is severely restricted. Racism and social hierarchy. The Sudanese context is deeply divided along racial and tribal lines. As an Arab, Inaz is forbidden from marrying an African Sudanese, Tariq, due to entrenched racism and tribal prejudice. This hierarchy is enforced both in Sudan and within the Sudanese diaspora. Religious intolerance, apostasy, leaving Islam, is a capital crime, and interfaith relationships are taboo. Inaz faces severe consequences for converting to Christianity and marrying a Christian, Joseph, including threats of death, legal persecution, and social ostracism. Diaspora surveillance and moral police. In India, the Sudanese student community acts as moral police, enforcing conformity through surveillance, violence, and ostracism. This collective policing extends the reach of Sudanese cultural norms into the diaspora, making it difficult for Inaz to escape control even abroad. Legal and institutional complicity. Both in Sudan and in the diaspora, legal and religious institutions reinforce patriarchal and religious authority, often failing to protect women or actively participating in their abuse. 2. Mary Akal, Sudanese Christian minority, gendered exploitation, and diaspora marginality. Christian minority status. Mary Akal is a Sudanese Christian, a minority both in Sudan and within the Sudanese diaspora in India. Her Christian identity places her at the margins of the dominant Arab Muslim culture, exposing her to different forms of vulnerability and exclusion. Diaspora exploitation and gendered violence. In India, Mary Akal becomes involved with Khalid, who exploits her sexually and emotionally. She is subjected to abuse not only by her boyfriend but also by his friends, who treat her as a free-of-charge sex slave. This exploitation is facilitated by her marginal status as a Christian girl in a predominantly Muslim, male-dominated diaspora community. Lack of community protection. Unlike Inaz, whose actions are policed by a tight-knit community, Mary Akal is isolated and lacks the protection of a strong communal network. Her Christian background and gender make her doubly vulnerable to abuse and social exclusion. Stigma and social hierarchy. Mary Akal is stigmatized by both Muslim and Christian Sudanese students. She is called derogatory names and is not considered a legitimate romantic partner by her abuser, who openly demeans her and profits from her exploitation. Key contrasts. Aspect. Inaz, Arab Muslim. Mary Akal, Christian minority. Community control. Intense, collective, and violent enforcement of norms. Marginalized, isolated, little community protection. Patriarchy. Central, with family and community as enforcers. Exploited by individuals, not protected by community. Racism/tribalism. Victim of racism/tribalism as an Arab woman. Marginalized as a Christian and as a woman. Religious context. Islam as dominant, apostasy criminalized. Christian minority, subject to both Muslim and Christian stigma. Diaspora experience. Policed by moral police in diaspora. Exploited and isolated in diaspora. Legal recourse. Legal/religious institutions reinforce oppression. Lacks access to justice or protection. Conclusion. While both Inaz and Mary Akal suffer gendered abuse and exploitation, their cultural contexts differ sharply. Inaz is oppressed by a patriarchal, tribal, and religious system that is collectively enforced by family, community, and institutions, both in Sudan and in the diaspora. Her struggle is against systemic, communal, and institutionalized forms of control and violence. Mary Akal, as a Christian minority girl, is marginalized and isolated, making her vulnerable to individual exploitation and abuse without the protection or intervention of a supportive community. Her suffering is compounded by her outsider status, which leaves her exposed to predatory behavior and social stigma. A comparison between the novel Inaz and the two Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed and classic Western novels. Here's a structured, in-depth comparison, drawing on the content and themes of this novel and situating it within the context of Western literary traditions. 1. Scope and structure. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers is an epic, multi-country narrative that follows the protagonist, Inaz, through Sudan, India, Saudi Arabia, and Canada. The novel is structured as a sweeping, multi-generational saga, with a strong focus on social critique, trauma, and survival. This approach is reminiscent of classic Western epics such as Les Miserables by Victor Hugo or War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, which also use individual stories to critique broader social and political systems. Similarity, like Hugo and Tolstoy, Ahmed uses a personal odyssey to expose the failures and cruelties of institutions, religious, legal, and familial. Difference. Ahmed's novel is more overtly polemical, with extended speeches and direct critiques of Islam and patriarchy, whereas Western classics often use more subtle narrative devices or irony. 2. Themes. A. Oppression and resistance. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers centers on the oppression of women, religious minorities, and those who cross racial or tribal boundaries. The protagonist's journey is one from victimhood to agency, echoing the arc of characters like Jane Eyre in Charlotte Bronte's novel or Seeley in Alice Walker's The Color Purple. Difference. Ahmed's novel is more explicit in its condemnation of religious and cultural systems, whereas Western classics often critique through character development and plot rather than direct authorial commentary. B. Forbidden love. The motif of forbidden love across race, religion, and class recalls works like Romeo and Juliet, Shakespeare, Wuthering Heights, Emily Bronte, and A Passage to India, E.M. Forster. Difference. In Ahmed's novel, the consequences of forbidden love are not just personal tragedy, but also legal and existential threats, including honor killings and apostasy laws, which are less common in Western classics. C. Migration and exile. The refugee experience, displacement, and search for belonging are central to Ahmed's novel, paralleling works like The Grapes of Wrath, John Steinbeck, and Americana, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. Difference. Ahmed's depiction is more global and intersectional, involving multiple legal systems and forms of persecution, while many Western classics focus on internal migration or exile within a single cultural context. D. Religious critique. The novel's extended critique of Islam and religious authority is reminiscent of the anti-clericalism in The Brothers Karamazov, Fyodor Dostoevsky, or Madame Bovary, Gustave Flaubert, but Ahmed's approach is more direct and polemical. Difference. Western classics often critique religion through hypocrisy or personal failings, while Ahmed's novel critiques the foundational texts and doctrines themselves, such as the Holy Quran and Hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad. 3. Characterization. Inaz is a multidimensional character whose journey from obedience to resistance mirrors the arcs of classic Western heroines like Tess in Tess of the D'Urberville, Thomas Hardy, or Hester Prynne in The Scarlet Letter, Nathaniel Hawthorne. Supporting characters, Tariq, Joseph, Osama, the Alexander family, serve as foils and catalysts, much like the supporting casts in Dickens or Tolstoy. Difference. Ahmed's characters are often more symbolic, representing social forces, racism, patriarchy, religious intolerance, rather than being fully individualized. 4. Narrative voice and style. The novel combines third-person narration with direct commentary, speeches, and debates. This is somewhat similar to the narrative intrusions in Middlemarch, George Eliot, or the polemical asides in Les Miserables. Difference. Ahmed's style is more didactic and less ironic or ambiguous than many Western classics, which often leave room for reader interpretation. 5. Social critique and reform. Like Uncle Tom's Cabin, Harriet Beecher Stowe, or Oliver Twist, Charles Dickens, Ahmed's novel is intended as a call to empathy, justice, and reform. Difference. The critique in Ahmed's novel is more intersectional, addressing race, gender, religion, and migration simultaneously, and is rooted in contemporary global realities. 6. Comparisons with specific Western novels. Theme/aspect. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Classic Western novels, examples. Similarities. Differences. Oppression of women. Forced marriage, FGM, honor violence. Jane Eyre, Tess of the D'Urberville. Yes. More explicit, intersectional. Forbidden love. Race/religion/tribe. Romeo and Juliet, Wuthering Heights. Yes. Legal/existential stakes higher. Religious critique. Direct critique of Islam. The Brothers Karamazov, Madame Bovary. Yes. More polemical, less ironic. Migration/exile. Refugee journey, statelessness. The Grapes of Wrath, Americana. Yes. More global, multi-systemic. Social critique. Patriarchy, racism, legal injustice. Les Miserables, Uncle Tom's Cabin. Yes. More intersectional, contemporary. 7. Conclusion. Unique contributions and limitations. Unique contributions. Ahmed's novel brings together themes of gender, race, religion, and migration in a way that is rare in classic Western literature. Its global scope and intersectional analysis make it particularly relevant to contemporary readers interested in human rights, feminism, and post-colonial studies. Limitations. The novel's polemical style and direct authorial voice may feel less nuanced than the more ambiguous or ironic approaches of many Western classics. Some readers may find the explicitness of its critique and the symbolic nature of its characters less subtle than the psychological realism favored in the Western canon. In summary, Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers stands in the tradition of the social novel, using personal narrative to critique systems of oppression. It shares much with Western classics in its ambition and scope, but its intersectional, global, and polemical approach sets it apart, making it a distinctive contribution to world literature. A comparison between Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed and Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte. Here's a detailed, thematic, and structural comparison, highlighting both similarities and differences between these two novels. 1. Protagonist journey, from oppression to agency. Inaz and Jane Eyre are both female protagonists who begin their stories in environments of oppression and gradually assert their autonomy. Inaz faces patriarchal, religious, and racial oppression across multiple countries. Her journey is marked by forced marriage, violence, religious persecution, and exile. She ultimately seeks freedom, dignity, and self-determination through love, conversion from Islam to Christianity, and migration to the West. Jane Eyre is an orphan who endures emotional and physical abuse at the hands of her aunt and at Lowood School. She grows into a self-reliant woman who insists on her moral and emotional independence, even when it means sacrificing love or security. Similarity. Both novels center on a woman's struggle for autonomy in the face of overwhelming social and familial control. Difference. While Jane's struggle is primarily within the context of Victorian England's class and gender norms, Inaz's struggle is intersectional, combining gender, race, religion, and migration, and is more global in scope. 2. Love and forbidden relationships. Jane Eyre explores forbidden love through Jane's relationship with Mr. Rochester, which is complicated by class differences and Rochester's existing marriage. Inaz experiences forbidden love with Tariq due to racial and tribal prejudice, and Joseph due to religious intolerance. Both relationships are violently opposed by family and society, with consequences that are legal and existential. Similarity. Both novels use the motif of forbidden love to critique social norms and to test the protagonist's resolve and values. Difference. In Jane Eyre, the resolution comes through personal integrity and eventual social acceptance. In Inaz, the stakes are higher. Her relationships lead to threats of honor killing, legal persecution, and exile. 3. Critique of social and religious institutions. Jane Eyre critiques the hypocrisy and cruelty of religious figures, Mr. Brocklehurst, and the limitations placed on women by Victorian society. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers is a much more direct and polemical critique of religious, especially Islamic, and social institutions, focusing on their role in perpetuating misogyny, racism, and violence. Similarity. Both novels use the protagonist's experiences to expose the failures of the institutions meant to protect or guide them. Difference. Jane Eyre's critique is more subtle and embedded in character and plot. Ahmed's novel is explicit, with extended speeches and debates. 4. Narrative voice and style. Jane Eyre is written in the first person, allowing for deep psychological insight and emotional immediacy. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers uses a third-person omniscient narrator, but frequently breaks into direct commentary, speeches, and polemics. Similarity. Both novels are intensely personal, inviting the reader to empathize with the protagonist's suffering and resilience. Difference: Jane Eyre's introspection is more nuanced and ambiguous. Inaz's story is more didactic and outwardly focused on social critique. 5. Resolution and hope. Jane Eyre ends with Jane achieving both love and independence on her own terms, after a long journey of self-discovery and moral testing. Inaz achieves a measure of freedom and hope through migration and solidarity, but the novel ends with the acknowledgement that threats and struggles persist, even in exile. Similarity: both novels end with the protagonist finding a sense of agency and hope, though not without loss and ongoing challenges. 6. Key thematic table. Theme/aspect. Inaz and the two unmarriageable lovers. Jane Eyre. Similarities. Differences. Female agency. From victim to survivor/activist. From orphan to independent. Yes, Inaz's journey is more global, intersectional, and violent. Forbidden love. Race/religion/tribe barriers. Class/marriage barriers. Yes, Inaz faces legal/existential threats. Jane faces social/moral ones. Social critique. Patriarchy, racism, religious law. Gender/class, religious hypocrisy. Yes, Ahmed's critique is more direct and polemical. Narrative voice. Third person, polemical, multi-country. First person, introspective. Yes, Jane Eyre is more psychologically nuanced. Ending. Hope, but ongoing struggle. Hope, personal fulfillment. Yes, Inaz's threats persist, Jane's are resolved. 7. Conclusion: why this comparison matters. Both Inaz and the two unmarriageable lovers and Jane Eyre are stories of female resilience, autonomy, and the quest for dignity in oppressive societies. They differ in historical context, narrative style, and the scope of their critique, but both use the personal journey of a woman to illuminate and challenge the systems that constrain her. Jane Eyre is a foundational Western feminist text, focusing on the individual's right to selfhood and love. Inaz and the two unmarriageable lovers expands this struggle to a global, intersectional stage, confronting not only patriarchy, but also racism, religious intolerance, and the trauma of exile. A detailed comparison between the novel Inaz and the two unmarriageable lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed and the novel Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe, providing a structured, in-depth analysis, focusing on their themes, narrative structure, character arcs, social critique, and literary impact. 1. Historical and social context. Inaz and the two unmarriageable lovers. Set in late 20th and early 21st century Sudan, India, Saudi Arabia, and Canada. Explores the intersection of race, religion, gender, and migration in the Muslim world and diaspora. Focuses on the lived experience of a Sudanese Arab Muslim girl, Inaz, who faces forced marriage, religious persecution, gender-based violence, and ultimately becomes a refugee. Uncle Tom's Cabin. Published in 1852, set in antebellum United States. Exposes the brutality of slavery in the American South. Centers on the experiences of enslaved African Americans, especially Uncle Tom, and the moral dilemmas faced by white characters. Comparison: both novels are deeply rooted in their respective historical injustices. Inaz in the context of Islamic patriarchy, racism, and religious intolerance. Uncle Tom's Cabin in the context of American slavery and racism. Each uses the personal suffering of its protagonist to critique broader systems of oppression. 2. Themes and social critique. Inaz and the two unmarriageable lovers. Racism and tribalism. Explores entrenched racial and tribal prejudice in Sudanese and Arab societies, especially regarding marriage and social status. Misogyny and patriarchy. Critiques forced marriage, female genital mutilation, lack of autonomy, and violence against women. Religious intolerance and apostasy. Highlights the dangers of religious apostasy, especially for women, and the lack of freedom to choose or change faith. Love across boundaries. Forbidden love that crosses race, religion, and culture. Abuse of power and corruption. Exposes corruption and abuse by authorities, police, religious leaders, and diplomats. Exile, migration, and refugee experience. chronicles the struggles of refugees and migrants seeking safety and belonging. Solidarity and resistance emphasizes the importance of cross-cultural solidarity and resistance against oppression. Critique of religious and social institutions directly challenges Islamic law, religious authorities, and institutional failures to protect the vulnerable. Uncle Tom's Cabin. Slavery and dehumanization condemns the institution of slavery and its dehumanizing effects. Christian morality versus hypocrisy contrasts true Christian compassion with the hypocrisy of slaveholders. Family and separation highlights the trauma of families torn apart by slavery. Agency and resistance shows both passive and active resistance to oppression. Racial stereotypes and humanity attempts to humanize enslaved people and challenge prevailing racist stereotypes. Comparison. Both novels are polemical, using fiction to expose and critique systemic injustice. Inaz is more explicit in its critique of religious doctrine and gendered violence, while Uncle Tom's Cabin focuses on the moral and emotional consequences of slavery, using Christian ethics as its primary lens. 3. Narrative structure and plot. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers follows Inaz from childhood in Sudan through her education in India, forced marriages, conversion to Christianity, persecution, imprisonment, and eventual resettlement in Canada. The plot is episodic, with each section focusing on a different phase of Inaz's ordeal: family oppression, diaspora surveillance, forced marriage, legal battles, rape, refugee experience, and activism. Includes courtroom drama, escape sequences, and public debates, culminating in Inaz's public speeches and debates on women's rights and Islam. Uncle Tom's Cabin follows several interwoven storylines. Uncle Tom's journey through various owners, Eliza's escape with her son, and the fates of other enslaved characters. Uses melodrama, sentimentality, and multiple points of view to evoke empathy and outrage. The plot is structured around a series of separations, escapes, and moral tests, ending with Tom's martyrdom and the emancipation of some characters. Comparison. Both novels use episodic structures to depict the cumulative effects of systemic oppression. Inaz is more global and contemporary, with a focus on legal and political processes, while Uncle Tom's Cabin is more domestic and sentimental, focusing on family and faith. 4. Characterization and protagonist's arc. Inaz, a complex, multidimensional protagonist whose journey is from obedience and victimhood to resistance, agency, and activism. She survives forced marriage, rape, imprisonment, and exile, ultimately becoming a public critic of the systems that oppressed her. Supporting characters: Tariq, African Muslim lover; Joseph, Ethiopian Christian husband; Osama, gay, abusive husband; Ahmed Sulla, patriarchal father; and various allies and antagonists. Antagonists: not just individuals, but entire systems: patriarchy, religious law, state power. Uncle Tom, a Christ-like figure, patient, forgiving, and steadfast in faith. His arc is one of suffering and martyrdom, intended to inspire empathy and moral action. Supporting characters: Eliza, mother escaping slavery; George, her husband; Eva, angelic white child; Simon Legree, sadistic slave owner, and others. Antagonists: slaveholders, the institution of slavery, and the legal system that upholds it. Comparison: both protagonists are subjected to extreme suffering, but while Uncle Tom's resistance is largely spiritual and passive, martyrdom, Inaz's is active and transformative. She becomes an outspoken activist and survivor. Both novels use their protagonists to embody the suffering of an entire group: enslaved people, women, and minorities in Muslim societies. 5. Impact and reception. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Intended as a critique of Islamic patriarchy, racism, and religious intolerance, with a focus on women's rights and freedom of belief, aims to inspire debate and reform in Muslim societies and among international audiences. The novel's explicit critique of Islam and depiction of apostasy, rape, and legal injustice is likely to be controversial and provoke strong reactions. Uncle Tom's Cabin had a profound impact on American attitudes towards slavery, fueling abolitionist sentiment and debate. Became a bestseller and was adapted into plays, and other media. Criticized for racial stereotypes, but recognized for its role in changing public opinion. Comparison. Both novels are written with the explicit goal of social change. Uncle Tom's Cabin is credited with helping to galvanize the abolitionist movement. Inaz seeks to expose and challenge the oppression of women and minorities in Muslim societies, aiming for a similar impact in its context. 6. Key similarities and differences. Aspect. Inaz and the two unmarriageable lovers. Uncle Tom's Cabin. Setting. Sudan, India, Saudi Arabia, Canada. United States, South/North. Protagonist. Inaz, Sudanese Arab Muslim woman. Uncle Tom, enslaved black man. Main oppression. Patriarchy, religious law, racism. Slavery, racism. Resistance. Active, legal, intellectual, activist. Passive, spiritual martyrdom. Narrative style. Modern, explicit, polemical. Sentimental, melodramatic. Social critique. Islam, patriarchy, state power. Slavery, Christian hypocrisy. Resolution. Survival, activism, refugee status. Martyrdom, moral victory. Impact. Aims for reform, controversy. Galvanized abolitionism. 7. Conclusion. Both Inaz and the two unmarriageable lovers and Uncle Tom's Cabin are landmark works of social protest fiction, using the suffering of their protagonists to expose and critique systems of oppression, patriarchy, and religious law in the former, slavery in the latter. Each novel is didactic, emotionally charged, and intended to provoke debate and reform. While Uncle Tom's Cabin uses Christian sentimentality and martyrdom, Inaz employs explicit critique, activism, and a global perspective. Both remain powerful examples of how fiction can be wielded as a tool for social justice and change. A comparison of the role of religion in the two novels. Here is a detailed, structured analysis based on the content of Inaz and the two unmarriageable lovers and established knowledge of Uncle Tom's Cabin. 1. Religion as a source of oppression and liberation. Inaz and the two unmarriageable lovers. Religion as oppression. The novel presents Islam, as practiced in Sudan, India, and Saudi Arabia, as a central force in the oppression of women and minorities. Religious law, Sharia, is depicted as the legal and moral justification for forced marriage, female genital mutilation, honor violence, apostasy laws, and the subjugation of women. Inaz's suffering is repeatedly justified by her family, community, and state authorities on religious grounds. Religion as identity and social control. Religious identity is a marker of belonging and exclusion. Conversion from Islam to Christianity is not just a personal act, but a crime against family, tribe, and nation, punishable by death. The Sudanese student community in India acts as moral police, enforcing conformity and punishing deviation, especially in matters of faith and gender roles. Religion as a site of resistance. Inaz's eventual conversion to Christianity is both a spiritual and political act of resistance. Christianity, in the novel, is associated with compassion, solidarity, and personal liberation. Her Christian allies, notably Joseph and the Alexander family, are depicted as sources of hope and rescue, and her conversion from Islam to Christianity is a turning point in her journey from victimhood to agency. Religion as a target of critique. The novel contains extended debates and speeches critiquing the treatment of women in Islam, the history of Islamic violence, and the lack of reform within Muslim societies. It is explicit in its condemnation of religious institutions that perpetuate misogyny, racism, and violence. Uncle Tom's Cabin. Religion as moral compass and resistance. Christianity is the central moral framework of the novel. It is presented as the true antidote to the evil of slavery. Uncle Tom's faith is unwavering, and his Christ-like forgiveness and endurance are depicted as the highest form of resistance to dehumanization. The novel's most powerful scenes are those in which Tom's faith inspires others or gives him the strength to endure suffering. Religion as hypocrisy and justification for evil. The novel also exposes the hypocrisy of slaveholders who claim to be Christian while participating in or defending slavery. Stowe contrasts true Christianity, compassion, mercy, self-sacrifice, with the corrupted, self-serving religion of those who use the Holy Bible to justify oppression. Religion as a call to action. Stowe's narrative is a direct appeal to the Christian conscience of her readers. She uses religious language and imagery to urge her audience to oppose slavery, framing abolition as a Christian duty. 2. Comparative analysis. Key similarities and differences. Aspect. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Uncle Tom's Cabin. Religion as oppression. Islam, as practiced, is depicted as a system that enforces patriarchy, restricts freedom, and justifies violence against women and minorities. Apostasy is punishable by death. Religious law is used to control every aspect of life. Christianity, as corrupted by slaveholders, is shown as hypocritical when used to justify slavery, but this is condemned by the narrative. Religion as liberation. Christianity is presented as a source of hope, compassion, and personal freedom. Conversion from Islam to Christianity is both spiritual and political, a break from oppression. True Christianity is the path to liberation, both spiritually and socially. Tom's faith is a model for resistance and moral action. Religion as social identity. Religious identity is a marker of belonging and exclusion. Apostasy is seen as betrayal and is met with violence. Religious identity is less about group belonging and more about individual morality and conscience. Religion as critique. The novel is explicit in its critique of Islamic law and institutions, using debate, speeches, and narrative to challenge religious authority. The novel critiques the misuse of Christianity to justify slavery, contrasting it with the true spirit of the gospel. Religion and the protagonist. Inaz's journey is from religious obedience to critical resistance and spiritual transformation. Her conversion to Christianity is a central act of agency. Uncle Tom's journey is one of deepening faith and martyrdom. His Christianity is unwavering and redemptive. 3. Narrative function of religion. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Religion is both the main antagonist, in its institutionalized, patriarchal, and legal forms, and, through Christianity, a source of hope and solidarity. The novel is polemical, using Inaz's suffering and resistance to argue for reform and freedom of belief. The narrative is explicit in its critique of religious doctrine and authority, and religion is a battleground for identity, agency, and justice. Uncle Tom's Cabin. Religion is the main source of moral authority and the standard by which all characters and institutions are judged. The novel uses Christian imagery, language, and values to inspire empathy, outrage, and action. The narrative is sentimental and evangelical, aiming to convert the reader's heart and conscience. 4. Conclusion. Religion in both novels is central, but its role is complex and double-edged. In Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers, religion is both the source of oppression, Islamic law and tradition, and the means of liberation, conversion to Christianity and solidarity with Christian allies. The novel is explicit in its critique of religious institutions and uses the protagonist's spiritual journey as a metaphor for resistance and emancipation. In Uncle Tom's Cabin, religion is the ultimate moral authority. True Christianity is the antidote to slavery, and the novel's power lies in its appeal to the reader's Christian conscience. The narrative exposes the hypocrisy of those who use religion to justify evil, while celebrating the redemptive power of faith. In summary, both novels use religion as a lens to expose and challenge injustice. But while Uncle Tom's Cabin seeks to reclaim Christianity as a force for good, Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers is more ambivalent, critiquing one religious tradition while embracing another as a path to freedom and dignity. A comparison between the story in this novel and modern Western stories. Here's a detailed, thematic comparison, highlighting both the unique and universal aspects of the novel by Dr. A. Ahmed and how it contrasts with or echoes trends in contemporary Western storytelling. 1. Themes of oppression, identity, and resistance. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers is a sweeping, often harrowing narrative about a Sudanese woman's struggle against intersecting systems of oppression, patriarchy, religious intolerance, racism, and state violence. The protagonist, Inaz, endures forced marriage, honor violence, rape, wrongful imprisonment, and repeated attempts on her life for defying social, religious, and familial expectations. Modern Western stories, especially those in literary fiction, memoir, and prestige television, often explore themes of personal autonomy, trauma, and resistance, but the context and stakes are typically different. Western protagonists may face discrimination, abuse, or institutional injustice, but the legal and social frameworks, at least in fiction, usually offer some recourse, and the narrative arc often bends toward individual empowerment or systemic critique. Key differences: legal and social context. Inaz's world is shaped by laws and customs that explicitly deny women agency, forced marriage, apostasy laws, guardianship systems, while Western stories often focus on subtler, systemic forms of oppression, glass ceilings, microaggressions, institutional sexism/racism. Stakes. The consequences for defiance in Inaz's story are often life or death, honor killings, execution for apostasy, whereas in Western stories, the stakes are more likely to be social ostracism, career loss, or psychological trauma. 2. Intersectionality and migration. Inaz's journey is deeply intersectional. Her suffering is compounded by her gender, race, religion, and status as a migrant/refugee. The novel traces her flight from Sudan to India, Saudi Arabia, and Canada, highlighting the dangers faced by women who cross borders, legal, cultural, and religious. Modern Western stories increasingly address intersectionality, especially in works by and about immigrants, refugees, and people of color. Novels like Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's Americana or films like The Immigrant, 2013, explore the complexities of identity, belonging, and the search for safety in a new land. However, Western stories often focus on assimilation, cultural conflict, or the search for self in a pluralistic society, rather than the existential threat of state-sanctioned violence. Key differences: migration as survival versus opportunity. For Inaz, migration is a matter of survival. For many Western protagonists, it's about opportunity, reinvention, or escape from the past. Refugee experience. The novel's depiction of the refugee process, bureaucratic indifference, legal limbo, and the constant threat of deportation or violence, is more extreme and detailed than in most Western fiction, which may focus more on cultural adjustment or nostalgia for home. 3. Religion, apostasy, and social control. Inaz's conversion from Islam to Christianity is a central plot point, triggering violent backlash, legal persecution, and threats of execution. The novel is explicit in its critique of religious institutions and the dangers of apostasy in conservative societies. Modern Western stories may explore religious doubt, loss of faith, or the search for spiritual meaning, but apostasy rarely carries legal or mortal danger. Instead, Western narratives often focus on personal or familial conflict or the tension between tradition and modernity, like in Unorthodox, The Handmaid's Tale. Key differences. Consequences of apostasy. In the West, leaving one's faith may result in social alienation or family strife, but not legal prosecution or death. Critique of religion. Both traditions may critique religious institutions, but the stakes and tone differ. Western stories often use satire, allegory, or dystopia, while Inaz's story is grounded in real-world dangers. 4. Sexual violence and gendered power. Inaz's story is unflinching in its depiction of sexual violence, marital rape, and the commodification of women's bodies, Inaz being gambled away by her husband. The narrative links these abuses to patriarchal law, religious doctrine, and social norms. Modern Western stories increasingly address sexual violence, like in Room, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, Big Little Lies, but often with a focus on psychological aftermath, legal battles, or the #MeToo movement. There is a greater emphasis on survivor agency, trauma recovery, and systemic critique. Key differences. Agency and justice. Western stories often allow for some form of justice or closure, even if imperfect. Inaz's story is marked by repeated betrayals by legal and social institutions. 5. Love across boundaries. Inaz's relationships with Tariq, African Sudanese Muslim, and Joseph, Ethiopian Christian, are unmarriageable due to entrenched racism, tribalism, and religious intolerance. Love is depicted as both a source of hope and a site of tragedy, repeatedly thwarted by external forces. Modern Western stories often celebrate love across boundaries, race, religion, class, gender, framing it as a challenge to prejudice and a path to personal growth, like in Brokeback Mountain, loving, call me by your name. While obstacles remain, the narrative arc often bends toward acceptance or at least the possibility of change. Key differences. Outcome. Inaz's loves are marked by tragedy, loss, and exile. Western stories may end in tragedy, but often hold out hope for change or reconciliation. Social barriers. While Western stories acknowledge racism and prejudice, the consequences are rarely as dire or absolute as in Inaz's world. 6. Narrative structure and tone. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers is epic in scope, blending personal odyssey with social critique, and often adopts a polemical tone, directly addressing the reader, referencing real-world cases, and including speeches, debates, and explicit authorial commentary. Modern Western stories tend to favor psychological realism, ambiguity, and show, don't tell narrative techniques. Even when tackling big themes, they often focus on interiority, subtlety, and the complexity of motivation. Key differences. Didacticism. The novel is openly didactic, aiming to expose and critique systems of oppression. Western stories may be more oblique, inviting readers to draw their own conclusions. Scope. The novel's scope, spanning continents, legal systems, and decades, is more reminiscent of 19th-century epics or contemporary global fiction, like in A Fine Balance, Homegoing, than the tightly focused narratives common in Western literary fiction. 7. Resolution and hope. Inaz's story ends with survival, resilience, and a measure of hope, resettlement in Canada, reunion with her husband and children, and a new sense of agency. Yet, the narrative acknowledges ongoing threats and the persistence of trauma. Modern Western stories often end with ambiguity, partial healing, or open-ended futures. There is a recognition that trauma lingers, but also that new beginnings are possible. Summary table. Aspect. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Modern Western stories. Oppression. Legal, religious, and social systems enforce violence and control. Systemic, but often subtler, focus on discrimination, trauma, and resistance. Migration. Survival, flight from violence, refugee experience. Opportunity, reinvention, cultural conflict. Religion. Apostasy as mortal danger, explicit critique. Doubt, loss of faith, spiritual search, rarely life-threatening. Sexual violence. Explicit, systemic, linked to law and custom. Focus on trauma, recovery, justice, #MeToo context. Love across boundaries. Tragic, doomed by external forces. Often hopeful, challenging but possible. Narrative style. Epic, didactic, polemical, direct. Psychological realism, ambiguity, subtlety. Resolution. Survival, resilience, ongoing threat. Ambiguity, partial healing, open futures. Conclusion. While Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers shares some universal themes with modern Western stories, oppression, resistance, love, trauma, it is distinguished by its unflinching depiction of legal and social violence, its intersectional analysis, and its epic, didactic style. The stakes are higher, the dangers more immediate, and the critique more direct than in most Western fiction. At the same time, the novel's ultimate message, about the possibility of survival, agency, and hope, resonates with the best of contemporary storytelling. A comparison between Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed and Americana by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. Here's a detailed, thematic comparison, highlighting both similarities and differences in how these novels approach migration, identity, race, gender, and the immigrant experience. 1. Migration and the search for belonging. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers follows Inaz as she flees Sudan, journeys through India and Saudi Arabia, and ultimately seeks refuge in Canada. Her migration is a matter of survival, driven by threats of violence, religious persecution, and patriarchal oppression. The narrative is marked by danger, statelessness, and the constant threat of deportation or death. Americana centers on Ifemelu, a Nigerian woman who migrates to the United States for education and opportunity. While Ifemelu faces bureaucratic hurdles, racism, and cultural dislocation, her migration is not a direct flight from mortal danger, but a quest for self-realization, education, and a better life. The novel explores the psychological and social complexities of being an immigrant, including nostalgia, alienation, and the challenge of homecoming when she returns to Nigeria. Key differences. Motivation. Inaz migrates to escape violence and persecution. Ifemelu migrates for opportunity and self-fulfillment. Stakes. For Inaz, migration is about survival. For Ifemelu, it is about identity, ambition, and belonging. 2. Race, racism, and identity. Inaz's story is deeply concerned with racism and tribalism, both within Sudan, Arab versus African identities, and in the diaspora. Her relationships are shaped by entrenched social hierarchies. Her love for Tariq is forbidden because of his African heritage, and her marriage to Joseph is scandalous due to religious and racial boundaries. The novel exposes the destructive power of racism, colorism, and social exclusion. Americana is celebrated for its nuanced exploration of race, especially the experience of blackness in America. Ifemelu, who never thought of herself as black in Nigeria, must learn the codes of race in the U.S. The novel is sharply observant about microaggressions, hair politics, and the ways immigrants navigate and internalize American racial categories. Ifemelu's blog becomes a vehicle for dissecting the absurdities and cruelties of American racism. Key differences. Context. Inaz faces racism within her own culture and in the context of migration. Ifemelu confronts American racial dynamics as an outsider. Focus. Inaz's story is about the violence of racism and its life-or-death consequences. Ifemelu's is about the psychological, social, and cultural negotiations of race. 3. Gender, patriarchy, and autonomy. Inaz's journey is a relentless struggle against patriarchal control, forced marriage, sexual violence, and the denial of agency. The novel is explicit in its critique of misogyny, religious law, and the complicity of women in enforcing patriarchal norms. Inaz's quest is for autonomy, dignity, and the right to choose her own path. Americana also addresses gender, but in a different register. Ifemelu's relationships with men, Obins, Blaine, Kurt, are central to her story, but she is never stripped of agency in the way Inaz is. The novel explores gendered expectations in both Nigeria and the U.S., but Ifemelu's struggles are more about negotiating independence, career, and love than escaping violence. Key differences. Severity. Inaz faces physical and legal threats to her autonomy. Ifemelu faces social and emotional challenges. Agency. Ifemelu's journey is about self-discovery and self-expression. Inaz's is about survival and reclaiming basic rights. 4. Religion and social control. Inaz's conversion from Islam to Christianity is a central, dangerous act that triggers legal and social persecution. The novel is openly polemical about the dangers of religious intolerance and the lack of freedom to choose one's faith. Americana treats religion as a social and cultural force, but not as a direct threat to the protagonist's life. Ifemelu and Obins both encounter religious communities, but their struggles are not about apostasy or persecution. 5. Narrative style and tone. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers is epic, didactic, and polemical. It includes speeches, debates, and direct authorial commentary. The tone is urgent and always focused on exposing injustice. Americana is witty, ironic, and psychologically astute. The novel is less about polemic and more about the lived experience of its characters. 6. Resolution and hope. Inaz's story ends with survival, resilience, and a measure of hope. Resettlement in Canada, reunion with her husband and children, and a new sense of agency. Yet, the narrative acknowledges ongoing threats and the persistence of trauma. Americana ends with Ifemelu's return to Nigeria and a rekindling of her relationship with Obins. The ending is ambiguous but hopeful, suggesting the possibility of renewal and belonging. Summary table. Aspect. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Americana. Migration. Survival, escape from violence. Opportunity, self-realization. Race. Racism/tribalism as existential threat. Race as social/cultural negotiation. Gender. Patriarchal violence, forced marriage. Gendered expectations, independence. Religion. Apostasy as mortal danger. Religion as social context. Style. Epic, didactic, polemical. Observational, witty, psychological. Resolution. Survival, ongoing threat. Ambiguous hope, return, renewal. Conclusion. Both novels are powerful explorations of migration, identity, and the search for belonging, but they operate in different registers. Inaz's story is a survival epic, confronting the reader with the extremities of violence, oppression, and resilience in the face of intersecting systems of power. Americana is a nuanced, often meditation on race, love, and the immigrant experience, focusing on the psychological and social complexities of crossing borders. Both works illuminate the costs and possibilities of migration, but while Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers is about escaping death and reclaiming agency, Americana is about navigating identity and finding a place to call home. A comparison between the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed and Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale. Here's a detailed, thematic, and structural comparison, highlighting both similarities and differences. 1. Setting and societal structure. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers is set across Sudan, India, Saudi Arabia, and Canada, following the journey of Inaz, a Sudanese Arab Muslim girl, as she faces patriarchal oppression, religious persecution, racism, and violence. The societies depicted are real-world, contemporary, and shaped by strict interpretations of Islam, tribalism, and authoritarian family structures. The Handmaid's Tale is set in the fictional, dystopian Republic of Gilead, a totalitarian theocracy in what was formerly the United States. Gilead is governed by a fundamentalist Christian ideology, where women are stripped of rights and reduced to reproductive roles. Similarity. Both novels depict societies where women's autonomy is systematically stripped away by patriarchal, theocratic, and authoritarian systems. In both, religious doctrine is used to justify and enforce the subjugation of women. Difference. Inaz is grounded in real-world geopolitics and contemporary religious and cultural conflicts, while The Handmaid's Tale is speculative fiction, using dystopia as a lens to critique trends in contemporary society. 2. Themes of patriarchy and gender oppression. Inaz, the protagonist faces forced marriage, honor violence, female genital mutilation, marital rape, and is denied agency over her body and choices. The novel critiques both Islamic law and patriarchal customs, showing how they intersect to oppress women. Handmaid's Tale, women are forbidden from reading, owning property, or making decisions. Handmaids are forced into sexual servitude for reproductive purposes. The regime uses biblical justification for these practices. Similarity. Both novels are explicit in their critique of patriarchal systems and the use of religion to legitimize the control and abuse of women's bodies and lives. Difference. Inaz explores intersectional oppression, race, religion, and gender, while Handmaid's Tale focuses primarily on gender and class within a single, monolithic religious state. 3. Religious fundamentalism and control. Inaz, the dangers of religious apostasy, forced marriages, and the lack of freedom to choose or change faith are central. Inaz's conversion to Christianity leads to legal persecution, threats of execution, and social ostracism. Handmaid's Tale, Gilead's laws are based on a literal interpretation of the Old Testament. Dissenters and those who break religious laws are executed or sent to labor camps. Similarity. Both novels show how religious fundamentalism is weaponized to control women and punish dissent. Difference. Inaz is more pluralistic, showing multiple religious and cultural contexts, Islamic, Christian, secular, while Handmaid's Tale is a closed, monolithic theocracy. 4. Resistance, survival, and hope. Inaz, despite relentless persecution, she survives through resilience, solidarity with allies, notably the Alexander family, and her own determination. The story ends with her resettlement in Canada, symbolizing hope and new beginnings, though threats persist. Handmaid's Tale, Offred, the protagonist, resists in small ways, through memory, forbidden relationships, and storytelling. The novel ends ambiguously, with hope for change, but no clear resolution. Similarity: both protagonists find ways to resist, survive, and maintain hope, even when the systems around them seem insurmountable. Difference: Inaz offers a more concrete resolution and escape, while Handmaid's Tale leaves the outcome open, emphasizing the ongoing nature of resistance. 5. Narrative voice and structure. Inaz, the narrative is detailed, often didactic, and includes direct critiques of religious and social institutions. It is structured as a commentary and a personal odyssey, with explicit authorial intervention. Handmaid's Tale, the story is told in the first-person, present tense, with a fragmented, introspective style. Offred's voice is personal, reflective, and often ambiguous, emphasizing the unreliability of memory and the power of storytelling. Similarity: both use the protagonist's perspective to expose the mechanisms of oppression and the psychological impact of living under such regimes. Difference: Inaz is more expository and polemical, while Handmaid's Tale is more literary, ambiguous, and focused on internal experience. 6. Intersectionality and social critique. Inaz, the novel is intersectional, addressing not only gender but also race, Arab versus African identities in Sudan, class, and migration. It critiques not just patriarchy, but also racism, tribalism, and the failures of legal and social institutions. Handmaid's Tale, while primarily focused on gender, it also touches on class and, in later works, such as the Testaments, race and sexuality. Similarity: both novels are deeply critical of the systems that perpetuate injustice and the complicity of individuals and institutions. Difference: Inaz is broader in its intersectional critique, while Handmaid's Tale is more focused on gender and reproductive control. 7. Conclusion: why compare them? Both Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers and The Handmaid's Tale are powerful feminist texts that use the personal stories of women to critique systems of oppression. They differ in style, scope, and setting, but both serve as warnings about the dangers of unchecked patriarchy and religious fundamentalism. Inaz is more direct, polemical, and rooted in real-world geopolitics, while Handmaid's Tale uses dystopian fiction to universalize its message. An analysis of the challenges faced by Inaz, the protagonist of the novel, Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers by Dr. A. Ahmed, and the ordeals faced by protagonists in both modern and classic world literature, from both Western and Eastern traditions. Drawing on the detailed narrative of Inaz's journey and place it in conversation with major literary works, highlighting both unique and universal aspects of her suffering and resilience. 1. Nature and scope of Inaz's ordeal. Inaz's journey is marked by forced and sham marriages, religious persecution and apostasy, racism and tribalism, gender-based violence, including rape, domestic abuse, and honor-based violence, legal and institutional betrayal, exile, statelessness, and refugee experience, betrayal by family and community, resilience, survival, and eventual escape to the West. Her ordeal is both intensely personal and emblematic of broader systemic abuses faced by women in patriarchal, religiously conservative, and racially stratified societies. 2. Comparison with other literary ordeals. A. Western literature. Classic. Tess of the D'Urberville, Thomas Hardy. Tess is a victim of sexual violence, social hypocrisy, and patriarchal double standards. Like Inaz, Tess is blamed for her own suffering, ostracized, and ultimately destroyed by the very systems that should protect her. Jane Eyre, Charlotte Bronte. Jane faces orphanhood, abuse, and social exclusion, but ultimately asserts her autonomy and moral agency, paralleling Inaz's journey from victimhood to self-determination. The Scarlet Letter, Nathaniel Hawthorne. Hester Prynne is publicly shamed and ostracized for adultery, but transforms her suffering into dignity and quiet resistance, much as Inaz does. Modern. The Color Purple, Alice Walker. Celie endures incest, rape, racism, and domestic violence, but finds solidarity and self-worth through female friendship and personal awakening, echoing Inaz's journey through trauma, solidarity, and eventual empowerment. A Thousand Splendid Sons, Khaled Hosseini. Maryam and Layla suffer forced marriage, domestic violence, and war in Afghanistan. Their endurance, mutual support, and ultimate acts of resistance closely mirror Inaz's experiences of gendered violence, betrayal, and the search for dignity. B. Eastern Literature. Classic. The Tale of Genji, Murasaki Shikibu, Japan. Women in Genji's world are subject to the whims of powerful men, court intrigue, and social expectations. While the context is different, the lack of agency and vulnerability to patriarchal control resonates with Inaz's early life. Dream of the Red Chamber, Chao Shuiqin, China. Female characters are often trapped by family expectations, arranged marriages, and social hierarchy, paralleling Inaz's struggles with family and societal control. Modern. Women at Point Zero, Nawal El Saadawi, Egypt. Firdaus endures child marriage, female genital mutilation, sexual abuse, prostitution, and execution for killing her abuser. Like Inaz, Firdaus is betrayed by every male authority figure and by the legal system. Both are punished for seeking autonomy and for defying patriarchal and religious norms. Persepolis, Marjane Satrapi, Iran. Marjane faces the Iranian Revolution, religious police, and exile. Both Inaz and Marjane are forced to leave their homelands due to religious and political persecution, and both struggle with identity in exile. 3. Unique aspects of Inaz's ordeal. Intersectionality. Inaz's suffering is compounded by the intersection of gender, race, religion, and migration status. She is persecuted not only as a woman, but as an apostate, a member of a lesser group, and a refugee. Transnational persecution. Unlike many literary heroines, Inaz faces danger in multiple countries, each with its own legal and social systems that fail or abuse her. Explicit critique of religious law. The novel is unusually direct in its critique of Sharia, apostasy laws, and the complicity of religious and secular authorities in violence against women. Survival and agency. While many literary heroines are destroyed by the systems that oppress them, Inaz survives, resists, and ultimately exposes her abusers, even as she remains haunted by trauma. 4. Universal themes across world literature. Patriarchal control, whether in Sudan, Egypt, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, or Iran, women's lives are controlled by fathers, husbands, and religious authorities. Violence as social control. Honor killings, forced marriage, and legal violence are recurring tools to enforce conformity. Complicity of women. Mothers and other women often enforce patriarchal norms, out of fear or internalized beliefs. Exile and statelessness. Many heroines, like Inaz, are forced into exile, becoming stateless or refugees as a result of their resistance. Resilience and solidarity. Despite relentless persecution, women often find strength in solidarity with other women or allies across cultural and religious lines. 5. Conclusion. Inaz's ordeal in the world literary context. The ordeal of Inaz in the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers is both a unique and universal story of women's suffering and resistance. Her journey echoes the struggles of Firdaus, Maryam, Layla, Marjane, Tess, Seely, and countless other women in world literature, but is distinguished by its intersectional analysis, transnational scope, and explicit critique of religious and legal systems. Like the greatest works in this tradition, the novel insists on the possibility of survival, agency, and hope, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. How the ordeal of Inaz in the novel reflects contemporary issues. Drawing from the novel's detailed narrative, here's how her story resonates with and illuminates major challenges faced by individuals, especially women and minorities, in today's world. 1. Patriarchal control and gender-based oppression. Forced marriage and lack of agency. Inaz is repeatedly denied the right to choose her life partner. Her family arranges her marriage for tribal and religious reasons, ignoring her wishes, a reality for many women in patriarchal societies where family honor and tradition override personal autonomy. Violence as enforcement. She faces honor-based violence, including attempted honor killings by her father, and is subjected to physical and sexual abuse by her husband and others. Such violence is often justified in the name of family honor or religious duty. Contemporary reflection. These issues remain widespread in many parts of the world, where forced marriage, honor violence, and lack of legal protection for women are ongoing human rights concerns. Movements like #MeToo and global campaigns against gender-based violence highlight the persistence of these problems. 2. Religious intolerance and apostasy. No freedom of belief. Inaz's conversion from Islam to Christianity leads to legal persecution, threats of execution, and social ostracism. In many Muslim-majority countries, apostasy is still punishable by death or severe social consequences. Community surveillance. The Sudanese student community in India acts as moral police, enforcing conformity and punishing deviation, mirroring the social policing many Muslim women face in Islamic communities even in the West. Contemporary reflection. Religious freedom and the right to change one's faith are still contested in many Muslim societies. Apostasy and blasphemy laws, as well as social pressure, continue to endanger those who dissent from dominant religious norms. 3. Racism, tribalism, and social exclusion. Intersectional discrimination. Inaz's relationship with Tariq is forbidden not just because of religion, but also due to entrenched racial and tribal hierarchies. This reflects how women's choices are often further restricted by intersecting identities, race, ethnicity, and class within their societies. Contemporary reflection. Systemic racism and ethnic discrimination remain global issues, affecting everything from marriage and social mobility to access to justice and safety. 4. Abuse of power and institutional betrayal. Corruption and legal injustice. Inaz is falsely accused, imprisoned, tortured, and raped by authorities. The legal systems in Sudan, India, and Saudi Arabia are depicted as complicit in, or directly responsible for, violence against women and minorities. Many women today still face legal systems that fail to protect them or actively participate in their abuse. Contemporary reflection, corruption, lack of accountability, and institutional violence are major obstacles to justice for marginalized groups worldwide. High-profile cases of police brutality, judicial bias, and impunity for perpetrators continue to spark protest and reform movements. 5. Exile, migration, and refugee experience. Statelessness and vulnerability. Inaz's journey across Sudan, India, Saudi Arabia, and Canada as a refugee mirrors the real struggles of women fleeing violence, persecution, and statelessness. Many female refugees face additional dangers, sexual violence, exploitation, and legal limbo when seeking safety. Contemporary reflection. The global refugee crisis, with millions displaced by war, persecution, and gender-based violence, is a defining issue of our time. Women and children are especially vulnerable to exploitation and abuse during migration. 6. Solidarity, resistance, and hope. Alliances across boundaries. Inaz survives through the support of allies like Joseph and the Alexander family, showing the importance of cross-cultural solidarity and resistance. This reflects the real-world importance of networks, NGOs, and individuals who help women escape abuse and rebuild their lives. Transformation from victim to activist. Despite relentless persecution, Inaz becomes a symbol of resistance, speaking out against misogyny, racism, and religious intolerance. Her journey from victimhood to agency echoes the stories of many women who, after surviving trauma, become advocates for change. Contemporary reflection, grassroots activism, survivor-led advocacy, and international solidarity are crucial in challenging oppressive systems and supporting those at risk. 7. Critique of religious and social institutions. Challenging the status quo. The novel contains extended critiques of Sharia law, religious authorities, and the failure of both religious and secular institutions to protect the vulnerable. This mirrors the ongoing debates and activism among Muslim women's rights advocates who challenge patriarchal interpretations of religion and demand reform. Contemporary reflection, debates over the role of religion in law, women's rights, and secularism are central to contemporary struggles for equality and justice. Summary table, key parallels. Theme: Inaz's story novel. Real-world reflection. Forced marriage. Arranged, loveless, and abusive marriages. Common in many patriarchal and Muslim societies. Honor-based violence. Attempted honor killings, physical abuse. Still prevalent in many parts of the Muslim world. Apostasy and conversion. Legal persecution, threats of death for conversion. Apostasy laws and social ostracism. Community surveillance. Moral police among diaspora students. Social policing in Islamic communities worldwide. Institutional betrayal. Corrupt police, legal injustice, lack of protection. Legal systems failing women. Refugee experience. Statelessness, danger during migration. Female refugees face unique vulnerabilities. Solidarity and resistance. Cross-cultural alliances, activism. Importance of support networks and advocacy. In summary, the ordeal of Inaz is a powerful microcosm of the struggles faced by many women today, caught between patriarchal control, religious intolerance, racism, and institutional betrayal, yet finding hope and agency through solidarity, resistance, and the pursuit of dignity. A brief introduction to the background, life, intended aims, and work of the author of Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Author background and life. The author of this novel is Dr. A. Ahmed, an accomplished scholar and writer with a diverse academic background. Dr. Ahmed holds 5 university degrees, including a bachelor, master, and doctorate in philosophy and comparative studies of religions from India, as well as a bachelor and master of religious studies and philosophy from Canada. Born and raised as a Muslim, Dr. Ahmed later converted to Christianity after extensive study and personal reflection on philosophy and comparative studies of the world major religions such as Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and Buddhism. Intended aims of the author. Dr. Ahmed's primary aim as an author is to break through religious, social, and cultural barriers to reveal the truth about the dire conditions of women in Muslim societies and the broader issues of religious extremism and terrorism. Dr. Ahmed is known for a unique writing style that seeks to challenge established norms and provoke critical thought, especially regarding the status and treatment of women under Islamic law and tradition. Work and publications. Dr. Ahmed has written 25 books, with 10 published so far. All of these works focus on the issues of women in Muslim societies and the topic of terrorism in Islam. Dr. Ahmed writes in English and translates his own works into Arabic, making the content accessible to a wider audience. In addition to print publications, Dr. Ahmed also shares readings of these books on YouTube, both in English and Arabic. Personal experience and perspective. The author claims to have witnessed firsthand the dire conditions of Muslim women, which deeply informs the content and perspective of his novels. This lived experience is presented as a foundation for the critical and often controversial themes explored in the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers and other works. More information about Dr. Ahmed's other works. I searched available resources and found several notable novels and series by Dr. A. Ahmed, each exploring themes of gender, religion, oppression, and resilience, often through the lens of women's experiences in Muslim societies. Here's an overview of some of Dr. Ahmed's other works. 1. The Fallen Arab Girl. Summary. This novel tells the story of Izdihar Salah, an Egyptian Muslim girl whose journey from innocence to despair is marked by love, betrayal, resilience, and sacrifice. The narrative exposes the hidden wounds and silent battles faced by women in patriarchal and Islamic cultures, drawing on true events. It is both a chronicle of survival and a powerful indictment of the social and religious forces that shape, and often shatter, lives. The novel is deeply human, harrowing, and emotionally charged, inviting readers to witness the courage it takes to reclaim dignity and hope in a world determined to deny them both. 2. For the Sake of My Children. Summary. This novel follows Susan Peterson, an Australian girl who falls in love with a Saudi man, converts to Islam, and is drawn into a world of abuse, religious extremism, and personal tragedy across Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, and beyond. The story is based on true events and is deeply critical of certain interpretations and practices within Islamic societies, especially regarding the treatment of women. It is a dramatic, controversial, and emotionally charged novel that aims to shed light on the plight of women in extremist religious contexts, the dangers of fundamentalism, and the power of resilience and faith. 3. The Arab Sugar Daddy and the Beautiful Indian Girl. Part 1 of a 6-book series. Summary. This novel follows Rayhana, an extremely beautiful poor Indian Muslim widow lured by the promise of a better life to work as a maid in Saudi Arabia for a wealthy, older Saudi man. Rayhana faces exploitation, sexual abuse, and corruption both in India and Saudi Arabia. The story also tells parallel stories of other women facing similar fates and includes extensive criticism of Islamic law, gender roles, and the treatment of women in Muslim societies. The narrative is a powerful exploration of agency, oppression, and the price women pay for daring to dream beyond their circumstances. 4. The Indian Miss World and the Rage of Muslims of the World, Part 3 of a 6-book series. Summary. This book continues the story of the Arab Sugar Daddy and the Beautiful Indian Girl, and the Indian Child Bride and the Old Arab Husband. It follows the rare beauty of the Indian girl Ifat Khan and her mother Rayhana Khan, exploring themes of resilience, love, and sacrifice. The series is narrated in 6 books, including Christina and the Complete Jew, The Tears of God, Jews, Blacks, and Muslim Women, and The Hidden Life of the Prophet Muhammad. The stories are written in English and translated into Arabic by Dr. Ahmed. 5. Christina and the Complete Jew, Book 4 of the 6-book series. Summary. This book continues the multi-generational saga, weaving together stories of the Arab Sugar Daddy, the Indian Child Bride, and the Indian Miss World. It explores the lives of Ifat Khan, her mother Rayhana, and other characters, delving into issues of identity, faith, and survival. The series is known for its epic scope and social critique. 6. A comparison between the novel Inaz and the 2 Unmarriageable Lovers and classic Western novels. Summary. This work is a literary analysis comparing Dr. Ahmed's Inaz and the 2 Unmarriageable Lovers with classic Western novels such as Les Miserables and War and Peace. It highlights similarities in epic scope and social critique, as well as differences in narrative style and directness of social commentary. Thematic focus across works. Across these novels, Dr. A. Ahmed consistently addresses the oppression of women in patriarchal and religious societies, the intersection of love, faith, and survival, the critique of religious and social institutions, the resilience and agency of women facing adversity.